Hey, Shalom David here. Sorry, a little late week in review. I just got caught up doing something. I lost track of time and thought I was going to be finished earlier, but here we are. Week in review. Not sure I have anything particularly exciting today besides for my research. And this week, definitely plan on finishing up the articles on conspiracy theory, and we will continue with sociology and group identity and start pivoting towards religion and the sociology, group identity, um, religion, some of these other issues will probably last into the next few weeks. But today will definitely be the closing chapter on conspiracy theory. Okay, God bless. Always a pleasure. Thanks for tuning in. So I got the link pinned if anyone wants to show up. Last week we had Mod Guru, random listener, first time popped on the show from Louisiana with his Prosperity Center. So good luck to him with that. If you want to give him a sub, uh, he's linked in last week's video. And I didn't do a stream this week on the metaphysics, but I've prepared. So hopefully Wednesday, I might have a schedule conflict because it takes like 7 hours of reading. So I got to have, like uninterrupted a whole afternoon to be able to do it. And I'm not sure I'm going to have it this week, but I have prepared the French counterparts. So in my metaphysics series, I had done the founders of the Royal Society. And then from there, I did a whole episode just on Newton's philosophy and the rise of science and the scientific method and empiricism. And so next I'm going to do the French idealist, Descartes and his circle. And maybe I briefly mentioned Marin Mersenne, who had a parallel to um, London and what they called the Mersenne Circle, which eventually became the Paris Academy of Sciences. And it was a big circle, actually, probably even more famous names than in London. People who follow philosophy, like in London, you had Boyle and Hooke and Newton and Locke. The periphery like Hobbes, Cavendish. It's probably even bigger names in Paris. So um, some of the people, the next program, I'm going to cover um, Descartes, Mersenne, who's actually a little older than Descartes, and Arnauld, who a little bit more in theology, but part of the Mersenne circle. Gassendi, another important person in the rise of science. And we're going to look at Pierre Bayle, who wrote like an early dictionary and is a little bit after and important. So these are people in Paris. And, Blaise Pascal was part of the Mersenne circle, Mellenbrock, and I'll continue that in the future. There's more names, and I'm not going to be able to do everyone because God forbid, there were a lot of important people, important thinkers, and it's endless. Just what I'm doing is endless. Let alone going into more detail. But I'm going to do probably next portraits in metaphysics will be Descartes in the Mersenne circle, and then after that, I'm going to do a deep dive into the philosophy of Descartes. And then I'm probably going to do another portraits on the early physicists. And we'll look at like Galileo and Kepler and Copernicus. And I think I had two others. I thought I might throw in Machiavelli, even though he wasn't a scientist. He has some interesting ideas. So, and then I'm going to do a deep dive into Leibniz and his philosophy, and I'll probably do more. I'll probably cover like Christian Wolff and Mellenbrock and Pascal, and there's other important French thinkers. And then I'm going to turn to Kant and his philosophy. So a lot of research planned in the metaphysics series. So if you're tuning into that, look forward to exciting things in metaphysics. So week in review, um, also a lot of research, interesting things. So I don't have that much of a week in review this week. So I was on Defense Politics Asia earlier today, and I guess he usually does it like Saturday night, and it's Sabbath, so I haven't been on for a long time. But today, Wyatt did it on Sunday, and so I popped on. I was on there for like 4 hours. So you were talking about the current state of war in Russia and Ukraine, mostly a little bit about Israel, Iran, geopolitics, identity, different issues. So it was a little smaller crowd. Usually has like 10 people and there's waiting. So this time it fluctuated, averaged about 6 people. So it was a little more directed conversation. Um, I have a advocate of English in my Discord, and we're talking a little bit about that. So I'm going to read a little bit about English, a revival movement of the English language, and I just have one quick article about Israel, and then we'll jump into the research unless someone shows up and wants to talk, but I don't have that planned. So, also just mentioning like, Candace Owens, a blitzer in like, God forbid the war in Israel. So let me just do this English thing, and then I'll tie my comments on, God forbid rising anti-Semitism, the war in Israel after that. So what is English? Why do you need English? English is a kind of English that seeks to avoid borrowed words from foreign languages. The practice of keeping a tongue clean from foreign words is known as linguistic purism and is something done by many national language institutes worldwide. Having a regulatory body for language is seen with French, German, Chinese, and many other languages, but not English. English speaking countries have taken a hands off approach to the language throughout history, and it shows. The core vocabulary of English comes from Old English, which is Germanic languages, but in modern English, only about 25% of the vocabulary is Germanic, with about 60% coming from French and Latin, and the rest from Greek and many others. One way English is beneficial over modern English is in giving people an easier and more visceral understanding of academic or otherwise abstract concepts. For example, the academic study of birds is called uh, orn- ornithology, unless you already knew the Greek word ornis, meaning bird, or and logia, meaning to speak about, then you would likely have no idea what this word means upon first encountering it. Whereas if you said bird lore, native English speakers would already know the component words making up the compound and can guess pretty easily what it means. In addition to being easier to learn and understand, many people would consider English to be more aesthetically pleasing than modern English, owing to its more consistent matching vocabulary. Well, fiction is not real life. If you were world building different species who spoke different languages, you would not randomly mix and match vocabulary from each other. Gene Roddenberry did not mix up Klingon with Romulan, nor did Tolkien mix Elven with Dwarfish tongues. Each language had its own separate system and rules, which makes them unique and authentic. The definition of the word authentic is of undisputed origin. This cannot be said of modern English. Its origins are disputed as to whether they are Romance or Germanic, so modern English can hardly be called authentic. It is a technician is a technician more authentic than a craftsman? Is constructing more authentic than building? If a residential man is a residential manager more authentic than a landlord? So much of modern English is using Latin or Greek jargon to make things seem more alien than they are. Understanding the roots of words and learning their underlying meanings can be good for more than just linguistic pluralism, though. If you become more aware of the meaning behind words, then you will be more aware of why certain words appear in entertainment, advertisements, and other media. Having this awareness can help shield you from unwarranted propaganda. Take the word lifestyle, for example. This word did not exist before 1960s, but has since become widespread to justify people's choices and actions in life, but conceal their own agency or the consequences of set actions. A truck driver may have an on-the-go lifestyle, And what do people on the go do? Eat fast food, not exercise, and spend very little time with their family. But that's just their lifestyle, and it sounds much more pleasant to put it that way. Even if you already have a massive academic vocabulary and don't need simple Germanic words, and even if you don't care about the aesthetics or authenticity of a language, English can benefit you anyway. Knowing when to use Germanic or Romance words in your writing or speeches can make them more dynamic. Using exotic foreign words can give something an allure, while sticking with familiar words helps you connect with your audience. Regardless of your motivations or where you personally want to see English end up, this is a project that doesn't harm modern English in any way and benefits almost everyone who becomes involved with it, whether they only learn some cool etymology and gain some unique insight, or English fuels their creative endeavors. This language revival movement has something to offer everyone. If you're a writer, filmmaker, or artist of any kind, you should try to incorporate English into some of your work and see what happens. So this is from the English Times. Um, a little bit interesting, and I guess it has some nationalist connotations. I was mentioning my Discord that modern English is somewhat of a like a simplified amalgamation for international spoken English. So when I speak English on YouTube, I try to speak like standard international English, simplified English. That means it doesn't use complex forms. The grammar is simplified, and it assimilates words or ideas from any concept. So you could use the English grammar, and you have the historical Greek, Latin, Sanskrit, Hebrew, any word you could just add in and toss in, and it's part of globalism, where due to historical circumstances, English has become a global language used for business and academic science, different things like university versus like historical thing connected to a people. So like the modern simplified international standard English has very little to do with the ethnic English or the original language, and even American academic legal English also has minimal to do. Like I sell books, and my mom often is very educated. She even got a degree in history and studied English, and the classics people used to read like Shakespeare, and listen to things like Churchill speeches, or the the different English classics, and a lot of times those aren't even studied anymore. You say, well, they're important maybe for an Anglo their heritage, but for just an American or an internationalist who uses the English language, it's not really that important. So something random. So let's turn to Israel and just look at this one New York Times article. So a lot of debate happening right now. Saw Candace Owens had the huge podcast with the Tate brothers, and actually Andrew Mayer, who I think I spoke with one on a Adam King podcast, um, and who recently was on Modern Day Debate debating uh, Daniel Hikwachu. But God forbid, the Democratic National Committee is going to be this week, and there's going to be mass protests. And what the hell is going on in Israel? Uh, no one knows, and it's a disaster. The humanitarian disaster is really bad. It's so the New York Times now, 10 months into the war, saying in Gaza, Israel's military has reached the end of the line. U.S. officials say Israel severely set back Hamas, but will never be able to completely eliminate the group. U.S. officials said, as I said from the beginning, Israel could have done a full ground incursion, trying to building by building, tunnel by tunnel, wipe out a mass. It would have been extremely casualty intensive. Israel didn't do it. At this point, there's close to zero chance Israel's going to do it. And it's landed itself in a forever war it can't get out of. And, the U.S. now basically saying Israel's not even accomplishing anything anymore. But, God forbid, what are they going to do? God forbid, disaster situation. Israel has achieved all they can militarily in Gaza, according to senior American officials who say continued bombings are only increasing risk to civilians while the possibility of further weakening Hamas is diminished. With the Biden administration racing to get ceasefire negotiations back on track, a growing number of national security officials across the government said that the Israeli military had severely set back Hamas, but would never be able to completely eliminate the group. In many respects, Israel's military operation has done far more damage against Hamas than U.S. officials had predicted when the war began in October. Israel forces can now move freely throughout Gaza, the official said, and Hamas is bloodied and damaged. Israel's destroyed or seized crucial supply routes from Egypt into Gaza. About 14,000 combatants in Gaza have been killed or captured, the Israeli military said last month. The U.S. intelligence agency used different, more conservative methodologies to estimate Hamas casualties, though the precise number remains classified. The Israeli military also asserted that it had eliminated half of the leadership of the Qassam brigades, the military wing of Hamas, including the top leader Mohammed Daif and Marwan Issa. But one of Israel's biggest remaining goals, the return of roughly 115 living and dead hostages still held in Gaza after being seized on October 7th Hamas attacks, cannot be achieved militarily, according to the current and former American and Israeli officials. Over the past 10 months, Israel has been able to disrupt Hamas, kill a number of their leaders, and largely reduce the threat to Israel that existed before October 7th, said General Joseph Votel, the former head of U.S. Central Command. Hamas is now a diminished organization, he added, but he said the release of the hostages could be secured only through negotiations. Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Soshani, a spokesman for the Israel Defense Forces, said in a telephone interview that the IDF and its commanders are committed to achieving the goal of the war to dismantle Hamas and bring home our hostages, and will continue to operate with determination to achieve them. The latest U.S. assessment comes as an array of administration officials are fanning out across the region to try to nail down a Gaza ceasefire deal and possibly avert a retaliatory attack by Iran and its allies in response to the recent Israeli assassinations of senior Iranian-backed proxy leaders. William Burns, CIA director, is due in Qatar on Thursday. Brett McGurk, President Biden's Middle East coordinator, has headed to Egypt and Qatar. Amos Hochstein, the senior White House advisor, landed in Lebanon. One of the messages the officials are expected to deliver is that there is little more Israel can accomplish against Hamas. On Tuesday, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and the two prepared for a possible retaliatory strikes by Iran or Hezbollah in Israel. Tensions with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government exploded into public view again this week after the news media reported that Mr. Gallant had questioned the Prime Minister's goal of total victory over Hamas in closed-door meetings. Mr. Austin and other officials in the Biden administration share Mr. Gallant's view that a ceasefire agreement that returns the hostages is in Israel's best interest. Israel's most recent military operations have been something of a whack-a-mole strategy in the eyes of American analysts. As Israel develops intelligence about potential regroupings of Hamas fighters, the Israeli Defense Forces have moved in to go after them. But U.S. officials are skeptical that the approach will yield decisive results to prevent its fighters from being targeted. Hamas has urged them to hide in the vast tunnel network under Gaza or among civilians. From the beginning of the war, Hamas's basic strategy has been survival, and that has not changed, U.S. officials have said. Yaakov Amador, retired Major General who served as Mr. Netanyahu's national security advisor, rejected the notion that Israel had nothing more to gain in Gaza through force. Israel's achievements in Gaza are impressive, but they're far from what should be achieved, said General Amador, who is now a fellow at the Jewish Institute for National Security in America. If Israel evacuates its forces now, within a year, Hamas will be strong again. He emphasized that stopping the war now would be a disaster for Israel. Another 2 or 3 months of high-intensity fighting in central and southern Gaza are needed. He added, after that phase, Israel could transition to conducting intelligence-based raids and strikes for around a year to take out the remaining Hamas fighters and weapons infrastructure before allowing another party to take over the administration of Gaza, he said. While Israel has tried to damage the tunnels, it has failed to destroy them. American officials said some of the larger tunnel complexes with Hamas as used as command posts have been rendered inoperable, but the network has proved much larger than Israel anticipated, and it remains an effective way for Hamas to hide its leaders and move around fighters. And even as the Israeli Defense Forces have seized territory and killed Hamas fighters from north to south of the territory, they've repeatedly had to go back in as Hamas fighters regroup. For example, Israel weakened Hamas's grip on the Jabalia camp in northern Gaza, but had returned to the area in May after the group reconstituted in the power vacuum. Current and former Pentagon officials complained that Israel has not yet demonstrated that it can secure all the areas in Gaza that it has seized, particularly after its forces pulled back And even when Israel used 250-pound small diameter bombs to destroy pockets of resistance, as American officials have urged it to do, its military still ends up killing civilians, as it did last weekend when school compound sheltering displaced Gazans was hit in an airstrike. Hamas is a terrorist organization for them. Just surviving is victory, said Dana Stroll, the Pentagon's former top Middle East policy official, who's now a scholar at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. They will continue to reconstitute and pop up after the IDF says that they have cleared an area without follow-up plans for security and government in Gaza. For all the damage rained down on the enclave from Israeli bombs and all the Palestinian fighters killed, Hamas retains some military strength. Hamas is largely depleted but not wiped out, and the Israelis may never achieve the total annihilation of Hamas, said Ralph Goff, a former senior CIA official who served in the Middle East. But U.S. officials believe that Israel has achieved a meaningful military victory. Hamas is no longer capable of planning or executing an attack of the scale of October 7th, and its ability to launch smaller terrorist attacks on Israel is in doubt. Hamas has been so damaged in the war that its officials have told international negotiators is willing to give up civilian control of Gaza to an independent group after a ceasefire is in place. How long Hamas will be willing to give up a measure of its power will depend on what happens after a ceasefire and what concessions Israel is prepared to make, American officials said. Hamas suffered a significant blow in May, according to American officials, when Israel's military invaded Rafah in southern Gaza. Officials in Washington had warned against operation because they feared the deep humanitarian cost, but Israel used its occupation of Rafah to cut off tunnels between Egypt and Gaza, a critical weapon supply route for Hamas. Israel's seizure, also in May, of the strip of land that runs along Gaza's southern border fulfilled another goal of the invasion, although it pretends further isolation for Palestinians. The strip, called the Philadelphia Corridor by Israel and Salah al-Din by Egypt, is around 300 feet wide and runs roughly 8 miles from Israel's border to the Mediterranean. To the northeast is Gaza, while Egypt lies to the southwest. Egyptian border guards have been policing the land under an agreement made with Israelis in 2005 when Israel forces withdrew from Gaza back then. Israel accused Hamas of using tunnels beneath the strip to smuggle weapons and personnel, but the tunnels have also been used to bring food and other goods into Gaza. Military officials say the seizure of the strip has further isolated the territory, which was already facing widespread hunger crisis. While Israel has rescued some hostages held above ground in elaborate operations, many of the hostages are hidden in the tunnel network. Biden administration officials say diplomacy is the only way that Israel can achieve possibly its biggest goal, getting its hostages back. For Hamas to agree to release the hostages, American officials say it is critical to have incentives for the group to remain on the sidelines after a ceasefire deal is struck. The biggest incentive, U.S. officials said, is a meaningful pathway to an independent Palestinian state. If a ceasefire does come, Hamas will struggle to regain its strength, and it will have to rearm with a diminished flow of weapons from Iran, analysts have said, and it will have to begin what could be a difficult process of recruiting fighters from a war-weary Palestinian population. The biggest unknowns for both Israel and Palestinians is who or what comes after Hamas, American and other Western officials say. So, God forbid, negation. God bless. Always a pleasure. Good to see you. So, not much update. I haven't been talking much about Israel because there's really not much to say. As I said in that article, it appears that Israel will just keep on doing what it does for at least 3 more months. In this article, the senior Israelis are basically saying another till the end of 2024. Israel is going to continue the war as is, and then the year after, they're going to do search and destroy operations. So basically, Israel's saying that the war is going to last all the way through 2025. And that's somewhat in line. We've known that from before. The only difference is what they're telling people in the U.S. So, people in the U.S. might have thought that the case would be different, but that's not the case. The war is definitely going to go on for the rest of 2024. There's not enough U.S. pressure or anything to stop that. And in all likelihood, God forbid, the war will last all the way through 2025. What Israel will actually be accomplishing, probably not much, but it doesn't change that Israel's going to keep on doing what it's doing. Okay, yeah, so been a while, negation, always a pleasure. God bless. Okay, so with that, let's do a deep dive and more research. So yeah, I'm rounding the corner on my research. I mean, definitely I have enough research, kind of just reading these articles, getting things together. Certainly the metaphysics series will go through the end of 2024. Um, Maybe 2025, I will start doing a deeper dive into the most up to date theories on consciousness, philosophy of mind, and hopefully start writing and putting things together for my multiple truth hypothesis, maybe making shorter videos like PowerPoints, overviews. But definitely, like for the rest of 2024, just kind of, God forbid, maybe boring, only a handful of people watching, but, just kind of boring research, uh, getting these ideas right. If you're listening to, I was listening to the Candace Zone space with Dan Blitzerin and Andrew Tate and Andrew Mayer on Zionism earlier today. And group identity is really complicated. Sociology, people don't know much about it. And even relatively, I don't know that much about it. It's not one of my stronger topics, but you've been doing research, and like I wanted to do the deep dive on conspiracy theories, and I saw really people don't know that much about conspiracy theories because conspiracy theories is just a part of sociology, and it's not even well defined to study. So I will be reading the last of the articles today on conspiracy theories, individual, intergroup, and nation level influences on belief in conspiracy theory, which looks at identity, group identity, and conspiracy theories. And then I'm going to pivot towards group identity and religion, religiosity as identity, toward an understanding of religion from a social identity perspective. Social identity theory is something we talked about last week and actually didn't get to finish the whole thing because Madguru came on and I didn't read the end of the social identity theory. But we will look more into social identity theory um, this week. The Henry Tajbel and Turner, and a lot of this stuff is pretty interesting. So I mean, here you have like social relations in general versus social structural variables, looking at empirical focus versus explanatory, and similar to the metaphysics with the British empiricists versus the continental idealists, in terms of how you approach social identity. So let's jump right in. Hopefully, I'll be able to ramble, explain a little things. If people wander in, the links in the chat. If anyone wants to pop in and talk, otherwise, I'll just do my research. God give me strength. I have a whole bunch of this stuff and a lot more topics. Just like definitionally, there's a lot of theories that I want to cover. And then once I cover, some of this stuff on Wikipedia, I have a whole bunch of articles over the next few months. We're going to pivot to religion, the sociology of and religion and group identity. So let's look at the social identity approach. Social identity approach is an umbrella term designed to show that there are two methods used by academics to describe certain complex social phenomenon, namely the dynamics between groups and individuals. These two theoretical methods are called social identity theory and self-categorization theory. Experts describe them in two intertwined but distinct social psychological theories. The term social identity approach arose in an attempt to mitigate against the tendency to conflate the two theories, as well as the tendency to mistakenly believe one theory to be a component of the other. These theories should be thought of as overlapping. While there are similarities, self-categorization theory has greater explanatory scope, is less focused on intergroup relationships specifically, and has been investigated in a broader range of empirical conditions. Self-categorization theory can also be thought of as developed to address limitations in social identity theory, specifically the limited manner in which social identity theory deals with the cognitive processes that underpin the behavior it describes. Although this term may be useful when contrasting broad social psychological movements, when applying either theory, it is thought as beneficial to distinguish carefully between the two theories in such a way that their specific characterizations can be retained. The social identity approach has been applied to a wide variety of fields and continues to be very influential. There is a high citation rate for key social identity papers, and the rate continues to increase. Implications: social groups. The social identity approach has been contrasted with the social cohesion approach when it comes to defining social groups. The social identity approach describes the state of people thinking of themselves as and others as a group. Therefore, three psychological processes proceed. Firstly, social categorization means that people organize social information and categorize people into groups. Second, social comparison means that people give a meaning to these categories in order to understand the task of the group in the specific situation. Thirdly, social identification is the process in which people relate the self to one of those categories. Regarding the relationship between collective identification and work motivation, several propositions have been made regarding situational influences, the acceptance of the leader, and the self definition of a collective. As a situational influence, researchers say that individuals are activated by situations that challenge their inclusion to the group. The acceptance of the leader is another proposition. The so called in group favoring bias means that if the team leader is interpreted as an in group member, the other team members will attribute good behavior internally while they attribute bad behavior externally. For self definition of a collective, the value of the group, as well as the belief in the current and future success, is important, closely linked to self definition to a collective. Cohesion is another construct that is impact on the development of group motivation in a broader sense, also to the group performance. On the topic of social groups, some social psychologists draw a distinction between different types of group phenomenon, specifically those that derive from interpersonal relationships and interdependence, with specific others that and those that derive from membership in a larger, more impersonal collectives of or social categories. The social identity approach, however, does not anticipate this distinction. Instead, it anticipates that the same psychological processes underlie intergroup and intragroup phenomenon involving both small and large groups. Relatedly, the persistent perception that the social identity approach is only relevant to large group phenomenon has led some social identity theorists to specifically reassert, both theoretically and empirically, the relevance of the social identity approach through small group interactions. Leadership. According to the social identity approach, leadership is a function of the group instead of the individual. Individuals who are leaders in their group tend to be closer to the prototypical group member than our followers. Additionally, they tend to be more socially attractive, which makes it easier for group members to accept their authority and comply with their decisions. Finally, leaders tend to be viewed by others as the leader. In this final distinction, group members attribute leadership traits to the person and not the situation, furthering the distinction between the leader and others in the group by viewing him as special. Consistent with the view of leadership, researchers have found that individuals can manipulate their own leadership status in groups by portraying themselves as prototypical to the group. Economic social identity concepts have been applied to economics, resulting in what is known as identity economics. For example, two separate papers and a book by Akerlof and Cranton incorporate social identity as a factor in the principal agent model. The main conclusion is that when agents consider themselves insiders, they will maximize their identity utility by exerting greater effort compared to the prescription behavior. On the other hand, if they consider themselves outsiders, they will require higher wage to compensate for their loss of behavior difference with prescribed behaviors. We're going to look at the principal agent model also, which is also going to be very important. Related theoretical work, social identity model of de-individuation effects. The social identity model of de-individuation effects was developed from further research on social identity theory and self-categorization theory, further specifying the effects of situational factors on the functioning of processes proposed by the two theories. The social identity model of de-individuation effects model uses this framework to explain cognitive effects of visibility, anonymity in intergroup and intragroup context. The model is based on the idea that the self concept is flexible and different in different situations or contexts. The theory consists of a range of different self categories that define people as unique individuals or in terms of their membership to a specific social group and other Broader social categories based on the context of the situation. Social identity model of de-individuation effects model proposes that anonymity shifts both the focus of self-awareness from the individual self to the group self and the perceptions of others from being mostly interpersonal to being group-based stereotyping. Research has suggested that visual anonymity not only increases negative behavior towards others, but can also promote positive social relations. In one study, all volunteers participated individually in group discussions based on three different topics. In the visually anonymous condition, all communications between participants were text based, while the visually identifiable condition, the communication was also supplemented by two-way video cameras. The study resulted in the findings that showed anonymity significantly increased group attraction. So this is also related to like Luke Ford and the danger of the e-personality, that in anonymous situations, people are more likely to dissolve their personal identity into group identity and do more rash things, but also act more in the perceived group interest than the individual interest. Intergroup emotion theory. Intergroup emotion theory further expands the concept of personally significant group membership as posed by social identity and self-categorization theories. The theory is primarily based on the concept of depersonalization and the interchangeability of the self with other in-group members. This causes cognitive representations of the self and the group to become inevitably connected, and therefore the group obtains an emotional significance. This means that individuals not only categorize themselves as members of the in-group, but also react emotionally when situations or events affect the in-group. For example, people often report that their group is being discriminated against, even though that they feel they personally are not subjected to that discrimination. Controversies, social identity versus interdependence. Some researchers have claimed that the majority results in research using minimal group paradigm can be derived from self-interest and interdependence, and that this poses a serious problem for social identity theory and self-categorization theory, and in particular, self-categorization theory's account of social groups. Social identity researchers have responded by suggesting that the interdependence-centric analysis that has been proposed as an alternative is inconsistent and still relies heavily on social categorization processes detailed in self-categorization theory. Moreover, they argue that researchers making the above criticism have also significantly misinterpreted the role of sociological categories in the two theories. Okay, so next, social norm. So I've been meaning to do this one. I had this one open for like the last 3 weeks. And so finally we're going to get to it today. And hope this is interesting. A few people, just hearing me read this, if you want to discuss it or put things in the chat or pop on, I'm open to that. But I want to pound through this research and just, because a lot of these conversations, people don't know what they're talking about, God forbid. And a lot of this stuff has been researched and thought about, and there's somewhat of a jargon, technical terminology that people don't know. So at least for myself, my own understanding, whether ever in debates or more important conversations, or just my day-to-day life conversations with anybody, to put myself in the arena of ideas and get used to having the correct technical terminology leave from my mouth. So for that, I'm just reading through these. These are all extremely important sociological ideas that really come up constantly. So I said, like, people talk about these things like, oh, what do you think about this? How do you understand social phenomenon, politics, group conflict, war, geopolitics? And people, I mean, they know somewhat. I mean, hyperbole say they don't know what they're talking about at all, but they don't really know what they're talking about that much. And they certainly don't know the academic research or the technical language. And a lot of times people talk past each other. And so let's keep on pounding through, do the research, get the technical jargon, current state terminology correct and down. Social norm. Social norms are shared standards of acceptable behavior by groups. Social norms can be both informal understandings that govern the behavior of members of a society, as well as be codified into rules and laws. Social normative influences or social norms are deemed to be powerful drivers of human behavioral changes, as well as organized and incorporated by major theories which explain human behavior. Institutions are composed of multiple norms. Norms are shared social beliefs about behavior, thus they are distinct from ideas, attitudes, and values, which can be held privately and which do not necessarily concern behavior. Norms are contingent on context, social group, and historical circumstances. Scholars distinguish between regulative norms, which constrain behavior, constitutive norms, which shape interest, and prescriptive norms, which prescribe what actors ought to do. The effects of norms can be determined by a logic of appropriateness and logical consequences. The former entails that actors follow norms because it is socially appropriate, and the latter entails that actors follow norms because of the cost benefit calculation. Three stages have been identified in the cycle of a norm. One, norm emergence. Norm entrepreneurs seek to persuade others of the desirability and appropriateness of certain behaviors. Two, norm cascade, when a norm obtains broad acceptance. And three, norm internalization, when a norm requires a taken for granted quality. Norms are robust to various degrees. Some norms are often violated, whereas other norms are so deeply internalized that norm violations are infrequent. Evidence for the existence of norms can be detected in the pattern of behavior within groups, as well as the articulation of norms in group discourse. Definition. There are varied definitions of social norms, but there is agreement among scholars that norms are social and shared among members of a group, related to behaviors and shape decision makings, prescriptive or prescriptive, socially acceptable way of living by a group of people in a society. In 1965, Jack Gibbs identified three basic normative dimensions that all concepts of norms could be subsumed under. One, a collective evaluation of behavior in terms of what ought to be. Two, a collective expectation as what behavior will be. Three, particular reactions to behavior, including attempts to sanction or induce certain conduct. According to Ronald Jefferson, Peter Katzenstein, and Alexander Wendt, norms are collective explanations about proper behavior for a given identity. Wayne Stansholz argues against this definition as he writes that shared expectations are an effect of norms, not an intrinsic quality of norms. Stansholz, Martha Finnemore, and Catherine Sinkin define norms instead as standards of appropriate behavior for actors with a given identity. In this definition, norms have an oughtness quality to them. Michael Hecker and Karl Dieter Opp define norms as cultural phenomena that prescribe and proscribe behavior in specific circumstances. Sociologists Christine Horn and Stephanie Mulborn define norms as group-level evaluations of behavior. This entails that norms are widespread expectations of social approval or disapproval of behavior. Scholars debate whether social norms are individual constructs or collective constructs. Economist and game theorist Peyton Young defines norms as patterns of behavior that are self-enforcing within a group. He emphasizes that norms are driven by shared expectations. Everybody conforms, everybody is expected to conform, and everybody wants to conform when they expect everyone else to conform. He characterizes norms as devices that coordinate people's expectations in interactions that propose multiple equilibria. Concepts such as conventions, customs, morals, mores, rules, and laws have been characterized as equivalent to norms. Institutions can be considered collections or clusters of multiple norms. Rules and norms are not necessarily distinct phenomena. Both are standards of conduct that have varying levels of specificity and formality. Laws are a highly formal version of norms. Laws, rules, and norms may be at odds. For example, a law may prohibit something, but norms still allow it. Norms are not the equivalent of an aggregation of individual attitudes. Ideas, attitudes, and values are not necessarily norms, and these concepts do not necessarily concern behavior and may be held privately. Prevalent behaviors and behavior regularities are not necessarily norms. Instinctual or biological reactions, personal taste, and personal habits are not necessarily norms. This concept of social norms is probably the most important, and it's likely I will do deep dives into the actual academic literature and research into norms, because the origins of rules-based behavior, um, group identity is largely based on norms, and almost everything else like religion, law, nationality can be considered a derivative of norms. Although norms is not, we're not talking about beliefs, we're talking about behavioral norms. But there could also be a topic of belief pattern norms. Emergence and transmission. Groups may adopt norms in a variety of ways. Some stable and self-reinforcing norms may emerge spontaneously without conscious human design. Peyton Young goes as far to say that norms typically evolve without top down direction, though interactions or individuals rather than through interactions of individuals rather than by design. Norms may develop informally, emerging gradually as a result of repeated use of discretionary stimuli to control behavior, not necessarily laws set in writing. Informal norms represent generally accepted and widely sanctioned routines that people follow in everyday life. These informal norms, if broken, may not invite formal legal punishments or sanctions, but instead encourage reprimands, warnings, or othering. Norms may also be created and advanced through conscious human design by norm entrepreneurs. Norms, the norm entrepreneurs is also an interesting topic for further research. Norms can arise formally where groups explicitly outline and implement behavioral expectations. Legal norms typically arise from design. A large number of those norms we follow naturally, such as driving on the right side of the road in the US and the left side in the UK, or not speeding in order to avoid a ticket. Martha Finnemore and Catherine Sinkin identified three stages in the life cycle of a norm. Um, One, norm emergence. Norm entrepreneurs seek to persuade others to adopt their idea about what is desirable and appropriate. Two, norm cascade. When a norm has broad acceptance and reaches a tipping point, with norm leaders pressuring others to adopt and adhere to the norm. Three, norm internalization. When the norm is acquired and taken for granted quality, where compliance with the norm is nearly automatic. They argue that several factors may raise the influence of certain norms. Legitimation, actors that feel insecure about their status and reputation may be more likely to embrace norms. Prominence, norms that are held by actors seen as desirable and successful are more likely to diffuse to others. Intrinsic qualities of the norm, norms that are specific, long lasting, and universal, are more likely to become prominent. Path dependency, norms that are related to pre existing norms are more likely to be widely accepted. Real-time context, systemic shocks such as wars, revolutions, or economic crisis may motivate a search for new norms. Christina Horn and Stephanie Mulborn have identified two broad categorical categories of arguments for the emergence of norms. One, consequentialism. Norms are created when an individual's behavior has consequence and externalities for other members of the group. Two, relationalism. Norms are created because people want to attract positive social reaction. In other words, norms do not necessarily contribute to the collective good. Per consequentialism, norms contribute to the collective good. However, per relationalism, norms do not necessarily contribute to the collective good. Norms may even be harmful to the collective. Some scholars have characterized norms as essentially unstable, thus creating possibilities for norm change. According to Wayne Sansold, actors are more likely to persuade others to modify existing norms if they possess power, can reference existing foundational metanorms, and can reference precedents. Social closeness between actors has been characterized as a key component in sustaining social norms. Transfer of norms between groups. Individuals may also import norms from a previous organization to their new group, which can get adopted over time. Without a clear indication of how to act, people typically rely on their history to determine the best course forward. What was successful before may serve them well again. In a group, individuals may all import different histories or scripts about appropriate behaviors. Common experience over time will lead the group to define as a whole its take on the right action, usually with the integration of several member schemas. Under the important paradigm, norm formation occurs subtly and swiftly, whereas with formal or informal development of norms may take longer. Groups internalize norms by accepting them as reasonable and proper standards for behavior within the group. Once firmly established, a norm becomes a part of the group's operational structure and hence more difficult to change. While possible for newcomers to create or change its norms, it is much more likely that a new individual will adapt to the group's norms, values, and perspective rather than the other way around. Deviance from social norms. Deviance is defined as nonconformity to a set of norms that are accepted by a significant number of people in a community or society. More simply put, if group members do not follow a norm, they become tagged as deviant. In sociological literature, this can often lead them to being considered outcasts of society, yet deviant behavior amongst children is somewhat expected, except the idea of this deviance manifesting as a criminal action. The social tolerance given in the example of the child is quickly withdrawn against the criminal. Crime is considered one of the most extreme forms of deviancy, according to scholar Clifford Shaw. What is considered normal is relative to the location of the culture in which the social interaction is taking place. In psychology, an individual who routinely disobeys group norms runs the risk of turning into the institutionalized deviant. Similar to sociological definition, institutionalized deviants may be judged by other group members for their failure to adhere to norms. At first, group members may increase pressure on nonconformists, attempting to engage the individual in conversation or explicate why they should follow their behavioral expectations. The role in which one decides on whether or not to behave is largely determined on how their actions will affect others, especially with new members. One perhaps do not know any better. Groups may use discretionary stimuli to bring an individual's behavior back into line. Over time, however, if members continue to disobey, the group will give up on them as a lost cause. Well, the group may not necessarily revoke their membership, they may give them only superficial consideration. If a worker is late to a meeting, for example, violating the office norm of punctuality, a supervisor or other core workers may wait for the individual to arrive and pull him aside, later ask what happened. If the behavior continues, eventually the group may begin meeting without him since the individual is always late. The group generalizes the individual's disobedience and promptly dismisses it, thereby reducing the member's influence and footing in future group disagreements. Group tolerance for deviation varies across membership. Not all group members receive the same treatment for norm violations. Individuals may build up a reserve of good behavior through conformity, which they can borrow against later. These idiosyncrasy credits provide a theoretical currency for understanding variations in group behavioral expectations. A teacher, for example, may more easily forgive a straight A student for misbehaving who has past good credit saved up than a repeatedly disruptive student. While past performance can help build idiosyncrasy credits, some group members have a higher balance to start with. Individuals can import idiosyncrasy credits from another group, childhood movie stars, for example, who enroll in college may experience more leeway in adopting school norms than other incoming freshmen. Finally, leaders or individuals in other high status positions may begin with more credits and appear to be above the rules at times. Even these idiosyncrasy credits are not bottomless. However, well held to a more lenient standard than the average member, leaders may still face group rejection if their disobedience becomes too extreme. Deviance also causes multiple emotions one experiences when going against a norm. One of those emotionally wide attributed to deviance is guilt. Guilt is connected to the ethics of duty, which in turn becomes a primary object of moral obligation. Guilt is felt by an action that is questioned after its doing. It can be described as something negative to the self, as well as a negative state of feeling. Used in both instances, it is both unpleasant feeling as well as a form of self punishment. Using the metaphor of dirty hands, it is the staining or tainting of oneself and therefore having to self cleanse away the filth. It is a form of reparation that confronts oneself as well as submitting to the possibility of anger and punishment from others. Guilt is a point in both action and feeling that acts as a stimulus for further honorable actions. 2023 study found that non-industrial societies varied in their punishments for norm violation. Punishments varied based on the type of norm violation of the social economical system of the society. The study found evidence that reputational punishment was associated with egalitarianism and the absence of food shortage. Material punishments was associated with the presence of food shortage, storage. Physical punishment was moderately associated with greater dependence on hunting, and execution punishment was moderately associated with social stratification. We'll look at idiosyncrasy credits also briefly. Behavior. Whereas ideas in general do not necessarily have behavioral implication, Martha Finmore notes that norms by definition concern behavior. One can say that they are collectively held ideas about behavior. Norms running counter to the behaviors of the overarching society or culture may be transmitted and maintained within a small subgroups of society. For example, Crandall, 1998, noted that certain groups have a rate of bulimia, a publicly recognized life threatening disease that is much higher than society as a whole. Social norms have a way of maintaining order and organizing groups. In the field of social psychology, the role of norms are emphasized, which can guide behavior in a certain situation or environment as mental representations of appropriate behavior. It has been shown that normative messages can promote pro-social behavior, including decreasing alcohol use, increasing voter turnout, and reducing energy use. According to the psychological definition of social norms, behavior component norms have two dimensions: how much a behavior is exhibited and how much the group approves of that behavior. Social control. Although not considered to be formal laws within society, norms still work to promote a great deal of social control. There are statements that regulate conduct. The social phenomenon that is the norm is still the prescriber of acceptable behavior in specific instances, ranging in variation depending on the culture, race, religion, and geographic location. It is the foundation of the terms some know as acceptable as not to injure others, the golden rule, and to keep promises that have been pledged. Without them, there would be a world without consequence, common ground, or restrictions. Even though the law and a state's legislation is not intended to control social norms, society and the law are inherently linked and dictates the other. This is why it has been said that the language used in some legislation is controlling and dictating for what should or should not be accepted. For example, the criminalization the language surrounding these laws conveys the message that such acts are supposedly immoral and should be condemned, even though there is no actual victim in these consenting relationships. Social norms can be enforced formally through sanctions or informally through body language and nonverbal communication cues, but individuals often derive physical or psychological resources from group membership. Groups are said to control discretionary stimuli. Groups can withhold or give out more resources in response to members' adherence to group norms, effectively controlling member behavior through rewards and operant conditions. Social psychology research has found that more an individual values group controlled resources, or the more an individual sees group membership as central to his definition of self, the more likely he is to conform. Social norms also allow an individual to assess what behaviors the group deems important to its existence or survival. Since they represent a codification of belief, groups generally do not punish members or create norms over actions which they care little about. Norms in every culture create conformity that allows for people to become socialized to the culture in which they live. As social beings, individuals learn when and where it is appropriate to say certain things, to use certain words, to discuss certain topics, or wear certain clothes, and when it is not. Thus, knowledge about cultural norms is important for impressions, which is an individual's regulation of their nonverbal behavior. One also comes to know through experience what types of person he can and cannot discuss certain topics with or wear certain types of dress around. Typically, this knowledge is derived through experience. Social norms are learned through social interaction. Wearing a suit to a job interview in order to give a great first impression represents a common example of a social norm in the white collar workforce. In his work, Order Without Law, How Neighbors Settle Disputes, Robert Ellickson studies various interactions between members of neighborhoods and communities to show how societal norms create order within a small group of people. He argues that in small community or neighborhood, many rules and disputes can be settled without central governing body simply by the interactions in these communities. Sociology. In sociology, norms are seen as rules that bind an individual's action to a specific sanction in one of two forms, a punishment or a reward. Through regulation of behavior, social norms create unique patterns that allow for distinguishing characteristics to be made between social systems, to create a boundary that allows for differentiation between those that belong in a specific social setting and those that do not. For Talcott Parsons of the Functionalist School, norms dictate the interactions of people in all social encounters. On the other hand, Karl Marx believed that norms are used to promote the creation of roles in society, which allows for people of different levels of social class structure to be able to function properly. Marx claims that the power dynamic creates social order. James Coleman uses both micro and macro conditions for his theory. For Coleman, norms start out as goal oriented actions by actors in the micro level. If the benefits do not outweigh the cost of the action for the actors, then a social norm would emerge. The norm's effectiveness is then determined by its ability to enforce its sanction against those who would not contribute to the optimal social order. Heinrich Popitz is convinced that the establishment of social norms that make the future actions of alter foreseeable for ego solves the problem of contingency. In this way, ego can count on those actions as if they would already have been performed and does not have to wait for their social execution. Social interaction is thus accelerated, important factors in the standardization of behavior and sanctions and social roles. Operant conditioning. The probability of these behaviors occurring again is discussed in the theories of B.F. Skinner, who says that operant condition plays a role in the process of social norm development. Operant conditioning is the process by which behaviors are changed as a function of their consequences. The probability that a behavior will occur can be increased or decreased depending on the consequence of said behavior. In the case of social deviance, an individual has gone against the normal contact, the negative contingencies associated with deviance. This may take the form of formal or informal rebuke, social isolation or censure, or more concrete punishments such as fines or imprisonment. If one reduces the deviant behavior after receiving a negative consequence, then they have learned via punishment. If they have engaged in a behavior consistent with a social norm after having an aversive stimulus reduced, then they have learned via negative reinforcement. Reinforcement increases behavior while punishment decreases behavior. As an example of this, we'll skip the examples. Skinner also states that humans are conditioned from a very young age on how to behave and how to act with those around us, considering the outside influences of the society and location one is in, built to blend into the ambience and attitude around us. Deviance is frowned upon action. Focus theory and normative conduct. Cialdini, Reno, and Calgreen developed the focus theory of normative conduct to describe how individuals implicitly juggle multiple behavioral expectations at once, expanding on conflicting prior beliefs about whether cultural, situational, or interpersonal norm motivate actions. The research suggests the focus of an individual's attention will dictate what behavioral expectations they follow. Consider the predictive brain and the multiple truth hypothesis while thinking about this. Types. There's no clear consequence on how the term norm should be used. Martha Finnemore and Catherine Sinkin distinguish between three types of norm. One, regulative norms, they order and constrain behavior. Two, constitutive norms, they create new actors, interests, or categories of action. Three, evaluative and prescriptive norms, they have an oughtness quality to them. Finnemore, Sinkin, and Jeffrey Legro and others have argued that the robustness or effectiveness of norms can be measured by factors such as the specificity of the norm. Norms that are clear and specific are more likely to be effective. The longevity of the norm. Norms with a history are more likely to be effective. The universality of the norm. Norms that make general claims rather than localized and particularistic claims are more likely to be effective. The prominence of the norm. Norms that are widely accepted among powerful actors are more likely to be effective. Christina Horn argues that the robustness of a norm is shaped by the degree of support for the actors who sanction deviant behavior. She refers to norm regulating how to enforce norms as metanorms. According to Beth Simmons and Hiran Joe, diversity of support for a norm can be a strong indicator of robustness. They add that institutionalization of a norm raises its robustness. It has also been posited that norms that exist within broader clusters of distinct but mutually reinforcing norms may be more robust. Jeffrey Checkle argues that there are two common types of explanations for the efficacy of norms. Rationalism, actors comply with norms due to coercion, cost-benefit calculations, and material incentives. Constructivism, actors comply with norms due to social learning and socialization. According to Peter Young, mechanisms that support normative behavior include coordination, social pressure, signaling, focal points. Descriptive versus injunctive. Descriptive norms depict what happens, while injunctive norms describe what should happen. Cialdini, Reno, and Calgreen, 1990, defined the descriptive norm as people's perceptions of what is commonly done in specific situations. It signifies what most people do without assigning judgment. The absence of trash on the ground in a parking lot, for example, transmits the descriptive norm that most people there do not litter. An injunctive norm, on the other hand, transmits groups' approval about a particular behavior. It dictates how an individual should behave. Watching another person pick up trash off the ground and throw it out, a group member may pick up on the injunctive norm that he ought not to litter. Prescriptive and proscriptive norms. Prescriptive norms are unwritten rules that are understood and followed by society and indicate what we should do. Expressing gratitude or writing a thank you card when someone gives you a gift represents a prescriptive norm in American culture. Proscriptive norms, in contrast, comprise the other end of the same spectrum. They are similarly society's unwritten rules about what one should not do. These norms can vary between cultures. While kissing someone you just met on the cheek is acceptable greeting in some European countries, this is not acceptable and thus represents a proscriptive norm in the United States. Subjective norms. Subjective norms are determined by beliefs about the extent to which important others want a person to perform a behavior. When combined with attitudes towards behavior, subjective norms shape an individual's intention. Social influences are conceptualized in terms of the pressure that people perceive from important others to perform or not to perform a behavior. Social psychologist Isaac Asian theorized that subjective norms are determined by the strength of a given normative belief and further weighed the significance of a social referent represented by an equation, uh, mathematical representations. Over the last few decades, several theorists have attempted to explain social norms from a more theoretical point of view by quantifying behavioral expectations graphically or attempting to plot the logic behind adherence. Theorists hope to be able to predict whether or not individuals would conform. The return potential model in game theory provides a slightly more economic conceptualization of norms, suggesting individuals can calculate the cost or benefit behind possible behavioral outcomes. Under these theoretical frameworks, choosing to obey or violate norms becomes a more deliberate, quantifiable decision. Return potential model. Developed in the 1960s, the return potential model provides a method for plotting and visualizing group norms. In a regular coordinate plane, the amount of behavior exhibited is plotted on the x-axis, while the amount of group acceptance or approval gets plotted on the y-axis. The graph represents the potential return or positive outcome to an individual for a given behavioral norm. Theoretically, one could plot a point for each increment of behavior, how much the group likes or dislikes that action. Point of maximum return. The point with the greatest y coordinate is called the point of maximum return, as it represents the amount of behavior the group likes the best. Range of tolerable behavioral. Label D represents the range of tolerable behavior or the amount of action the group finds acceptable. It encompasses all the positive area under the curve. Intensity. The intensity of the norm tells how much the group cares about the norm or how much group effect is at stake to be won or lost, is represented in the return potential model by the total amount of areas assumed by the curve, regardless of whether the area is positive or negative. A norm of low intensity would not vary far from the x-axis. The amount of approval or disapproval for given behaviors would be closer to zero. A high-intensity norm, however, would have more extreme approval ratings. Crystallization. Finally, norm crystallization refers to how much variance exists within the curve. Translated from the theoretical back to the actual norm, it shows how much agreement exists between group members about the approval for a given amount of behavior. It may be that some members believe the norm more central to group functioning than others. A group norm, like how many cups of coffee first years should drink, would probably have low crystallization since a lot of individuals have varying beliefs about the appropriate amount of caffeine to imbibe. In contrast, the norm of not plagiarizing another student's work would likely have high crystallization as people uniformly agree on the behavior's unacceptability, showing the overall group norm. The return potential model in figure 1 does not indicate crystallization. However, a return potential model that plotted individual data points alongside the cumulative norm could demonstrate the variance and allow us to deduce crystallization. Hey, Chris, God bless. Okay, you've been a while. Yeah, I mean, Bruno, that was such a long time ago. But yeah, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Game theory. Another general formal framework that can be used to represent the essential elements of the social situation surrounding a norm is the repeated game of game theory. Rational choice, a branch of game theory, deals with the relations and actions socially committed among rational agents. A norm gives a person the rule of thumb for how they should behave. However, a rational person acts according to the rule only if it is beneficial for them. The situation can be described as follows. A norm gives an expectation of how other people act in a given situation. A person acts optimally given the expectation. For a norm to be stable, people's action must reconstitute the expectation without change. A macro-micro feedback loop. A set of such correct stable expectation is known as Nash equilibrium. Thus, a stable norm must constitute a Nash equilibrium. In the Nash equilibrium, no one actor has any positive incentive in individually deviating from a certain action. Social norms will be implemented if the actions of the specific norm come into agreement by the support of the Nash equilibrium of the majority of the game theoretical approaches. From a game theoretical point of view, there are two explanations for the vast variety of norms that exist throughout the world. One is the difference in games. Different parts of the world may give different environmental contexts, and different people may have different values, which may result in difference in games. The other is equilibrium selection, not explicable by the game itself. Equilibrium selection is closely related to coordination. For a simple example, driving is common throughout the world, but in some countries, people drive on the right, and in other countries, people drive on the left. A framework called cooperative institutional analysis is proposed to deal with the game theoretical structure, considering understanding of the variety of social norms. Okay, so it mentioned in that the idiosyncrasy credit People heard like a lot about China and the social credit system, but say, that Kabbalah has a lot of on this also, and just says there is some sort of credit system that subconsciously works. The memes, God bless. Always a pleasure. Good to see you. Hope everything's good with you. Feel free to hop on if you want to chat. Idiosyncrasy credit. Idiosyncrasy credit is a concept in social psychology that describes an individual's capacity to acceptably deviate from group expectations. Idiosyncrasy credits are earned each time an individual conforms to a group's expectation, and decreased spent each time an individual deviates from a group's expectations. Edwin Hollander originally defined idiosyncrasy credit as an accumulation of positively disposed impressions residing in the perceptions of relevant others. It is the degree to which an individual may deviate from the common expectancies of the group. Idiosyncrasy credits are but one of a number of concepts that attempt to explain how some minority views are influential while others are not. Idiosyncrasy credits are also relevant to the study of leadership, as leaders with many credits are often afforded a greater ability to try to innovate strategies to meet group goals. Overview. Hollander's 1958 original work on idiosyncrasy credit is premised on the assumption that all individuals sharing a common group membership also share common group-based expectations of each other, and failure to fulfill these expectations will result in expulsion from the group. Individuals who fulfill these expectations will benefit other group members, prompting them to accord the fulfilling individual greater positive status within the group. Hollander posits that one component of the positive status is idiosyncrasy credit, a functional status buffer that permits the individual to deviate from group expectations. Hollander believed that idiosyncrasy credit is expended by exhibiting deviant or innovative behaviors, influencing others to engage in same such behaviors, or by failing to perform an expected task. Leadership. Idiosyncrasy credits also play a role in group situations that require leadership. Hollander argued that leaders who acted in high conformist manner also accumulated idiosyncrasy credits over time, and thus as they climbed the organizational ladder. Thus, when a highly conformist leader arrives at the top of the organizational ladder, he is free to spend their accumulated idiosyncrasy credits by behaving in an innovative and creative manner. Transactional leadership model. Idiosyncrasy credit is frequently evoked to explain how leaders influence their followers to adopt new and innovative attitudes, behaviors, and values. The most commonly employed framework of this transaction leadership, which explains the relation between a leader and their followers on an individual basis. According to the transactional leadership model, followers accord leaders idiosyncrasy credit as a function of how the leader fulfills each follower's personal expectations of a leader and how the leader's decision impacts the followers as an individual. From a transactional leadership model perspective, a leader's idiosyncrasy credit is the sum of the idiosyncrasy credit extended to them by each of their followers. Social identity analysis. An alternative framework is social identity analysis approach, which explains the relationship between group leaders and followers as a function of each follower's psychological belonging to the group. Followers that identify with the group will accord status to their leaders as a function of the leader's prototypicality. Social identity approach. Studies have suggested that ceteris paribus, the status awarded by high identifying followers to prototypical leaders, contains a component of idiosyncrasy credit within the social identity approach framework. Idiosyncrasy credit permits leaders to make counter-normative or innovative decisions. Followers evaluate how new decisions impact upon the leaders and the group's prototypicality and deduct credits accordingly. According to the social identity approach, a leader's idiosyncrasy credit is the sum of the idiosyncrasy credit extended to them by each of their followers, although this is also the case according to the transactional leadership model. The theories differ regarding the psychological processes that motivate idiosyncrasy credit. Examples. Numerous research studies support Hollander's initial claims. For example, a study by Hollander and Julie in 1970 found that leaders of groups involved in decision-making tasks who were democratically elected, presumably because they had acted in the most conformist way to the group, and thus had many idiosyncrasy credits, garnered more support from the group, felt more competent, and were more likely to suggest unique and divergent from the other members of the group than those who were not democratically elected. Similar results were attained by a study of Mary, 1949, that examined children's leadership potential. In the study, other children were placed into small groups of younger children in Hungarian nursery. The children who exhibited the most success were those who initially acted in a conformist manner and only later introduced minor variations into group practice. More recent research has explained this phenomenon by stating that group normative behavior on the part of the leader effectively communicates to the group that the leader is one of their own, a central contributing member who identifies with the group and acts in the best interest of the group. Those leaders with many idiosyncrasy credits are afforded more trust and leeway when suggesting unique or innovative ways of conducting the group's activities, as the group believes that whatever is suggested by the leader is in the best interest of the group. Okay, yes, these are pretty interesting. A lot to think about. So let's keep going. Structuration theory. The theory of structuration is a social theory of the creation and reproduction of social systems that is based on the analysis of both structure and agents, without giving primacy to either. Furthermore, in structuration theory, neither micro nor macro focused analysis alone is sufficient. The theory was proposed by sociologist Anthony Giddens, most significantly in The Constitution of Society, which examines phenomenology, hermeneutics, and social practices at the inseparable intersection of structures and agents. Proponents have adopted and expanded this balanced position. Though the theory has received much criticism, it remains a pillar of contemporary sociological theory. Premises and origins. Sociologist Anthony Giddens adopted a post-empiricist frame for his theory, as he was concerned with the abstract characteristics of social relations. This leaves each level more accessible to analysis via the ontologies, which constitute the human social experience, space and time, and thus, in one sense, history. His aim was to build a broad social theory which viewed the basic domain of study of the social sciences as neither the experience of the individual actor nor the existence of any form of societal totality, but social practices ordered across space and time. His focus on abstract ontology accompanied a general and purposeful neglect of epistemology or detailed research methodology consistent with other types of pragmatism. Giddens used concepts from objectivist and subjectivist social theories, discarding objectivists focused on detached structures, which lacked regard for humanist elements, and subjectivism's exclusive attention to individual or group agency without consideration for social structural context. He critically engaged classical 19th and early 20th century social theorists such as Auguste Comte, Karl Marx, Max Weber, Emil Durkheim, Alfred Schutz, Robert Merton, Irving Goffman, and Jürgen Habermas. Thus, in many ways, structuration was an exercise in clarification of logical issues. Structuration drew on other fields as well. He also wanted to bring in from other disciplines novel aspects of ontology that he felt had been neglected by social theorists working in the domains that most interested him. Thus, for example, he enlisted the aid of geographers, historians, and philosophers in bringing notions of time and space into the central heartlands of social theory. Giddens hoped that a subject-wide coming together might occur, which could involve greater cross-disciplinary dialogue and cooperation, especially between anthropologists, social scientists, and sociologists of all types, historians, geographers, and even novelists, believing that literary style matters. He held that social scientists and are communicators who share frames of meaning across cultural contexts through their work by utilizing the same sources of description, mutual knowledge as novelists or others who write fictional accounts of social life. Structuration differs from its historical sources. Unlike structuralism, it sees the reproduction of social systems not as a mechanical outcome, but rather as an active constituting process accomplished by and consisting in the doings of active subjects. Unlike Althusser's concept of the agents as bearers of structures, structuration theory sees them as active participants. Unlike the philosophy of action and other forms of interpretive sociology, structuration focuses on structure rather than production exclusively. Unlike Saussure's production of an utterance, structuration sees language as a tool from which to view society, not as the constitution of society. Parting with structural linguistics such as Claude Lévi-Strauss and generative grammar theorists such as Noam Chomsky. Unlike post-structuralist theory, which puts similar focus on the effects of time and space, structuration does not recognize only movement, change, and transition. Unlike functionalism, in which structures and their virtual synonym systems comprise organizations, structuration sees structures and systems as separate concepts. Unlike Marxism, structuration avoids an overly restrictive concept of society, and Marxism relying on universal motor of history. Its theories of societal adaptation and its insistence on the working class as universal class and socialism as the ultimate form of modern society. Finally, structuration theory cannot be expected to furnish the moral guarantees that critical theorists sometimes purport to offer. Check my phone. Main ideas. Duality of structure. Giddens observed that in social analysis, the term structure referred generally to rules and resources, and more specifically to the structuring properties allowing the binding of spacetime and social systems. These properties make it possible for similar social practices to exist across time and space, and that lend them systemic form. Agents, groups, or individuals draw upon these structures to perform social actions through embedded memory called memory traces. Memory traces are thus the vehicle through which social actions are carried out. Structures also, however, the result of these social practices. Thus, Giddens conceives of the duality of structure as being the essential recursiveness of social life as constituted in social practice is structure is both medium and outcome of reproduction of practices. Structure enters simultaneously into the constitution of the agent and social practices and exists in the generating moments of the constitution. Giddens uses the duality of structure, material, ideation, micro macro, to emphasize structure's nature as both medium and outcome. Structures exist both internally with agents as memory traces that are the product of phenomenological and hermeneutic inheritance, and externally as the manifestation of social action. Similarly, social structures contain agents and or are the product of past actions of agents. Giddens holds this duality alongside structure and systems, in addition to the concept of recursiveness as the core structuration theory. His theory has been adopted by those with structuralist inclinations, but who wish to situate such structures in human practice rather than reify them as an ideal type or material property. This is different, for example, from the actor network theory, which appears to grant a certain autonomy to technical artifacts. Social systems have patterns of social relations that change over time. The changing nature of space and time determines the interaction of social relations and therefore structure. Either social structures or models were either taken to be beyond the realm of human control, the positivistic approach, or posit that action creates them, the interpretivist approach. The duality of structure emphasizes that they are different sides to the same central question of how social order is created. Gregor McLennan suggests renaming the process the duality of structure and agency, since both aspects are involved in using and producing social actions. Cycle of structuration. The duality of structure is essentially a feed-forward process whereby agents and structures mutually enact social systems, and social systems in turn become part of that duality. Structuration thus recognizes a social cycle and examines social systems. Structuration theory examines structure, modality, and interaction. The modality of a structural system is the means by which structures are translated into action. Interaction. Interaction of the agent's activity within the social system, space, and time. It can be understood as the fitful yet routinized occurrence of encounters, fading away in space and time, yet constantly reconstituting within different areas of time space. Rules can affect interaction, as originally suggested by Goffman. Frames are clusters of rules which help to constitute and regulate activities, defining them as activities of a certain sort, and are subject to a given range of sanctions. Frames are necessary for agents to feel ontological security, that the trust that everyday actions have some degree of predictability. Whenever agents interact in a specific context, they address without any difficulty, and in many cases without conscious acknowledgement, the question, what is going on here? Framing is the practice by which agents make sense of what they are doing. Routinization. Structuration theory is centrally concerned with order as the transcending of time and space in human social relationships. Institutionalized action and routinization are foundational in the establishment of social order and the reproduction of social systems. Routine persists in society, even during social and political revolutions, where daily life is greatly deformed. As Bettelheim demonstrates so well, routines, including those of an obnoxious sort, are reestablished. Routine interactions become institutionalized features of social systems via tradition, custom, and or habit, but this is no easy societal task, and it is a major error to suppose that these phenomena need no explanation. On the contrary, as Goffman, taken with the ethno methodology, has helped to demonstrate the routinized character of most social activity is something that has to be worked at continually by those who sustain it in their day to day conduct. Therefore, routinized social practices do not stem from coincidence, but the skilled accomplishments of knowledgeable agents. Trust and tact are essential for the existence of a basic security system, the sustaining in practice of a sense of ontological security, and thus the routine nature of social reproduction which agents skillfully organize. The monitoring of the body, the control and use of the face and face work, these are the fundamental to social integration in time and space. Explanation. When I utter a sentence, I draw upon various syntactical rules sedimented in my practical consciousness of the language in order to do so. These structural features of the language are the medium whereby I generate the utterance, but in producing a syntactically correct utterance, I simultaneously contribute to the reproduction of the language as a whole. The relationship between moment and totality for social theory involves a dialectic of presence and absence, which ties the most minor or trivial forms of social action to the structural properties of the overall society and to the coalescence of institutions over long stretches of historical time. Thus, even the smallest social actions contribute to the alteration or reproduction of social systems. Social stability and order is not permanent. Agents always possess a dialectic of control, which allows them to break away from normative actions. Depending on the social factors present, agents may cause shifts in social structure. The cycle of structuration is not a defined sequence. It is a it is rarely a direct succession of causal events. Structures and agents are both internal and external to each other, mingling, interrupting, and continually changing each other as feedback and feed-forward occurs. Giddens stated the degree of systemness is very variable. I take it to be one of the main features of structuration theory that the extension and closure of societies across space and time is regarded as problematic. The use of patriot in political speeches reflects this mingling, borrowing from and contributing to nationalistic norms and supports structures such as police state, from which it in turn gains impact. Structure in society. Structures are the rules and resources embedded in agents' memory traces. Agents call upon their memory traces of which they are knowledgeable to perform social actions. Knowledgeability refers to what agents know about what they do and why they do it. Giddens divides memory traces structures within knowledgeability into three types. Domination, power. Giddens also uses resources to refer to this type. Authoritative resources allow agents to control persons, whereas allocative resources allow agents to control material objects. Signification, meaning. Giddens suggests that meaning is inferred through structures. Agents use existing experience to infer meaning. For example, the meaning of living with mental illness comes from contextualized experiences. Legitimation, norms. Giddens sometimes uses rules to refer to either signification or legitimation. An agent draws upon these stocks of knowledge via memory to inform himself about the external context, conditions, and potential results of an action. When an agent uses these structures for social interactions, they are called modalities and present themselves in the form of faculty, domination, interpretive scheme, communication, signification, and norm sanctions, legitimation. Thus, he distinguishes between overall structures within knowledgeability and the more limited and task-specific modalities on which these agents subsequently draw when they interact. The duality of structures means that structures enter simultaneously into the constitution of the agent in social practices and exist in the generating moments of the constitution. Structures exist paradigmatically as an absent set of differences, temporarily present only in their instantiation in the constituting moments of social systems. Giddens draws upon structuration and post-structuralism in theorizing that structures and their meanings are understood by their differences. Agents in society. Agents follow previous psychoanalysis work done by Sigmund Freud and others. Agency, as Giddens calls it, is a human action. To be human is to be an agent. Not all agents are human. Agency is critical to both the reproduction and the transformation of society. Another way to explain this concept is by what Giddens calls the reflexive monitoring of actions. Reflexive monitoring refers to agents' ability to monitor their actions and those action settings and contexts. Monitoring is an essential characteristic of agency. Agents subsequently rationalize or evaluate the success of those efforts, All humans engage in this process and expect the same from others. Through action, agents produce structures. Through reflexive monitoring and rationalization, they transform them. To act, agents must be motivated, must be knowledgeable, must be able to rationalize the action, and must reflexively monitor the action. Agents, well bounded in structure, draw upon their knowledge of the structural context when they act. However, actions are constrained by agents' inherent capabilities and their understandings of available actions and external limitations. Practical consciousness and discursive consciousness inform these abilities. Practical consciousness is the knowledge ability that an agent brings to the task required by everyday life, which is so integrated as to be hardly noticed. Reflexive monitoring occurs at the level of practical consciousness. Discursive consciousness is the ability to verbally express knowledge. Alongside practical and discursive consciousness, Giddens recognizes actors as having reflexive contextual knowledge, and that habitual widespread use of knowledgeability makes structures become institutionalized. Agents rationalize, and in doing so, link the agent and the agent's knowledgeability. Agents must coordinate ongoing projects, goals, and contexts while performing actions. This coordination is called reflexive monitoring and is connected to ethnomethodology's emphasis on agents' intrinsic sense of accountability. The factors that can enable or constrain an agent, as well as how an agent uses structures, are known as capability constraints, include age, cognitive, physical limits on performing multiple tasks at once, and the physical impossibility of being multiple places at once, available time, and the relationship between movement in space and movement in time. Location offers are a particular type of capability constraint. Examples include locale, regionalization, political or geographic zones or rooms in a building, presence to other actors participate in the action, and physical presence are other actors physically nearby. Agents are always able to engage in a dialectic of control, able to intervene in the world or to refrain from such intervention with the effect of influencing a specific process or state of affairs. In essence, agents experience inherent and contrasting amounts of autonomy and dependence. Agents can always either act or not. Okay, last Australian, God bless. Methodology. Structuration theory is relevant to research but does not prescribe a methodology, and its use in research has been problematic. Giddens intended his theory to be abstract and theoretical, informing the hermeneutic aspects of research rather than guiding practice. Giddens wrote that structuration theory establishes the internal logical coherence of concepts within a theoretical network. Giddens criticizes many researchers who use structuration theory for empirical research, critiquing their and block use of the theory's abstract concepts in a burdensome way. The works applying concepts from the logical framework of structuration theory that Giddens approved of were those that used them more selectively in a spare and critical fashion. Giddens and followers use structuration theory more as a sensitizing device. Structuration theory allows researchers to focus on any structure or concept individually or in combination. In this way, structuration theory prioritizes ontology over epistemology. In his other works, Giddens focuses on production and reproduction of social practices in some contexts. He looked for stasis and change, agent expectations, relative degrees of routine, tradition, behavior, and creative, skillful, and strategic thought simultaneously. He examined spatial organizations, intended and unintended consequences, skilled and knowledgeable agents, discursive and tacit knowledge, dialectic of control, actions with motivational content and constraints. Structuration theorists conduct analytical research on social relations rather than organically discovering them, since they use structuration theory to reveal specific research questions, though that technique has been criticized as cherry picking. Giddens preferred strategic conduct analysis, which focuses on contextually situated actions. It employs detailed accounts of agents' knowledgeability, motivation, and the dialectic of control. Okay, yeah, Hare Krishna, last Australian, God bless. Criticisms and additions. Though structuration theory has received critical expansion since its origination, Giddens' concepts remain pivotal for later extensions of the theory, especially the duality of structure. Strong structuration. Rob Stones argued that many aspects of Giddens' original theory had little place in modern manifestation. Stones focused on clarifying its scope, reconfiguring some concepts and inserting new ones, and refining methodology and research orientation. Strong structuration places its ontology more in situ than abstractly, introduces the quadripartite cycle, which details the elements of the duality of structure. These are external structures as conditions of actions, internal structures within the agent active agency, including a range of aspects involved when agents draw upon internal structures in producing practical action and outcomes as both structures and events. Increases attention to the epistemology and methodology. Ontology supports epistemology and methodology by prioritizing the question in hand, appropriate forms of methodological bracketing, distinct methodological steps in research, and the specific combinations of all the above in composite forms of research. Discovers the meso level of ontology between the abstract philosophical level of ontology and the in situ ontic level. Strong structuration allows varied abstract ontological concepts in experiential conditions. Focuses on the meso level at the temporal and spatial scale. Conceptualizes independent causal forces and irresistible causal forces, which take into account how external structures, internal structures, and active agency affect agent choice or lack of them. Irresistible forces are the connected concepts of a horizon of action and a set of actions in hand in a hierarchical ordering of purposes and concerns. An agent is affected by external influences. This aspect of strong structuration helps reconcile an agent's dialectic of control and their more constrained set of real choices. Post-structuration and dualism. Margaret Archer objected to the inseparability of structure and agency in structuration theory. She proposed a notion of dualism rather than duality of structure. She primarily examined structural frameworks and the action within the limits allowed by those conditions. She combined realist ontology and called her methodology analytical dualism. Archer maintained that structure precedes agency in social structure reproduction and analytical importance, and that they should be analyzed separately. She emphasized the importance of temporality in social analysis, dividing it into four stages: structural conditioning, social interaction, its immediate outcome, and structural elaboration. Lesser analysis considered embedded structural conditions, emergent causal powers and properties, social interactions between agents, and subsequent structural changes or reproductions arising from the latter. Archer criticized structuration theory for denying time and place because of the inseparability between structure and agency. Nikos Mouzoulis reconstructed Giddens' original theories. Mouzoulis kept Giddens' original formulation of structure as rules and resources. However, he was considered a dualist because he argued for dualism to be as important in social analysis as the duality of structure. Mouzoulis examined human social action at the syntactic level. He claimed that the duality of structure does not account for all types of social relationships. Duality of structure works when agents do not question or disrupt rules, and interaction resembles natural performative actions with a practical orientation. However, in other contexts, the relationship between structure and agency can resemble dualism more than duality, such as systems that are the result of powerful agents. In these situations, rules are not viewed as resources, but are in states of transition or redefinition, where actions are seen from a strategic monitoring orientation. In this orientation, dualism shows the distance between agents and structures. He calls these situations syntagmatic duality. For example, a professor can change the class he teaches, but has little capability to change the larger university structure. In that case, syntagmatic duality gives way to syntagmatic dualism. This implies that systems are the outcome, but not the medium of social action. Mouzoulis also criticizes Giddens' lack of consideration for social hierarchies. John Parker built on Archer and Mouzoulis' support for dualism to propose a theoretical reclamation of historical sociology and macrostructures using concrete historical cases, claiming that dualism better explained the dynamics of social structures. Equally, Robert Archer developed and applied analytic dualism in his critical analysis of the impact of new managerialism on education policy in England and Wales during the 1990s and organization theory. John Thompson. Though he agreed with the soundness of and overall purposes of Giddens' most expansive structuration concepts against dualism and for the study of structure in concert with agency, Thompson, a close friend and colleague of Giddens at Cambridge University, wrote one of the most widely cited critiques on structuration theory. His central argument was that it needed to be more specific and more consistent both internally and with conventional social structure theory. Thompson focused on problematic aspects of Giddens' concept of structure as rules and resources. Focusing on rules, he argued that Giddens' concept of rule was too broad. Thompson claimed that Giddens presupposed a criterion of importance and contending that rules are a generalizable enough tool to apply to every aspect of human action and interaction. On the other hand, Giddens is well aware that some rules or some kinds of aspects of rules are much more important than others for the analysis of, for example, the social structure of capitalist societies. He found the term to be imprecise and to not designate which rules are more relevant for which social structures. Thompson used the example of linguistic analysis to point out that the need for a prior framework which to enable analysis of, for example, the social structure of an entire nation, while semantic rules may be relevant to social structure. To study them presupposes some structural points of reference which are not themselves rules, with regard to which of these semantic rules are differentiated according to class, sex, region, and so on. He called this structural differentiation. Rules differently affect variously situated individuals. Thompson gave the example of a private school which restricts enrollment and thus participation. Thus, rules in this case restrictions operate differentially, affecting unevenly various groups of individuals whose categorization depends on certain assumptions about social structures. The isolated analysis of rules does not incorporate differences among agents. Thompson claimed that Giddens offered no way of formulating structural identity. Some rules are better conceived of as broad inherent elements that define the structure's identity. These agents may differ, but have important traits in common due to their identity. Thompson theorized that these traits were not rules in the sense that a manager could draw upon a rule to fire a tardy employee. Rather, they were elements which limit the kinds of rules which are possible and which thereby delimit the scope for an institutional variation. It is necessary to outline broader social systems to be able to analyze agents, actors, and rules within that system. Thus, Thompson concluded that Giddens' use of the term rules was problematic. Structure is similarly objectionable, but to adhere to the conception of structure, while at the same time acknowledging the need for the study of structural principles, structural sets, and axes of structurization is simply a recipe for conceptual confusion. Thompson proposed several amendments. He requested sharper differentiation between the reproduction of institutions and the reproduction of social structure. He proposed an altered version of the structuration cycle. He defined institution as characterized by rules, regulations, and conventions of various sorts, by different kinds and quantities of resources, and by hierarchical power relations between the occupants of institutional positions. Agents acting within institutions and conforming to institutions' rules and regulations, or using institutionally endowed power reproduce the institution. If, in so doing, the institutions continue to satisfy certain structural conditions, both in the sense of conditions which delimit the scope for institutional variation and the conditions which underlie the operation of structural differentiation, then the agents may be said to reproduce social structure. Thompson also proposed adding a range of alternatives to Giddens' conception of constraints on human action. He pointed out the paradoxical relationship between Giddens' dialectic of control and his acknowledgement that constraints may leave an agent with no choice. He demanded that Giddens better show how wants and desires relate to choice. Giddens replied that structural principle is not equivalent with rules and pointed to his definition from a contemporary critique of historical materialism. Structural principles are principles of organization implicated in those practices most deeply in time and pervasively in space, sedimented in society, and described structuration as a mode of institutional articulation, with emphasis on the relationship between time and space and a host of institutional orderings, including but not limited to rules. Ultimately, Thompson concluded that the concept of a structure as rules and resources is an element and ontological way resulted in conceptual confusion. Many theorists supported Thompson's argument that an analysis based on structuration's ontology of structures as norms, interpretive schemas, and power resources radically limit itself if it does not frame and locate itself within a more broadly conceived notion of social structures. Change. Sewell provided a useful summary that included one of the theory's less specific aspects of the question, why are structures transformations possible? He claimed that Giddens over-relied on rules and modified Giddens' argument by redefining resources as the embodiment of cultural schemas. He argued that change arises from the multiplicity of structures, the transposable nature of schemas, the unpredictability of resource accumulation, the polysemy of resources, and the intersection of structures. The existence of multiple structures implies that knowledgeable agents whose actions produce systems are capable of applying different schemas to contexts with different resources. Contrary to the conception of universal habitus, learned disposition, skills, and ways of acting, he wrote that societies are based on practices that derive from many distinct structures which exist at different levels, operate in different modalities, and are themselves based on widely varying types and quantities of resources. It is never true that all of them are homologous. Originally from Bourdieu, transposable schemas can be applied to a wide and not fully predictable range of cases outside the context in which they were initially learned. That capacity is inherent in the knowledge of cultural schemas that characterize all minimally competent members of society. Agents may modify schemas even though their use does not predictably accommodate resources. For example, the effect of a joke is never quite certain, but a comedian may alter it based on the amount of laughter it garners, regardless of this variability. Agents may interpret a particular resource according to different schemas. A commander could attribute his wealth to military prowess, while others could see it as a blessing from the gods or as a coincidental initial advantage. Structures often overlap, confusing interpretation. In technology, this theory was adapted and augmented by research interested in the relationship between technology and social structures, such as information technology and organizations. De Sanctis and Poole proposed an adaptive structuration theory with respect to the emergence and use of group decision support systems. In particular, they chose Giddens' notion of modalities to consider how technology is used with respect to its spirit. Appropriations are the immediate visible actions that reveal deeper structuration processes and are enacted with moves. Appropriations may be fruitful or unfaithful, faithful or unfaithful, be instrumental, and be used with various attitudes. Wanda Orlikowski applied the duality of structure to technology. The duality of technology identifies prior views of technology as either objective force or as socially constructed product as a false dichotomy. She compared this to previous models, the technological imperative, strategic choice, and technology as a trigger, and considered the importance of meaning, power, norms, and interpretive flexibility. Orlikowski later replaced the notion of embedded properties for enactment use. The practice lens shows how people enact structures which shape their use of technology that they employ in their practices. While Orlowski's work focused on corporations, it is equally applicable to the technology cultures that have emerged in smaller community-based organizations and can be adapted through the gender sensitivity lens approaches to technology governance. Workman, Ford, and Allen rearticulated structuration theory as structuration agency theory for modeling social, biological inspired structuration and security software. Software agents join humans to engage in social actions of information exchange, giving and receiving instruction, responding to other agents, and pursuing goals individually or jointly. Four flows model. The four flows model of organizing is grounded in structuration theory. McPhee and Pamela Zong, 2001, identified four communication flows that collectively perform key organizational functions and distinguish organizations from less formal social groups: membership, negotiation, socialization, but also identification and self-positioning, organizational structuring, reflexive, especially managerial structuration and control activities, activity coordination, interacting to align or adjust local work activities, institutional positioning in the social order of institutions, mostly external communication to gain recognition and inclusion in the web of social transactions. Group communication. Poole, Sebald, and McPhee wrote that group structuration theory provides a theory of group interaction commensurate with the complexities of the phenomenon. The theory attempts to integrate macrosocial theories in individuals or small groups, as well as how to avoid the binary categorization of either stable or emergent groups. Walduck concluded that the theory needs to better predict outcomes rather than merely explaining them. Decision rules support decision making, which produces a communication pattern that can be directly observable. Research has not yet examined the rational function of group communication and decision making, how well it achieves its goals, nor structural production or constraints. Researchers must empirically demonstrate the recursivity of action and structure, examine how structure stabilizes and changes over time due to group communication, and may want to integrate argumentation research. Public relations. Falkheimer claimed that integrating structuration theory into public relations strategies could result in less agency-driven business, return theoretical focus to the role of power structures in public relations, and reject massive public relation campaigns in favor of a more holistic understanding of how public relations may be used in local contexts, both as a reproductive and transformational social instrument. Farkheimer portrayed public relations as a method of communications and action whereby social systems emerge and reproduce. Structuration theory reinvigorates the study of space and time in public relations theory. Applied structuration theory may emphasize community-based approaches, storytelling rituals, and informal communication systems. Moreover, structuration theory integrates all organizational members in public relations actions, integrating public relations into all organizational levels rather than a separate office. Finally, structuration reveals interesting ethical considerations relating to whether a social system should transform. Skip the COVID-19 one. Business and structure. Structuration theory can also be used in explaining business-related issues, including operating, managing, and marketing. Clifton Scott and Karen Myers, 2010, studied on how the duality of structure can explain the shifts of members' actions during the membership negotiations in an organization. This is an example of how structure evolves with the interaction of a group of people. Another case study done by Dutta, 2016, and the research team showed how the models shift because of the action of individuals. The article examines the relationship between CEO's behavior and a company's cross-border acquisition. The case can be also demonstrate one of the major dimensions in the duality of structure, the sense of power from the CEO. Authors found out that the process follows the theory of duality of structure. Under the circumstances of CEO is overconfident and the company is the limitation of resources. The process of cross-border acquisition is likely to be different than before. Juan Elaine, 2011, research focused on certain demographic of people under the structure. Authors studied Chinese TV shows and audience flavor of the show. The author concludes in the relationship between the audience and the TV show producers, audience behavior has higher order patterns. Pavlo and Makarox argue that research on business-to-business e-commerce portrayed technology as overly deterministic. The authors employed structuration theory to re-examine outcomes such as economic business structures as well as trust coordination, innovation, and shared knowledge. They look beyond technology into organizational structures and practice and examine the effect of the structure of adapting to new technologies. The authors held that technology needs to be aligned and compatible with the existing trustworthy practices and organizational market structure. The authors recommend measuring long-term adaptations using ethnography, monitoring, and other methods to observe causal relations and generate better predictions. Okay, so God forbid that one was really long. Elemental. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, the important research. These are very things important to know. Social structures. This one was pretty technical, and yeah, I'm glad I went through it in detail. And we're going to continue with a lot of this technical, things, social norms, social structures, and understanding politics, geopolitics, group identity, personal identity. The scholarship is important. Let me say my prayer real quick. Okay. So moving right along. All these are really long. They're pretty complicated, but let's keep it moving. Yeah, you got to start somewhere, and you want to understand these topics. Just jump right in. So here we go. Structural functionalism. Structural functionalism, or simply functionalism, is a framework for building theory that sees society as complex systems whose parts work together to promote solidarity and stability. This approach looks at society through a macro level orientation, which is a broad focus on the social structures that shape society as a whole, and believes that society has evolved like organisms. This approach looks at both social structure and social functions. Functionalism addresses society as a whole in terms of the function of its constituent elements, namely norms, customs, traditions, and institutions. A common analogy called the organic or biological analogy, popularized by Herbert Spencer, presents these parts of society as human body organisms that work towards the proper functioning of the body as a whole. In the most basic terms, it simply emphasizes the effort to impute as rigorously as possible to each feature, custom, or practice its effect on the functioning of a supposedly stable, cohesive system. For Talcott Parsons, structural functionalism comes to describe a particular stage in the methodological development of social science rather than a specific school of thought. Theory. In sociology, classical theories are defined by a tendency towards biological analogy and the notions of social evolutionism. Functionalism thought from Comte onwards to look particularly towards biology as the science providing the closest and most compatible model for social science. Biology has been taken to provide a guide to conceptualizing the structure and function of social systems and analyzing evolution processes via mechanisms of adaptation. Functionalism strongly emphasizes the preeminence of the social world over its individual parts to constitute actors, the human subjects. Anthony Giddens, The Constitution of Society, outlines the theory structuration. Well, one may regard functionalism as a logical extension of the organic analogies for societies presented by political philosophers such as Rousseau. Sociology draws firmer attention to those institutions unique to industrialized capitalist society or modernity. Auguste Comte believed that society constitutes a separate level of reality, distinct from both biological and inorganic matter. Explanations of social phenomenon had therefore to be constructed within this level. Individuals merely transient occupants of a comparatively stable social roles. In this view, Comte was followed by Emile Durkheim. A central concern for Durkheim was the question of how certain societies maintain internal stability and survive over time. He proposed that such societies tend to be segmented with equivalent parts held together by shared values, common symbols, or, as his nephew Marcel Mauss had, systems of exchanges. Durkheim used the term mechanical solidarity to refer to these types of social bonds based on the common sentiments and shared moral values that are strong among members of pre-industrial societies. In modern complex societies, members perform very different tasks, resulting in strong interdependence based on the metaphor above of an organism in which many parts function together to sustain the whole. Durkheim argued that complex societies are held together by solidarity, social bonds based on specialization and interdependence that are strong among members of industrial societies. The central concern of structural functionalism may be regarded as a continuation of the Durkheimian task of explaining the apparent stability and internal cohesion needed by societies to endure over time. Societies are seen as coherent, bounded, and fundamentally relational constructs that function like organisms, with their various social institutions working together in an unconscious, quasi automatic fashion towards achieving an overall social equilibrium. All social and cultural phenomena are therefore seen as functional in the sense of working together and are effectively deemed to have lives of their own. They are primarily analyzed in terms of this function. The individual is significant not in and of themselves, but rather in terms of their status, their position, and patterns of social relations, and the behaviors associated with their status. Therefore, the social structure is the network of statuses connected by associated roles. Functionalism also has an anthropological basis in the work of theorists such as Marcel Mauss, Bronislaw Malinowski, and Radcliffe Brown. The prefix structural emerged in Radcliffe Brown specific usage. Radcliffe Brown proposed that most stateless primitive societies lacking strong centralized institutions are based on an association of corporate descent groups. The respective societies recognize kinship groups. Structural functionalism also took on Maslowski's argument that the basic building block of society is the nuclear family and that the clan is an outgrowth, not vice versa. It is simplistic to equate the perspective directly with political conservatism. The tendency to emphasize cohesive systems, however, leads functionalist theories to be contrasted with conflict theories, which instead emphasize social problems and inequalities. Popular theorists. It definitely. Okay, thanks, Elemental. Auguste Comte. The Law of Three Stages. Auguste Comte, the father of positivism, pointed out the need to keep society unified as many traditions were diminishing. He was the first person to coin the term sociology. Comte suggests that sociology is a product of a three-stage development. The theological stage, from the beginning of human history until the end of European Middle Ages, people took a religious view that societies expressed God's wills. In the theological state, the human mind seeking the essential nature of beings, the first and final causes, the origin and purpose of all effects. In short, absolute knowledge supposes all phenomena to be produced by the immediate action of supernatural beings. Metaphysical stage, people began seeing society as a natural system as opposed to the supernatural. This began with the Enlightenment and the ideas of Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau. Perceptions of society reflected the failings of a selfish human nature rather than the perfection of God. Positive or scientific age is describing society through the application of the scientific approach, which draws on the work of scientists. Herbert Spencer was a British philosopher famous for applying the theory of natural selection to society. He was in many ways the first true sociological functionalist. In fact, while Durkheim is widely considered the most important functionalist among positivist theorists, it is known that much of his analysis was culled from reading Spencer's work, especially his principles of sociology. In describing society, Spencer alludes to the analogy of the human body. Just as the structural parts of the human body, the skeletons, muscles, and various internal organs function independently to help the entire organism survive, social structures work together to preserve society. While reading Spencer's massive volumes can be tedious, long passages explicating the organic analogy with references to cells, simple organisms, animals, humans, and society, there are some important insights that have quietly influenced many contemporary theorists, including Talcott Parsons in his early work, The Structure of Social Action, 1937. Cultural anthropology also consistently uses functionalism. This evolutionary model, unlike most 19th century evolutionary theorists, is cyclical, beginning with the differentiation and increased complication of an organic or superorganic, uh, Spencer's term for social system, body followed by a fluctuating state of equilibrium and disequilibrium, or a state of adjustment and adaptation, and finally the stage of disintegration or dissolution. Following Thomas Malthus' population principles, Spencer concluded that society is constantly facing selection pressures, internal and external, that force it to adapt its internal structure through differentiation. Every solution, however, causes a new set of selection pressures that threaten society's viability. Spencer was not a determinist in the sense that he never said that selection pressures will be felt in time to change them. They will be felt and reacted to, or the solutions will always work. In fact, he was in many ways a political sociologist and recognized that the degree of centralized and consolidated authority in a given polity could make or break its ability to adapt. In other words, he saw a general trend towards the centralization of power as leading to stagnation and ultimately pressures to decentralize. More specifically, Spencer recognized three functional needs or prerequisites that produce selection pressures. They are regulatory, operative, production, and distributive. He argued that all societies need to solve problems of control and coordination, production of goods, services, and ideas, and finally to find ways of distributing these resources. Initially, in tribal societies, these three needs are inseparable, and the kinship system is the dominant structure that satisfies them. As many scholars have noticed, all institutions are subsumed under kinship organization, but with increasing population, both in terms of sheer numbers and density, problems emerge with regarding to feeding individuals, creating new forms of organization. Consider the emergent division of labor, coordinating and controlling various differentiated social units, and developing systems of resource distribution. The solution, as Spencer sees it, is to differentiate structures to fulfill more specialized functions. Thus, a chief or big man emerges, soon followed by a group of lieutenants, and later kings and administrators. The structural parts of society, like families and work, function interdependently to help society function. Therefore, social structures work together to preserve society. Talcott Parsons. Talcott Parsons began writing in the 1930s and contributed to sociology, political science, anthropology, and psychology. Structural functionalism and Parsons have received much criticism. Numerous critics have pointed out Parsons' under emphasis on political and monetary struggle, the basics of social change, and the by and large manipulative conduct unregulated by qualities and standards. Structural functionalism and a large portion of Parsons' work appear to be insufficient in their definitions concerning the connections among institutionalized and non-institutionalized conduct and the procedures by which institutionalization happens. Parsons was heavily influenced by Durkheim and Max Weber, synthesizing much of their work into his action theory, which he based on the system's theoretical concept and the methodological principle of voluntary action. He held that the social system is made up of the actions of individuals. His starting point, accordingly, is the interaction between two individuals faced with a variety of choices about how they might act, choices that are influenced and constrained by a number of physical and social factors. Parsons determined that each individual has expectations of the other's actions and reaction to their own behavior, and that these expectations would, if successful, be derived from the accepted norms and values of the society they inhabit. As Parsons himself emphasized, in a general context, there would never exist any perfect fit between behaviors and norms, so such a relation is never complete or perfect. Social norms were always problematic for Parsons, who never claimed, as he's often alleged, that social norms were generally accepted and agreed upon. Should this prevent some kind of universal law? Whether social norms were accepted or not was for Parsons simply a historical question. As behaviors are repeated in more interactions, and these expectations are entrenched or institutionalized, a role is created. Parsons defines a role as the normatively regulated participation of a person in a concrete process of social interaction with specific concrete role partners. Although any individual theoretically can fulfill any role, the individual is expected to conform to the norms governing the nature of the role they fulfill. Furthermore, one person can and does fulfill many different roles at the same time. In one sense, an individual can be seen to be a composition of the roles he inhabits. Certainly, today, when asked to describe himself, most people would answer with reference to their societal roles. Parsons later developed the idea of roles into collectivities of roles that complement each other in fulfilling functions for society. Some roles are bound up in institutions and social structures like economic, educational, legal, and even gender based. These are functional in the sense that they assist society in operating and fulfilling its function needs so that society runs smoothly. Contrary to the prevailing myth, Parsons never spoke about a society where there's no conflict or some kind of perfect equilibrium. The society's cultural value system was, in the typical case, never completely integrated, never static, and most of the time, like in the case of American society, in a complex state of transformational relative to its historical point of departure. To reach a perfect equilibrium was not any serious theoretical question in Parsons' analysis of social systems. Indeed, the most dynamic societies had generally cultured systems with important intertensions like the US and India. These tensions were a source of their strength, according to Parsons, rather than the opposite. Parsons never thought about systems institutionalization and the level of strains, tensions, conflict in the system as opposite forces per se. The key process for Parsons for systems reproductions are socialization and social control. Socialization is important because it is the mechanism for transferring the accepted norms and values of society to the individuals within the system. Parsons never spoke about perfect socialization. In any society, socialization was only partial and incomplete from an integral point of view. Parsons states that at this point, it is independent in the sense in which the individual is concretely autonomous or creative rather than passive or conforming, for individuality and creativity are to be considerable are to a considerable extent phenomena of the institutionalization of expectations. They are culturally constructed. Socialization is supported by the positive and negative sanctioning of role behaviors that do or do not meet these expectations. A punishment could be informal, like a stinger or gossip, or more formalized through institutions such as prisons or mental homes. If these two processes were perfect, society would become static and unchanging, but in reality, this is unlikely to occur for long. Parsons recognizes this, stating that he treats the structure of the system as problematic and subject to change, and that his concept of the tendency towards equilibrium does not imply the empirical dominance of stability over change. He does, however, believe that these changes occur in a relatively smooth way. Individuals in interaction with changing situations adapt through a process of role bargaining. Once the roles are established, they create norms that guide further action and are thus institutionalized, creating stability across social interactions where the adaptation process cannot adjust due to sharp shocks or immediate radical change. Structural dissolution occurs, and neither new structures or thereby a new system are formed or society dies. This model of social change has been described as a moving equilibrium and emphasizes a desire for social order. Davis and Moore. Kingsley Davis and Wilbert Moore, 1945, gave an argument for social stratification based on the idea of functional necessity, known as the Davis-Moore hypothesis. They argued that the most difficult jobs in any society have the highest income in order to motivate individuals to fill the roles needed by the division of labor. Thus, inequality serves social stability. This argument has been criticized as fallacious from a number of different angles. The argument is both that the individuals who are the most deserving are the highest rewarded, and that a system of unequal rewards is necessary. Otherwise, no individual would perform as needed for the society to function. The problem is that these rewards are supposed to be based on objective merit rather than subjective motivations. The argument also does not clearly establish why some positions are worth more than others, even when they benefit more people in society. Teachers compared to athletes and movie stars, critics have suggested that structural inequality, inherited wealth, family power is itself a cause of individual success or failure, not a consequence of it. Robert Merton. Robert Merton made important refinements to functionalist thought. He fundamentally agreed with Parsons' theory, but acknowledged that Parsons' theory could be questioned, believing that it was overgeneralized. Merton tended to emphasize middle range theory rather than a grand theory. meaning that he was able to deal specifically with some of the limitations in Parsons' thinking. Merton believed that any social structure probably has many functions, some more obvious than others. He identified three main limitations: functional unity, universal functionalism, and indispensability. He also developed the concept of deviance and made the distinction between manifest and latent functions. Manifest functions referred to the recognized and intended consequences of any social pattern. Latent functions referred to the unrecognized and unintended consequence of any social pattern. Merton criticized functional unity, saying that not all parts of modern complex society work for the functional unity of society. Consequently, there is a social dysfunction referred to as any social pattern that may disrupt the operation of society. Some institutions and structures may have other functions, and some may even be generally dysfunctional or be functional for some while being dysfunctional for others. This is because not all structures are functional for society as a whole. Some practices are only functional for a dominant individual or a group. There are two types of functions that Merton discussed: the manifest functions, in that a social pattern can trigger a recognized and intended consequence. The manifest function of education includes preparing for a career and by getting good grades, graduation, and finding a good job. The second type of function is latent functions, where a social pattern results in an unrecognized or unintended consequences. The latent function of education includes meeting new people, extracurricular activities, school trips. Another type of social function is social dysfunction, which is any undesirable consequences that disrupts the operation of society. The social dysfunction of education includes not getting good grades, a job. Merton states that recognizing and examining the dysfunctional aspects of society, we can explain the development and persistence of alternatives. Thus, as Homewood states, Merton explicitly made power and conflict central issues for researching within a functionalist paradigm. Merton also noted that there may be functional alternatives to the institutions and structures currently fulfilling the functions of society. This means that the institutions that currently exist are not indispensable to society. Merton states just that the same item may have multiple functions, so may the same function be diversely fulfilled by alternative items. This notion of functional alternatives is important because it reduces the tendency of functionalism to imply approval of the status quo. Merton's theory of deviance is derived from Durkheim's theory of anime. It is central to explaining how internal changes can occur in a system. For Merton, anime means a discontinuity between cultural goals and the accepted methods available for reaching them. Merton believes that there are five situations facing an actor. Conformity occurs when an individual has the means and desire to achieve the cultural goals socialized into them. Innovation occurs when an individual strives to attain the accepted cultural goals but chooses to do so in a novel or unexpected method. Ritualism occurs when an individual continues to do things as prescribed by society but forfeits the achievement of the goals. Retreatism is the rejection of both the means and the goals of society. Rebellion is a combination of the rejection of societal goals and means and a substitution of other goals and means. Thus, it can be seen that change can occur internally in society through either innovation or rebellion. It is true that society will attempt to control these individuals and negate the changes, but as the innovation or rebellion builds momentum, society will eventually adapt or face dissolution. Almond and Powell. In the 1970s, political scientists Gabriel Almond and Bingham Powell introduced a structural functionalist approach to comparing political systems. They argue that in order to understand political systems, it is necessary to understand not only its institutions or structures, but also their respective functions. They also insisted that these institutions, to be properly understood, must be placed in a meaningful and dynamic historical context. This idea stood in marked contrast to prevalent approaches in the field of comparative politics, the state society theory, and the dependency theory. These were the descendants of David Easton's systems theory in international relations, a mechanist view that saw all political systems as essentially the same, subject to the same laws of stimulus and response, or inputs and outputs, while paying little attention to unique characteristics. The structural functional approach is based on a view that political systems are made up of several key components, including interest groups, political parties, and branches of government. In addition to structures, Elman and Powell showed that political systems consist of various functions, chief among them political socialization, recruitment, and communication. Socialization refers to the way in which societies pass along their values and beliefs to succeeding generations, and in political terms describe the process by which a society inculcates civic virtues or the habits of effective citizenship. Recruitment denotes the process by which political systems generate interest, engagement, and participation from citizens, and communication refers to the way in which system promulgates its values and information. Unilineal descent. In their attempt to explain the social stability of African primitive stateless societies where they undertook their fieldwork, Evans Pritchard 1940 and Meyer Forts 1945 argued that the Telensi and the Nur were primarily organized around unilineal descent groups. Such groups are characterized by common purposes, such as administering property or defending against attacks. They form a permanent social structure that persists well beyond the lifespan of their members. In the case of the Telensi and Nur, these corporate groups were based on kinship, which in turn fitted into the larger structure of unilineal descent. Consequently, Evans, Pritchard, and Font's model is called descent theory. Moreover, in this African context, territorial divisions were aligned with lineages. Descent theory, therefore, synthesizes both blood and soil as the same. Affinal ties with the parent through whom descent is not reckoned, however, are considered to be merely complementary or secondary. Forts created the concept of complementary filiation, with the reckoning of kinship through descent being considered the primary organizing force of social systems. Because of its strong emphasis on unilineal descent, this new kinship theory came to be called descent theory. With no delay, descent theory has found its critic. Many African tribal societies seem to fit this neat model rather well, although Africanists such as Paul Richards also found that Font and Evan Pritchard had deliberately downplayed internal contradictions and overemphasized the stability of local lineage systems and their significance for the organization of society. However, in many Asian settings, the problems were even more obvious. In Papua New Guinea, the local patrilineal descent groups were fragmented and contained large amounts of non-agnates. Status distinction did not depend on descent, and genealogies were too short to account for social solidarity through identification with a common ancestor. In particular, the phenomenon of cognatic or bilateral kinship posed a serious problem to the proposition that descent groups are the primary element behind the social structures of primitive societies. Leach's 1966 critique came in the form of a classical Malinowskian argument, pointing out that the Evans-Pritchard studies of the Nur and also in Forte's study of the Telensi unilateral descent turns out to be largely an ideal concept to which the empirical facts are only adapted by means of fictions. People's self-interest, maneuvering, manipulation, and competition had been ignored. Moreover, descent theory neglected the significance of marriage and affinal ties, which were emphasized by Levi-Strauss's structural anthropology at the expense of overemphasizing the role of descent. To quote Leach, the evident importance attached to matrilineal and affinal kinship connections is not so much explained as explained away. Biological functionalism is an anthropological paradigm asserting that all social institutions, beliefs, values, and practices serve to address pragmatic concerns. In many ways, the theorem derives from the longer established structural functionalism, yet the two theorems diverge from one another significantly, while both maintain the fundamental belief that a social structure is composed of many interdependent frames of reference. Biological functionalism criticizes the structural view that a social solidarity and collective consciousness is required in a functioning system. By that fact, biological functionalism maintains that our individual survival and health is the driving provocation of actions, and that the importance of social rigidity is negligible. Everyday application. Although the actions of humans without doubt do not always engender positive results for the individual, a biological functionalist would argue that the intention was still self-preservation, albeit unsuccessful. An example of this is the belief in luck as an entity. With a disproportionately strong belief in good luck may lead to undesirable results, such as a huge loss in money from gambling. Biological functionalism maintains that newly created ability of the gambler to condemn luck will allow them to be free of individual blame, thus serving a practical and individual purpose. In this sense, biological functionalism maintains that while bad results often occur in life, which do not serve any pragmatic concerns, and entrenched cognitive psychological motivation was attempting to create a positive result in spite of its eventual failure. Decline. Structural functionalism reached its peak of influence in the 1940s and 50s, and by the 60s was in rapid decline. By the 1980s, its place was taken in Europe by more conflict-oriented approaches, and more recently by structuralism. While some of the critical approaches also gained popularity in the United States, the mainstream of the discipline has instead shifted to a myriad of empirically oriented middle-range theories with no overarching theoretical orientation. To most sociologists, functionalism is now as dead as dodo. As the influence of functionalism in the 1960s began to wane, the linguistic and cultural turns led to a myriad of new movements in the social sciences. According to Giddens, the orthodox consensus terminated in the late 1960s and 70s as the middle ground shared by otherwise competing perspectives gave way and was replaced by a baffling variety of competing perspectives. The third generation of social theory includes phenomenologically inspired approaches, critical theory, methodology, symbolic interactionism, structuralism, post-structuralism, and theories written in the tradition of hermeneutics and ordinary language philosophy. While absent from an empirical sociology, functionalist themes remain detectable in a sociological theory, most notably in the work of Luhmann and Giddens. There are, however, signs of an incipient revival, as functionalist claims have recently been bolstered by developments in multi-level selection theory and in empirical research on how groups solve social dilemmas. Recent scholarship in evolutionary theory, especially by biologist David Sloan Wilson and anthropologist Robert Boyd and Peter Richardson, have provided strong support for structural functionalism in the form of multi-level selection theory. In this theory, culture and social structure are seen as Darwinian, biological or cultural adaptation at the group level. Criticism. In the 1960s, functionalists were criticized for being unable to account for social change or for structural contradictions and conflicts, and thus was often called consensus theory. Also, it ignores inequalities, including race, gender, class, which cause tension and conflict. The refutation of the second criticism of functionalism, that it is static and has no concept of change, has already been articulated above, concluding that while Parsons' theory allows for change, it is an orderly process of change, a moving equilibrium. Therefore, referring to Parsons' theory of society as static is inaccurate. It is true that it does place emphasis on equilibrium and the maintenance or quick return to social order, but this is a product of the time in which Parsons was writing post-World War II and the start of the Cold War. Society was in upheaval and fear abound. At the time, social order was crucial, and this is reflected in Parsons' tendency to promote equilibrium and social order rather than social change. Furthermore, Durkheim favored a radical form of guild socialism, along with functionalist explanations. Also, Marxism, while acknowledging social contradiction, still uses functionalist explanations. Parsons' evolutionary theory describes the differentiation and reintegration systems and subsystems, and thus at least temporarily conflicts before reintegration. The fact that the functional analysis can be seen by some as inherently conservative and by others as inherently radical suggests that it may be inherently neither one nor the other. Stronger criticism includes the epistemological argument that functionalism is tautologist, that it attempts to account for the development of social institutions solely through recourse to the effects that are attributed to them, and thereby explains the two circularly. However, Parsons drew directly on many of Durkheim's concepts in creating his theory. Certainly, Durkheim was one of the first theorists to explain the phenomenon with reference to the function it served for society. He said the determination of function is necessary for the complete explanation of the phenomenon. However, Durkheim made a clear distinction between historical and functional analysis, saying when the explanation of a social phenomenon is undertaken, we must seek separately the efficient cause which produces it and the function it fulfills. If Durkheim made this distinction, then it is unlikely that Parsons did not. However, Merton does explicitly state that functional analysis does not seek to explain why the action happened in the first instance, but why it continues or is reproduced. But this particular logic, by this particular logic, it can be argued that functionalists do not necessarily explain the original cause of the phenomenon with reference to its effect, yet the logic stated in reverse that social phenomena are reproduced because they serve ends is unoriginal to a functionalist thought. Thus, functionalism is either undefinable or it can be defined by the teleological arguments which functionalist theorists normatively produced before Merton. Another criticism describes the ontological argument that society cannot have needs as a human being does, and even if society does have needs, that they cannot be met. Anthony Giddens argues that the functionalist explanation may all be rewritten as historical accounts of individual human actions and consequences. A further criticism directed at functionalism that contains no sense of agency, that individuals are seen as puppets, acting as their role requires. Yet Holmwood states that most sophisticated forms of functionalism are based on a highly developed concept of action, and as was explained above, Parsons took as a starting point the individual and their actions. His theory did not, however, articulate how these actions exercise their agency in opposition to the socialization and inculcation of accepted norms. As has been shown above, Merton addresses this limitation through his concept of deviance, and so it can be seen as that functionalism allows for agency. It cannot, however, explain why individuals choose to accept or reject the accepted norms, why in what circumstances they choose to exercise their agency, and this does remain a considerable limitation of the theory. Further criticisms have been leveled at the functionalists by proponents of other social theories, particularly conflict theorists, Marxist, feminist, and postmodernist. Conflict theorists criticized functionalism concept of a system as giving far too much weight to integration and consensus and neglecting interdependence and conflict. Lockwood, in line with conflict theory, suggested that Parsons' theory missed the concept of system contradiction. He did not account for those parts of the system that might have tendencies to malintegration. According to Lockwood, it was these tendencies that came to the surface as opposition and conflict among actors. However, Parson thought that the issue of conflict and cooperation was very much intertwined and sought an account for both in his model. However, he was limited by his analysis of an ideal type of society, which was characterized by consensus. Merton thought his critique of functional unity introduced into functionalism an explicit analysis of tension and conflict, yet Merton's functionalist explanations of social phenomenon continued to rest on the idea that society is primarily cooperative rather than conflicted, which differentiates Merton from conflict theorists. Marxism, which was revived soon after the emergence of conflict theory, criticized professional sociology, functionalism, and conflict theory alike for being partisan to advance welfare capitalism. Goldner thought that Parsons' theory specifically was an expression of the dominant interest of welfare capitalism, that it justified institutions with reference to the function they fulfill for society. It may be that Parsons' work implied or articulated that certain institutions were necessary to fulfill the functional prerequisites of society, but whether or not this is the case, Merton explicitly states that institutions are not indispensable and that there are functional alternatives. That he does not identify any alternatives to the current institutions does reflect a conservative bias, which has been stated before as a product of the specific time that he was writing in. As functionalism prominence was ending, feminism was on the rise and attempted a radical criticism of functionalism. It believed that functionalism neglected the suppression of women within the family structure. Homewood shows, however, that Parsons did in fact describe the situations where tensions and conflict existed or were about to take place, even if he did not articulate those conflicts. Some feminists agree, suggesting that Parsons provided accurate descriptions of these situations. On the other hand, Parsons recognized that he had oversimplified his functional analysis of women in relation to work and the family and focused on the positive function of the family for society and not on its dysfunction for women. Merton, too, although addressing situations where function and dysfunction occurred simultaneously, lacked a feminist sensibility. Postmodernism as a theory is critical of claims of objectivity. Therefore, the idea of a grand theory and grand narrative that can explain society in all of its forms is treated with skepticism. This critique focused on exposing the dangers that the grand theory can pose when not seen as a limited perspective, as one way of understanding society. Jeffrey Alexander, 1985, sees functionalism as a broad school rather than a specific method or system, such as Parsons, who is capable of taking equilibrium stability as a reference point rather than the assumption to treat structural differentiation as a major form of social change. The name functionalism applies a difference of method or interpretation that does not exist. This removes the determinism criticized above. Cohen argues that rather than needs a society has dispositional facts, features of the social environment that support the existence of particular social institutions, but do not cause them. Okay, so anyone still sticking around, God bless. A lot of intense, important theorization there. So let's keep it going. We're going to look at strain theory. If anyone's sticking with this, hope this is useful to you. And I'm finding this research extremely useful and very interesting. I hadn't really thought too much about these topics of sociology beforehand. I'd read briefly, I've heard some of these main names of these thinkers, but it's good to be going through these. Okay, yes, really. Thanks for tuning in. God bless. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry about your family emergency. Best wishes. Hope everything's working out. Strain theory. In the fields of sociology and criminology, strain theory is a theoretical perspective that aims to explain the relationship between social structure, social values or goals, and crime. Strain theory was originally introduced by Robert King Merton, 1938, and argues that society's dominant cultural values and social structural causes strain, which may encourage citizens to commit crime. Following the works of Emile Durkheim's theory of anime, strain theory has been advocated by Robert King Merton, Albert Cohn, Richard Gloward, Lloyd Olwen, Neil Schmelzer, Robert Agnew, Stephen Mesner, and Richard Rosenfeld and G. Zhang. Strain theory. Strain theory is a sociological and criminological theory developed in 1938 by Robert Merton. The theory states that society puts pressure on individuals to achieve socially accepted goals, such as the American dream, even though they lack the means to do so. This leads to strain, which may lead individuals to commit crimes like selling drugs or becoming involved in prostitution as a means to gain financial security. Strain could be structural. This refers to the macro level processes at the societal level, which filter down and affect how the individual perceives his or her needs. If particular social structures are inherently inadequate or there's inadequate regulation, this may change the individual's perception as to the means and opportunities or individual. This refers to the frustration and strain experienced by an individual as they look for ways to satisfy their needs. If the goals of society become significant to an individual, actually achieving them may become more important than how they achieve the goal. Merton's theory. Robert King Merton was an American sociologist who argued that the social structure of society can encourage deviance to a large degree. Merton's theory borrows from Emil Durkheim's theory of anime, which suggests that industrialization would fundamentally alter the function of society, ultimately causing a breakdown of social ties, social norms, and the social order. Merton believed that society's emphasis on certain socially accepted goals put pressure on people to conform in order to achieve success. His theory was developed largely due to social and economic circumstances occurring in the United States during the early 1900s. Robert Merton's strain theory stems from a fundamental question that he posed as to why the rates of deviance were so different among different societies. Merton's theory of social structure and enemy sought to explain how a society's specific social structures can pressure certain members of society towards nonconformist or deviant behavior. He thought that there could be deviance in societies where the cultural definition of success and the proper means to achieve said goals are incongruent. He found the United States as a prime example of a society where increased levels of deviance relate to the high social value of achieving success, usually monetarily, but there are contradictions to the proper means of achieving such success. Success is often valued more for its outcome than the means of achieving it, leading to a preference for convenient methods over traditional ethical methods. Merton developed strain theory to explore how the extreme emphasis on the cultural goal of success and restricted access to opportunities to institutionalize means for achieving success leads to deviance. Merton outlined 5 ways that individuals may respond to strain before their cultural goals and opportunities available to them. These are commonly referred to as Merton's typology of individual adaptation. Each type of individual adaptation is defined by its acceptance or rejection of the cultural goals, monetary success, and acceptance or rejections of the societally acceptable means to achieve the goal, like high social economic status, education, high income job opportunities. Conformity. Conformity is the most common response to cultural goals and institutional means. Individuals who conform, accept, and value the cultural goals as well as the approved means. They pursue cultural goals through the socially approved means and do not experience strain. Innovation. Individuals who accept the value of society's goals but reject the accepted means to achieve the goals. These people accept the goals but create their own unapproved means for achieving them, usually because they do not have access to the institutional means. Merton referred to this response as the most related to deviance because of innovators' illegitimate adaptation to strain. Innovators often resort to illegitimate means to obtain the culturally approved goals. Examples of organized crime, stealing, or drugs to achieve financial security. Ritualism. Individuals adopt the accepted means so severely that it becomes a ritualistic practice, meaning that they no longer value the cultural goal, yet they still blindly conform to the means as an end in and of themselves. Retreatism is the least common response to strain. Retreatists are people who had previously accepted cultural goals and the institutional means eventually eventually abandon the goals and the means. Retreatists still feel a moral obligation to use the institutional means, but their acceptance of the cultural goal pressures them to pursue the goal illegitimately. These conflicting values lead the individual to reject both the goal and the means and instead find a way to escape the requirements of society. Rebellion, usually done due to frustration, oppression, or marginalization. These individuals reject the cultural goals and the accepted means to achieve the goals. Instead, they attempt to introduce new cultural goals and new institutionalized means, ultimately aimed at producing a new social order. Examples of social movements, leftist movements, or any social change aimed at creating a society with more modest and equally accessible goals, as well as equal opportunity means. In addition, Merton saw how minority groups had a harder time acquiring a good education, and if they could, they had a harder time acquiring a respectable living Yet the same high standard for success is enforced on everyone, despite the fact that some people do not have the means to satisfy such high standards. Merton notes that crime and deviance are a normal response in a social structure that had adopted the high value goal of monetary success, but where opportunities for conventional or legitimate means of attaining success are blocked. For example, when wages are low, people may turn to illicit activities such as prostitution, drug dealing, or gambling to achieve financial success. British sociologist and criminologist Jack Young drew on Merton's theory in his book The Exclusive Society, Social Exclusion, Crime and Difference in Late Modernity in 1999. Analyzing crime from both a cultural and structural point of view, he argued in the structural sense that dismantling of the welfare state in conjunction with the widening disparities between the rich and poor has served to further exclude disadvantaged groups because contemporary consumer capitalism places a greater than ever emphasis on the conspicuous consumption and material success. This thus intensified feelings of deprivation experienced by the least less successful. Drive theories. General strain theory. General strain theory is a sociological and criminological theory developed in 1992 by Robert Agnew. Agnew believed that Merton's theory was too vague in nature and did not account for criminal activity and did not involve financial gain. The core idea of general strain theory is that strain causes people to have negative emotional responsive, negative emotions that people need to be able to cope with. Though if people do not have access to legitimate or non-criminal coping, strain may lead them to commit crime in order to cope. One of the key principles of this theory is that negative emotion as the motivator for crime. The theory was developed to conceptualize the full range of resources in society where strain possibly comes from, rather than Merton's focus on monetary goals and proper means. General strain theory also focuses on the perspective of goals for status, expectations, and class. Examples of general strain theory are people who use illegal drugs to make themselves feel better, or a student assaulting his peers to end the harassment they cause. General strain theory introduces three main sources of strain or negative relations, such as loss of positive stimuli, God forbid, death of a family or friend, presentation of negative stimuli, physical or verbal assaults, and the inability to reach a desired goal. Institutionalized enemy theory. Institutionalized enemy theory is a macro-level criminological theory developed in 1994 by Stephen Mesner and Richard Rosenfeld. Mesner and Rosenfeld agree with Merton's view that American culture overemphasizes financial success and expand on his view by arguing that the economy supremacy over other social institutions and the cultural values of the American dream create high crime rates. Mesmer and Rosenfeld argue that American culture economic success is valued above everything else, which socializes Americans to value achievement orientation, gaining success through hard work and determination, individualism, focus on monetary success rather than who you are as a person and gaining success through your own hard work, no free handouts, universalism, the idea that all members of society are socialized to value monetary success, and all members have equal opportunity to obtain success as long as they work hard, the fetishism of money, a specific strain of materialism, U.S. obsession with wealth as the primary maker of success as worth. These values are also necessary to perpetuate the cultural importance and value of economic gain. First, this imbalance between economy and all other social institutions affects society in a few important ways. First, with economic gain as the most important goal, economic pressure becomes more obvious and promotes action. Second, the diminished value of social institutions, such as family and education, which would usually help to reduce crime rates and provide legitimate opportunities, become far less effective. Institutional anime theory also helps explain in the motivation for white collar crime. While Merton does not, as the already wealthy and powerful would not experience legitimate opportunity strain. Institutionalized anime theory posits that success is open-ended. Even members who are already monetarily successful are driven by the constant pressure to acquire ever more money. Derived from Merton's strain theory, institutional anime, institutional anime theory expands at the macro level of the theory. Institutional anime theory's focus centers on the cultural goal of wealth as a determinant of crime. Illegitimate opportunities theories. Illegitimate opportunities is a sociological theory developed in 1960 by Richard Clallan and Lloyd Olin. The theory states that crime results from a high number of illegitimate opportunities and not from a lack of legitimate ones. The theory was created from Merton's strain theory and helps address juvenile delinquency. Role strain theory. The theory of role strain developed by sociologist Richard Good in 1960 states that social institutions are supported and operate by role relationships. Due to these role relationships that individuals may feel role strain or difficulty fulfilling their sociological duties in the relationship. It is through this role strain that social action and social structure are maintained. With this relationship comes social obligations that members of the society are required to follow, which people are usually not forced to fulfill. In order for the society to continue existing, these obligations must be fulfilled at the volition of the individuals in it, with which the theory states, in what most people are inclined to do, due to the fact that there is no force involved in maintaining these role relations. There will be individuals who cannot or will not conform to these societal expectations. In addition, the individuals within the society are not bound to one role relationship. In fact, all individuals will be part of multiple role relationships. Possession of multiple relationships can account for the conflicts of interest often faced in societal social settings. According to Good, however, due to these multiple relationships, an individual will always have a total amount of role obligations that demand more than what the individual can give, whether it is in terms of time, emotional favor, or material resources. This can give rise to role strain, which can lead the individual to attempting to fulfill socially acceptable goals in means that may not be socially acceptable, as explained in general strain theory. While the theory of role strain attempts to attribute the maintenance of society to role relationships, Good also acknowledges that the theory does not account for the existence of more complex social settings, such as that of urban society. The theory of role strain does not account for several aspects of urban life, such as the fact that some individuals accept absolutely none of society's central values, the fact that individuals vary in their emotional commitment to these societal values, how these role relations change when individuals go through a change in social position, and how these relationships hold up during times of crisis. Other strain theorists. Robert Agnew. In the year 1992, Robert Agnew asserted that strain theory could be central to explaining crime and deviance, but that it needed revision so that it was not tied to social class or cultural variables, but refocused on norms. To this end, Agnew proposed a general strain theory that is neither structural nor interpersonal, but rather individual and emotional, paying special attention to an individual's immediate social environment. He argued that an individual's actual or anticipated failure to achieve positively valued goals, actual or anticipated removal of positively valued stimuli, and actual or anticipated presentation of negative stimuli all result in strain. Anger and frustration confirm negative relationships. The resulting behavioral pattern will often be characterized by more than their share of unilateral action, because an individual will have a natural desire to avoid unpleasant rejections. And these unilateral actions, especially when antisocial, will further contribute to an individual's alienation from society. If particular rejections are generalized into feelings that the environment is unsupportive, more strongly negative emotions may motivate the individual to engage in crime. This is most likely to be true for younger individuals, and Agnew suggested that research focuses on the magnitude, recency, duration, and clustering of such strain-related events to determine whether a person copes with strains in criminal or conforming matter. Temperament, intelligence, interpersonal skills, self-efficacy, the presence of conventional social support, and the absence of association with antisocially, criminally inclined, age, and status peers are chief among the factors Agnew identified as beneficial. Uh, Zhang, Zhang and the strain theory of suicide. In recent years, Zhang and colleagues have argued that social psychological strain factors were more indicative than mental disorder and suicide ideation risk. Zhang suggests that these mental strains manifested as an intense internal frustration and psychological suffering developed from competing pressures if in individual's life, and identified four sources that precede suicide in the study of suicides in rural China. Value strain from differential values, aspirational strain from the discrepancy between reality and aspiration, deprivation strain from the relative deprivation, including poverty, and coping strain from not being able to cope in the face of crisis. The theory's particular strength is that, unlike many other theories on suicide and strain, it does not restrict itself to one domain of possible risk factors, such as the social, psychiatric, or psychological. This strain theory of suicide developed from Durkheim's notion of enemy and the work of Merton and Agnew on strain theory. Although mental illness on its own is not a definite risk factor for suicide to be considered a cause, their research suggests when it goes along with these strains, the risk is exponentially higher. On the other hand, the relationship between suicide and strain may also be moderated by social regulation, integration, and psychological factors such as personality. Durkheim's anime contributes to strain risk, so that strain theory and suicide agrees with the suggestion that a person well integrated into social institutions, family, religion, employment, school, may be at lower risk of suicide, even if confronted with the major strain, whereas a person without such integration may be more negatively affected. The four sources of strain for suicide. A strain is made up of at least two pressures or variables similar to the formation of cognitive dissonance. Zhang proposes four types of strain that precede a suicide, each deriving from a particular source. These are differential values. Value strain is a result of two social values or beliefs that conflict and compete in a person's daily life and internalized value system. The more equally important the two conflicting values, the greater the strain. An example Zhang gives is the second generation immigrant in the US who must abide by the ethnic rules of their families while also adapting the American culture at school and with peers. Another example can be found in developing countries where the values of the traditional collectivism compete with modern individualism. Reality versus aspiration. Aspirational strain is the result of discrepancy between an individual's aspiration and goals and the reality of their daily life that prevents them from achieving their aspirations. An example would be a young adult moving to a large city, expecting to become successful and live an affluent lifestyle, only to find that the means to achieve this might not be equally available due to their social status. This misleading notion of work hard, play hard may also cause aspirational strain, as a person might work two jobs but still won't be able to afford a comfortable lifestyle. The larger the discrepancy between aspirational and reality, the greater the strain. Relative deprivation, the notion of if everyone is poor, no one is, might explain why, in cases where a person of low socioeconomic standing is surrounded by those of similar standing, the strain is not as great, although the stress may very well be present. This contrasts with cases where the individual sees that those around them are much better off, causing them to feel deprived and miserable, resulting in deprivation strain. This type of strain is more common in economically polarized societies where the rich and poor live geographically close to one another, although social media has also done much to create a sense of relative deprivation, especially amongst the youth. Deficient coping. Coping strain occurs when, in times of crisis, the person is not able to sufficiently cope, most commonly due to deficient or inappropriate coping methods. This crisis might be to a daily occurrence or a major event, and although many might cope effectively and not experience strain, there are those who cannot manage the strain. Psychological well being may come into play here, as conditions like anxiety or depression may lower or speak towards a person's difficulty coping. Examples include the loss of a loved one, sudden financial loss, bullying, and being fired. Being inexperienced in dealing with crisis might increase the strain, which could be linked to the rates of suicide amongst teens and young adults. Criticism. Strain theories receive several criticisms, such as strain theory best applies only to the lower classes as they struggle with limited resources to obtain their goals. Strain theory fails to explain white collar crime, the perpetrator of whom may have many opportunities to achieve through legal and legitimate means. Strain theory fails to explain crimes based on gender inequality. Merton deals with individual forms of responses instead of group activity, which crime involves. Merton's theory is not very critical of the social structures that he says generate the strains. Strain theory neglects the inner and interpersonal aspects of crime. Strain theory assumes that strain caused criminality, though this assumption does not apply to people who experience strain but do not react or cope via criminal or delinquent behaviors. Though previous general strain theories seem to support a relationship between strain and criminal behavior, they do not address the possible conditioning influences which affect whether or not an individual would react to strain with delinquency or criminal behavior. Strain theory has weak empirical evidence supporting it. Studies. Strain theory was tested following its development. Most of these tests examine ideal goals such as occupational goals and individual expectations, which would most ideally lead to crime if not achieved under the rule of strain theory. However, most of the research found that this was not the case. An example of these studies was done by Travis Hershey in 1969. He analyzes large body of data on delinquency collected from Western Contra Costa County, California, that contrasts with strain theory. In addition to the study done by Hershey, strain theory was explored in a 2001 study conducted by Jason Boardman and others. The study explored how societal strain and stresses can lead to drug use by individuals, in particular how one's neighborhood environment can affect their susceptibility to drug abuse. This study specifically centered around troubled neighborhoods in Detroit, and the results were based on consensus data taken from these neighborhoods, mainly because this data contained information on individuals' residents' use of drugs. From this data, the study found that the more disadvantaged a neighborhood is, the more its residents abuse drugs. The study credited this positive trend to higher levels of stress and fewer available resources. According to strain theory, this lack of resources may compel an individual to abuse drugs and attain the positively valued goals of happiness by using the means that are currently available, which is the case of rough neighborhoods where drugs. Okay, so a lot of information there, and we will continue. A lot more to do. So let's continue with self-categorization theory, which I was covering last week before Madgura came on, was social identity theory. So self-categorization theory is a further adaptation to that. Self-categorization theory is a theory in social psychology that describes the circumstances under which a person will perceive collections of people, including themselves, as a group, as well as the consequences of perceiving people in group terms. Although the theory is often introduced as an explanation of psychological group formation, which was one of its early goals, it is more accurately thought as a general analysis of the functioning of categorization processes in social perception and interaction that speaks to issues of individual identity as much as a group phenomenon. It was developed by John Turner and colleagues, and along with social identity theory, is a constituent part of the social identity approach. It was in part developed to address questions that arose in response to social identity theory about the mechanistic underpinnings of social identification. Self-categorization theory has been influential in the academic fields of social psychology and beyond. It was first applied to the topics of social influence, group cohesion, group polarization, and collective action. In subsequent years, the theory, often as part of the social identity approach, has been applied to further topics such as leadership, personality, outgroup homogeneity, and power. One tenet of the theory is that the self should not be considered as a foundational aspect of cognition, but rather the self should be seen as a product of the cognitive system at work. Aspects of the theory. Drawing inspirations from cognitive psychology, self-categorization theory assumes that the self can be categorized at various levels of abstraction. In other words, humans may categorize the self as a singular I, personal identity, or as a more inclusive we, social identity. In the latter case, the self is cognitively grouped as identical and interchangeable to other stimuli within the category. It is argued that it is this variation in self-categorization that underpins many intergroup phenomena, including those described in social identity theory. To demonstrate the notion of varying levels of abstraction and inclusiveness, three types of self-category are often given as examples. The lowest level of abstraction is given as a personal self, where the perceiver self-categorizes as I. A higher level of abstraction corresponds to the social self, where the perceiver self-categorizes as we in comparison to a salient outgroup them. The highest level of abstraction is represented by we humans, where the salient outgroup is animals or other non-humans. A common misconception is that these three example categories represent the self-categories that humans use. Instead, the theory posits that there are innumerable self-categories that a perceiver may use, and in particular that there are a myriad of different personal and social identities that a perceiver may invoke in day-to-day life. The misconception may also attribute to the early writings of Turner, where a singular social identity was contrasted against a singular personal identity. This, however, predates the formal statement of self-categorization theory. Accentuation. In self-categorization theory, categorizing people does not simply involve the redescription of characteristics and categories present in social stimuli. Rather, salient social categories form the basis of a social world that is enriched with meaning. This is achieved through a non-conscious process of accentuating, where differences between social categories are accentuated along with similarities within social categories. The resulting argumentation of social content allows the perceiver to interact with others with greater confidence and ease. The accentuation component of self-categorization theory stems from prior research that demonstrated an accentuation effect for categorized non-social stimuli. A prototypical example of non-social accentuation came from Tajbel and Wilkes, who found that when a categorization scheme corresponds to line length, participants would view lines belonging to different categories as more different than if no categorizing scheme was present, consistent with the idea that an efficient cognitive system would, where possible, use the same system regardless of the social or non-social nature of the stimuli. Self-categorization theorists have demonstrated similar effects for social stimuli. For example, Houslem and Turner found that the perceiver would describe another person as more or less similar to themselves as a function of a likely categorization scheme. Depersonalization and self-stereotyping. According to self-categorization theory, depersonalization describes a process of self-stereotyping. This is where, under conditions of social category salience and consequent accentuation, people come to see themselves more as the interchangeable exemplars of a social category than as unique personalities defined by their differences from other. Under these conditions, a perceiver directly bases their behavior and beliefs on the norms, goals, and needs of a salient in-group. For example, if a person's salient third self-category becomes army officer, then that person is more likely to act in terms of the norms associated with the category and less likely to act in terms of other potential self-categories. Here, the person can be said to be accentuating the similarities between himself and other members of the category. Turner and colleagues stresses that depersonalization is not a loss of self, but rather a redefinition of the self in terms of group membership. A depersonalized self or a social identity is every bit as valid and meaningful as a personalized self or personal identity. A loss of self is sometimes referred to using the alternative term de-individuation. Further, although the term depersonalization has been used in clinical psychology to describe a type of disordered experience, this is completely different from depersonalization in the sense intended by self-categorization theory authors. The concept of depersonalization is critical to a range of group phenomena, including social influence, social stereotyping, in-group cohesiveness, ethnocentrism, in-group cooperation, altruism, emotional empathy, and the emergence of social norms. Determinants of categorization. In self-categorization theory, the formulation and use of social category in a certain context is predicated by an interaction between perceiver readiness and category stimulus fit, the latter being broken down into comparative fit and normative fit. This predictive interaction was heavily influenced by Bruner's accessibility and fit formula. A social category that is currently in use is called the salient social category, and in the case of self-category, is called the salient social identity. The latter should not be confused with the level of identification, which is a component of perceiver readiness. Perceiver readiness. Perceiver readiness, which Turner first described as relative accessibility, reflects a person's past experiences, present expectations, and current motives, values, goals, and needs. It is the relevant aspects of cognition that the perceiver brings to the environment. For example, a perceiver who categorizes frequently on the basis of nationality is due to that past experience more likely to formulate a similar self-category under new conditions. Accordingly, social identification, or the degree to which a group is valued and self-involving, may be thought of as an important factor that affects a person's readiness to use a particular social category. Comparative fit. Comparative fit is determined by the meta-contrast principle, which states that people are more likely to believe that a collection of stimuli represents an entity to the degree that the difference between those stimuli are less than the differences between the collection of the stimuli and other stimuli. For predicting whether a group will categorize an individual as an in-group or out-group member, the meta-contrast principle may be defined as the ratio of the average similarity of the individual to out-group members over the average similarity of the individual to in-group members. The meta-contrast ratio is dependent on the context or frame of reference in which the categorization process is occurring. That is, the ratio is a comparison based on whichever stimuli are cognitively present. For example, in the frame of reference is reduced such that the potential outgroup members are no longer cognitively present. In-group members regard the individual as less similar to the group and are less likely to categorize the individual as belonging to that group. Normative fit. Normative fit is the extent that the perceiver's behavior or attributes of an individual or collection of individuals conforms to the perceiver's knowledge-based expectations. Thus, normative fit is evaluated with reference to the perceiver readiness component of the categorization process. As an example of the role of normative fit in categorization, although a collection of individuals may be categorized as an entity on the basis of comparative fit, they are only labeled using the specific social category of science students if perceived as hardworking. That is, they fit the normative content of that category. Online category formation. Self-categorization theorists posit self-categorization is comparative, inherently variable, fluid, and context-dependent. They reject the notion that self-concepts are stored invariant structures that exist ready for application, where stability is observed in self-perception that is not attributed to stored stable categories, but rather to stability in both the perceiver and social context in which the perceiver is situated. This variability is systematic and occurs in response to the changing contexts in which the perceiver is situated. As an example, the category of psychologist can be perceived quite differently if compared to physicists as opposed to artists, with variation perhaps on how scientific psychologists are perceived to be. In self-categorization theory, contextual change to the salient social category are sometimes referred to as a shifting prototypically, although the theory accepts that prior categorization behavior impacts present perception as part of perceiver readiness. Self-categorization theory has key advantages over descriptions of social categorization, where categories are rigid and invariant, cognitive structures that are stored in comparatively isolation prior to application. One advantage is that this perspective removes the implausibility of storing enough categorical information to account for all the nuanced categorization that humans use daily. Another disadvantage is that it brings social cognition in line with connectionist approach to cognition. The connectionist approach is neurologically plausible model of cognition where semantic units are not stored, but rather semantic information forms as a consequence of network pattern activation, both current and prior. Prototypicality. In social psychology, a category prototype may be thought of as a representative exemplar of a category. Self-categorization theory predicts that what is prototypical of a category is contingent on the context in which the category is encountered. More specifically, when the comparative context changes, the psychologically available stimuli changes. This has implications for how the self-category is perceived in the nature of the subsequent depersonalization. Self-categorization theory predicts that individuals adopt the features of a salient self-category and that the content of the category they adopt depends on the present comparative context. An individual's degree of prototypicality also varies in relation to the changes in the comparative context, and self-categorization theory expects this to have direct implications for interpersonal phenomena. Specifically, prototypicality plays an important role in the social identity approach to leadership, influence, and interpersonal attraction. For example, on the interpersonal attraction, self-categorization theory states that the self and others are evaluated positively to the degree that they are perceived as prototypical, representative, exemplary of the next more inclusive, positively valued self-category on which they are being compared. Levels of individual prototypicality may be gauged using the meta-contrast principle, and indeed it is a purpose the meta-contrast ratio is more often used for. Furthermore, although prototypicality is most often discussed in relation to the perception of individuals within a group, groups may also be assessed in terms of how prototypical they are of a subordinate category. Implications. Social influence. Self-categorization theory provides an account of social influence. The account is sometimes referred to as the theory of referent informational influence. According to self-categorization theory, as social identities become salient and depersonalization and self-stereotyping occurs, people adopt the norms, beliefs, and behaviors of fellow in-group members. They also distance themselves from the norms, beliefs, and behaviors of comparison out-group members. When someone observes the difference between themselves and a fellow in-group member, that person will experience subjective uncertainty. That uncertainty can be resolved by either recategorizing people or the situation to reflect those perceived differences, or engaging in social influences processes whereby one person makes changes to become more similar to the other. Which person adopts the view or behaviors of the other, who influences who, is predicated to be that person who is most prototypical of the in-group. In other words, the person who exemplifies the norms, values, and behaviors of the in-group the most. The self-categorization theory account of social influence has received a large amount of empirical support. Self-categorization theory's account of social influence differs from other social psychological approaches to social influence. It rejects the traditional distinction between informational influence and normative influence, where informational influence involves the assessment of a social information based on its merit, and normative influence involves public compliance to expectations of group members. For self-categorization theory, social information does not have merit independent of self-categorization. Instead, information is perceived as valid to the extent that it is perceived to be a normative belief of the in-group. Normative influence, on the other hand, is not normative at all. Rather, it is counter-normative influence based on compliance to expectations of psychological outgroup members. In a similar vein, self-categorization theory also challenges the distinction between objective reality testing and social reality testing. It argues that there's no such thing as objective reality testing, isolated from social reality testing. Sensory data is always interpreted with respect to of the beliefs and ideas of the perceiver, which in turn are bound up in the psychological group membership of that perceiver. Outgroup homogeneity. Outgroup homogeneity can be defined as seeing the outgroup members as more homogeneous than in-group members. Self-categorization accounts for the outgroup homogeneity effect as a function of perceiver motivation and the resultant comparative context, which is a description of the psychologically available stimuli at any one time. The theory argues that when perceiving an outgroup, the psychologically available stimuli includes both in-group and out-group members. Under these conditions, the perceiver is more likely to categorize in accordance with in-group and out-group membership and is consequently naturally motivated to accentuate in-group differences as well as intra-group similarities. Conversely, when perceiving an in-group and out-group members may not be psychologically available, in some circumstances, there is no in-group out-group categorization and thus no accentuation. Indeed, accentuation of intergroup differences may occur under these circumstances for the same sense-making reasons. In line with these explanations, it has been shown that the intergroup context, both the in-group and out-group, is perceived as more homogeneous, while when judged in isolation, the in-group is perceived as comparatively heterogeneous. This is also congruent with depersonalization, where under certain circumstances, perceivers may see themselves as interchangeable members of the in-group. The self-categorization theory eliminates the need to posit differing processing mechanisms for in-groups and out-groups, as well as accounting for findings of out-group homogeneity in the minimal group paradigm. Controversies, meta-theoretical debate. The social identity approach explicitly rejects the meta-theory of research that regards limited information processing as the cause of social stereotyping. Specifically, whereas other researchers adopt the position that stereotyping is second best to other informational processing techniques like individuation, social identity theorists argue that in many contexts, a stereotypical perspective is entirely appropriate. Moreover, it is argued that in many intergroup contexts, to take an individualistic view would be decidedly maladaptive and demonstrate ignorance of important social reality. Category hierarchies. Self-categorization theory emphasized the role of category hierarchies in social perception. That is, much like biological taxonomy, social groups at lower levels of abstraction are subsumed within social groups at a higher level of abstraction. A useful example comes from the world of team sports, where a particular social group, such as Manchester United fans, may be an in-group for a perceiver who may compare with a relevant group like Liverpool fans. However, at a higher level of abstraction, both social groups may be subsumed into the singular category of football fans. This is known as a subordinate category, and in this context, those Liverpool fans, once considered outgroup members, are now considered fellow in-group members. The new salient outgroup might be the rugby fans. Awareness of categorical hierarchies has led to the development of common in-group identity model. The model suggests that conflict at one level of abstraction between might be ameliorated by making salient a more inclusive superordinate in-group. It has been noted, however, that very few social groups can be described in hierarchical terms. For example, Catholic people in Germany cannot always be considered a subordinate category of Germans, and there are Catholic people throughout the globe. McCarthy proposes that the theory's use of hierarchies as an organizing principle must be relaxed. The alternative proposition is that social psychologists should look to Venn-like structures from descriptions of social structures. The awareness of cross-cutting social categories has allowed for the development of further in-group conflict reduction strategies. Motivation in the theory. Brew and Brown described self-categorization theory as a version of social identity theory that is heavily cognitive and is not attentive to many motivational and affective processes. Turner and Reynolds, in response to this style of commentary, counter that describing self-categorization theory is a replacement to social identity theories in error, and that self-categorization theory was always intended to complement social identity theory. Turner and Reynolds also argue that such commentary unreasonably discounts the motivational concerns that are articulated in self-categorization theory. For example, the motivation to maintain positive self-categories and the motivation to achieve in-group consensus. Okay, so one last one, and then we're going to look at the last article on conspiracy theories. So, God forbid, Duvet has completely hemorrhaged his audience. It's basically just me here talking to myself. But, okay, the research must go on. Symbolic interactionism. Symbolic interactionism is a sociological theory that develops from practical considerations and alludes to humans' particular use of shared language to create common symbols and meanings for use in both intra and interpersonal communication. According to Masonis, symbolic interaction is a framework for building theory that sees society as the product of everyday interactions of individuals. In other words, it is a frame of reference for better understanding how individuals interact with one another to create symbolic worlds, and in return, how these worlds shape individual behaviors. It is a framework that helps understand how society is preserved and created through repeated interactions between individuals. The interpretation process that occurs between interactions helps create and recreate meaning. It is the shared understanding and interpretations of meaning that affect the interaction between individuals. Individuals act on the premise of shared understanding of meaning within their social context. Thus, interaction and behavior is framed through the shared meaning that objects and concepts have attached to them. From this view, people live in both natural and symbolic environments. Symbolic interactionism comes from a sociological perspective which developed around the middle of the 20th century and that continues to be influential in some areas of the discipline. It is particularly important in microsociology and social psychology. It is derived from the American philosophy of pragmatism and particularly from the work of George Herbert Mead as a pragmatic method to interpret social interactions. History. George Herbert Mead. Symbolic interaction was conceived by George Herbert Mead and Charles Horton Cooley. Mead argued that people's selves are social products, but that these selves are also purposive and creative, and believed that the true test of any theory was that it was useful for solving complex social problems. Mead's influence was said to be so powerful that sociologists regarded him as one of the true founders of the symbolic interactionism tradition. Although Mead taught in a philosophy department, he is best known by sociologists as a teacher who trained a generation of the best minds in their field. Strangely, he never set forth the wide ranging ideas in a book or systematic treatise. After his death in 1931, his students pulled together class notes and conversations with their mentor and published Mind, Self, and Society in his name. It is a common misconception that John Dewey was the leader of the sociological theory. According to the Handbook of Symbolic Interactionism, Mead was undoubtedly the individual who transformed the inner structure of the theory, moving it to a higher level of theoretical complexity. Mind, Self, and Society is the book published by Mead students based on his lectures and teachings, and the title of the book highlights the core concept of social interactionism. Mind refers to the individual's ability to use symbols and create meanings for the world around the individual. Individuals use language and thought to accomplish the goal. Self refers to the individual's ability to reflect on the way that the individual is perceived by others. Finally, society, according to Mead, is where all these interactions are taking place. A general description of Mead's compositions portray how outside social structures, classes, and power and abuse affect the advancement of self. Personality for gatherings verifiably denied. Uh, personality for gatherings verifiably denied of the ability to characterize themselves. Herbert Bloomer. Herbert Bloomer, a student and interpreter of Mead, coined the term and put forward an influential summary of people act a certain way towards things based on the meaning those things already have, and these meanings are derived from social interaction and modified through interpretation. Bloomer was a social constructivist and was influenced by John Dewey. As such, this theory is a very phenomenologically based, given that Bloomer was the first to use the symbolic interaction as a term. He is known as the founder of symbolic interactionism. He believed that most humans in humanizing activity that people engage in talking to each other. According to Bloomer, human groups are created by people, and it is only actions between them that define a society. He argued that with interaction and through interaction, individuals are able to produce common symbols by approving, arranging, and redefining them. Having said that, interaction is shaped by mutual exchange of interpretation, the grounds of socialization. Other theorists, while having less influential work in the discipline, Charles Horton Cooley and William Isaac Thompson are considered to be influential representatives of the theory. Cooley's work on connecting society and the individuals influenced Mead's further workings. Cooley felt society and the individuals could only be understood in relations with each other. Cooley's concept of the looking glass self influenced Mead's theory of self and symbolic interactionism. Thomas is also known as a representative of symbolic interactionism. His main work was a theory of human motivation, addressing interactions between individuals and the social sources of behavior. He attempted to explain the proper methodological approach to social life, develop a theory of human motivation, spell out a working conception of adult socialization, and provide the correct perspective of deviance and disorganization. A majority of scholars agree with Thomas. Two other theorists who have influenced symbolic interaction theory are Euro Engenstrom and David Middleton. Engenstrom and Middleton explain the usefulness of symbolic interactionism in the communication field in a variety of work sightings, including courts of law, healthcare, computer software design, scientific laboratory, telephone sales, control, repair, and maintenance of advanced manufacturing systems. Other scholars credited for their contribution to the theory of Thomas, Park, James, Horton Cooley, Zanicki, Baldwin, Redfield, and Worth. Unlike other social sciences, symbolic interactionism emphasizes greatly on the ideas of action instead of culture, class, and power. according to behavioralism, Darwinism, pragmatism, as well as Max Weber, action theory contributed significantly to the formation of social interactionism as a theoretical perspective in communication studies. Assumptions, premises, and research methodology. Assumptions. Most symbolic interactionists believe that a physical reality does not indeed exist by an individual's social definitions, and that social definitions do develop in part or in relation to something real. People thus do not respond to this reality directly, but rather to their social understanding of reality. They respond to this reality indirectly through a kind of filter which consists of individuals' different perspective. This means that humans exist not in the physical space composed of reality, but in a world composed only of objects. According to Irving Goffman, what motivates humans to position their body parts in certain manners and the desire to capture and examine those moments are two of the elements that constitute the composition of social reality, which is made of various individual perceptions. It is crucial to examine how these two elements occur. It appeals to social symbolic interactionists to shift more emphasis on the realistic aspect of their empirical observations and theorizing. Three assumptions frame symbolic interactionism. One, individuals construct meanings via the communication process. Two, self-concept is a motivation for behavior. Three, a unique relationship exists between the individual and society. Premises. Having defined some of the underlying assumptions of symbolic interactionism, it is necessary to address the premises that each assumption supports. According to Bloomer, there are three premises that can be derived from the assumptions above. Humans act towards things on the basis of meanings they ascribe to those things. The first premise includes everything that a human being may note in their world, including physical objects, actions, and concepts. Essentially, individuals behave towards objects and others based on their personal meanings that the individual has already given these items. Bloomer was trying to put emphasis on the meaning behind individual behaviors, specifically speaking, psychological and sociological explanations for those actions and behaviors. Two, the meanings of such things is derived from or arises out of the social interaction that one has with others and the society. The second premise explains the meaning of such things is derived from or arises out of the social interaction that one has with other humans. Bloomer, following Mead, claimed people interact with each other by interpreting or defining each other's actions instead of merely reacting to each other's actions. Their response is not made directly to the actions of one another, but instead is based on the meaning which they attach to such actions. Thus, human interaction is mediated by the use of symbols and signification, by interpretation, or by ascertaining the meaning of one another's action. Meaning is either taken for granted or pushed aside as an unimportant element which need not be investigated or is regarded as a mere neutral link or one of the causal chains between the causes or factors responsible for human behavior and this behavior as the product of such factors. The meanings are handled in and modified through an interpretive process used by the person in dealing with the things he or she encounters. Symbolic interactionists describe thinking as an inner conversation. Mead called this inner dialogue minding, which is the delay in one's thought process that happens when one thinks about what they will do next. These meanings are handled in and modified through an interpretive process used by the person in dealing with the things that they encounter. We naturally talk to ourselves in order to sort out the meaning of a difficult situation, but first we need language. Before we can think, we must be able to interact symbolically. The emphasis on symbols, negotiated meaning, and social constructions of society brought attention to the roles people play. Role taking is a key mechanism that permits people to see another person's perspective to understand what an action might mean to another person. Role taking is part of our lives at an early age. For instance, playing house and pretending to be someone else. There is an improvisational quality to roles. However, actors often take on the script that they follow because of the uncertainty of roles in social context. The burden of role making is on the person in the situation. In this sense, we are proactive participants in our environment. Some theorists have proposed an additional fourth premise. It is the inherent human desire to acquire potential psychological rewards for interacting with others that motivates us to establish realities filtered through social interaction. Some symbolic interactionists point out to the ineradicable nexus of the desire for potential psychological reward between individuals in the respective socially constructed realities that is commonly known as the society. These experts have confirmed that one crucial premise for analyzing and dissecting symbolic interactionism is the psychological reward that drives individuals to connect with others and create meanings via social interactions. We as humans instinctively discern individuals whom we want to be associated with before we initiate an interaction with them. We would experience an internal emotional rush biologically that encourages us to initiate the interaction, thus beginning to form various socially constructed realities that enable symbolic interactionism to examine. Namely, it's our desires for emotional rewards that makes the theory of symbolic interactionism possible and viable. Research methodology. The majority of interactionist researchers use qualitative methods like participant observation to study aspects of social interaction and or individual selves. Participant observation allows researchers to assess symbols and meanings, as in Howard Becker's Art Worlds and Arlie Hochschild's The Managed Heart. They argue that close contact and immersion with in the everyday activity of the participants is necessary for understanding the meaning of actions, defining situations, and the process that actors construct the situations through their interaction. Because of the close contact, interaction cannot remain completely liberated of value commitments. In most cases, they make use of their values by choosing what to study. However, they seek to be objective in how they conduct their research. Therefore, the symbolic interaction approach is a micro-level orientation focused on human interaction in specific situations. 5 central ideals. There are 5 central ideas to symbolic interactionism according to Joel Chair in 2004. The human being must be understood as a social person. It is the constant search for social interaction that leads us to do what we do. Instead of focusing on the individual and his or her personality or on how the society or social situation causes human behavior, symbolic interactionism focuses on the activity that takes place between actors. Interaction is the basic unit of study. Individuals are created through interaction. Society, too, is created through social interaction. What we do depends on interaction with others earlier in our lifetime, and it depends on our interaction right now. Social interaction is central to what we do. If we want to understand cause, focus on social interaction. 2, the human being must be understood as a thinking person. Human action is not only interaction among individuals, but also interaction within the individual. It is not our ideas or attitudes or values that are as important as the constant, active, ongoing process of thinking. We're not simply conditioned. We're not simply beings who are influenced by those around us. We're not simply products of society. We are, to our very core, thinking animals, always conversing with ourselves as we interact with others. If we want to understand cause, focus on human thinking. 3, humans do not sense their environment directly. Instead, humans define the situation they're in. An environment may actually exist, but it is our definition of it that is important. Definition does not simply randomly happen. Instead, it results from ongoing social interaction and thinking. 4, the cause of human action is the result of what is occurring in our present situation. Cause unfolds in the present social interaction, present thinking, and present definition. It is not society's encounter with us in our past that causes action, nor is our own past experience that does. It is instead social interaction, thinking, definition of the situation that takes place in the present. Our past enters into our actions primarily because we think about it and apply it to the definition of the present situation. Human beings are described as active beings in relation to the environment. Words such as conditioning, responding, controlled, imprisoned, and informed are not used to describe the human being in symbolic interaction. In contrast to other social scientific perspectives, humans are not thought of as being passive in relation to their surroundings, but actively involved in what they do. Central interactionist themes. To Bloomer's conceptual perspective, he put them in 3 core propositions: that people act towards things, including each other, on the basis of the meanings they have for them, that these meanings are derived through social interaction with others, and that these meanings are managed and transformed through an interpretive process that people use to make sense of and handle the objects that constitute their social worlds. This perspective can also be described as 3 core principles: meaning, language, and thinking, in which social constructs are formed. The principle of meaning is the center of human behavior. Language provides meaning by providing means to symbols. These symbols differentiate social relations of humans from that of animals, but by humans giving meanings to symbols, they can express these things with language. In turn, symbols form the basis of communication. Symbols become imperative components for the formation of any kind of communicative act. Thinking then changes the interpretation of the individuals as they pertain to symbols. Some symbolic interactionists, like Goffman, had pointed out the obvious defects of the pioneering Mead concept, upon which the contemporary symbolic interactionism is built. It has influenced the modern symbolic interactionism to be more conducive to conceiving social psychological concerns rather than sociological concerns. For instance, during analyzing symbolic interactionism, the participants' emotional fluctuations that are inexorably entailed are often ignored because they are too sophisticated and volatile to measure, while the participants are being selected to participate in certain activities that are not part of the daily normal routine. It will inevitably disrupt the participants psychologically, causing spontaneous thoughts to flow that are very likely to make the participants veer away from their normal behaviors. These psychological changes could result in the participants' emotional fluctuations that manifest themselves in the participants' reaction, therefore manufacturing biases that will previous that will the previously mentioned biases. This critique unveiled the lack of scrutiny on participants' internal subjective processing of the environment, which initiates the reasoning and negotiating facilities, which the contemporary symbolic interactionist also reflects. Henceforth, prejudice is not a purely psychological phenomenon. Instead, it can be interpreted from a symbolic interactionist standpoint, taking individuals' construction of social reality into account. Principles. Keeping Bloomer's earlier work in mind, David Snow, professor of sociology at University of California, Irvine, suggested four broader and even more basic oriented principles: human agency, interactive determination, symbolization, and emergence. Snow uses these four principles as the thematic basis for identifying and discussing contributions to the study of social movements. Human agency emphasizes the active, willful, goal seeking character of human actors. The emphasis on agency focuses attention on those actions, events, and moments in social life which are agentic action is especially palpable. Interactive determination specifies that understanding of focal objects of analysis, whether they are self concepts, identities, roles, practices, or even social movements. Basically, this means neither individual, society, self, or other exist only in relation to each other and therefore can be fully understood only in terms of their interaction. Symbolization highlights the processes through which events and conditions, artifacts, people, and other environmental features that take on particular meanings, becoming nearly only objects of orientation. Human behavior is partly contingent on what the object of orientation symbolizes or means. Emergence focuses on attention on the processual and non-habituated side of social life, focusing not only on organization and texture of social life, but also associated meaning and feelings. The principle of emergence points us not only to the possibility of new forms of social life and systems meaning, but also to transformations in existing forms of social organization. Applications. Symbolic interaction can be used to explain one's identity in terms of roles being ideas and principles of what to do in a given situation, as noted by Hewitt. Symbolic interactionists identify identity presents in three categories: situated, personal, and social. Situated identity refers to the ability to view themselves as others do. This is often a snapshot view that is short but can be very impactful. From this experience, one wishes to differentiate themselves from others, and the personal identity comes to exist. This view is when one wishes to make themselves known for who they truly are, not the view of others. From the personal identity taking place comes the social identity, where connections and likeness are made with individuals sharing similar identities and identity traits. This viewpoint of symbolic interactionism can be applied to the use of social networking sites and how one's identity is presented on those sites. With social networking sites, one can boost or post their identity through their newsfeed. The personal identity presents itself if the need for individuals to post milestones that one has achieved in efforts to differentiate themselves. The social identity presents itself when individuals tag others in their post pictures. Situated identities may be present in the need to defend something on social media or arrange arguments that occur in comments where one feels it necessary to prove themselves. Coming from the viewpoint that we learn, or at least desire, how to expect other people's reaction responses to things, Bruce Link and his colleagues study how expectations on the reactions of others can affect the mental illness stigma. The participants of one study were individuals with psychosis who answered questions relating to discrimination, stigma, and rejection. The goal of the study was to determine whether other expectations affect the participants' internalized stigmas, anticipated rejection, concerns with staying in, and others. Results found that the high levels of internalized stigma were only present in the minority. However, anticipation of rejection, stigma consciousness, perceived devaluation, discrimination, and concerns with staying in were found to be more prevalent in participants. These perceptions were correlated with outcomes of withdrawal, self-esteem, and isolation from relatives. The study found that anticipation or rejection played the largest role in internalized stigma. Applications on social roles. Symbolic interactionism can be used to dissect the concept of social roles and further study relations between friends. A social role begins to exist when an individual initiates interaction with other people who would comprise a social circle in which the initiator is the central terminal. The accumulated proceedings of duties and rights performed by the central person and all the other participants in the social circle reinforces this dynamic circle. Apart from the central role, such social groups are constituted of participants who benefit from the central figure and those who are eligible and capable of helping the central role to achieve its envisioned objectives. The role in this social role dynamic are preordained, although the prevalent culture of specific society usually possesses a default structure to most social roles, despite the fact that the predominant culture of a certain society typically exerts large amount of influence on the instinctive formation of the structures in social groups. The role in social groups are eventually formed based on the interactions occurred between the central figure and other potential participants in this role. For illustration, if a central person of the social role is a police officer, then the social role can contain victims, teammates, operators, the dispatch, potential suspects, lieutenant. Social roles could be formulated by happenstances, but it can't escape the inexorable reconfiguration of multilateral exchanges of each role's obligation in social life. Through this lens, the examination of various social roles becomes more receptive and accessible, which also possesses the same effects on examining friendship and other vocations. Criticisms. Symbolic interactionism are often criticized for being overtly impressionistic in their research methods and somewhat unsystematic in their theories. It is argued that the theory is not one theory, but rather the framework for many different theories. Additionally, some theorists have a problem with symbolic interaction theory due to its lack of testability. These objections, combined with the fairly narrow focus of interactionist research on small group interactions on other social psychological issues, have relegated the interactionist camp to a minority position among sociologists, albeit a fairly substantial minority. Much of this criticism arose during the 1970s in the US when quantitative approaches to sociology were dominant, and perhaps the best known of these is Alvin Goldner. Framework and theories. Some critiques of symbolic interactionism are based on the assumption that it is a theory, and the critiques apply to the criteria for a good theory to be something that does not claim to be a theory. Some critics find the symbolic interactionist framework too broad and general when they are seeking specific theories. Symbolic interactionism is a theoretical framework rather than a theory and can be assessed on the basis of effective conceptualizations. The theoretical framework, as with any theoretical framework, is vague when it comes to analyzing empirical data or predicting outcomes in social life. As a framework rather than a theory, many scholars find it difficult to use. Interactionism being a framework rather than a theory makes it impossible to test interactionism in the manner that a specific theoretical claim about the relationship between specific variables in a given context allows. Unlike the symbolic interactionist framework, the many theories derived from symbolic interactionism, such as role theory and the version of identity theory developed by Sheldon Stryker, as well as Peter Burke and colleagues, clearly define concepts and the relationships between them in a given context, thus allowing for the opportunity to develop and test hypotheses. Further, especially among Bloomerian processual interactionists, a great number of very useful conceptualizations have been developed and applied in a wide range of social contexts, types of populations, types of behaviors, and cultures and subcultures. Social structure. Symbolic interactionism is often related and connected with social structure. The concept suggested that social interactionism is a construction of people's social reality. It also implies that from a realistic point of view, the interpretations that are being made will not make much difference. When the reality of a situation is defined, the situation becomes a meaningful reality. This includes the methodological criticisms and critical sociological issues. A number of symbolic interactionists have addressed these topics, the best known being Stryker's structural symbolic interactionism, and the formulations of interactionism heavily influenced by this approach, sometimes referred to as the Indiana School of Symbolic Interactionism, including the works of key scholars in sociology and psychology, using different methods and theories applying a structural version of interactionism that are represented in a 2003 collection edited by Burke. Another well-known structural variation of symbolic interactionism that applied quantitative methods is Mumford-Kuhn's formulation, which is often referred to in sociological literature as the Iowa School. Negotiated order theory also applies a structural approach. Language. Language is viewed as the source of all meaning. Bloomer illuminates several key features about social interactionism. Most people interpret things based on assignment and purpose. The interaction, of course, occurs once the meaning of something has become identified. The concept of meaning is what starts to construct the framework of social reality. By aligning social reality, Bloomer suggests that language is the meaning of interaction. Communication, especially in the form of symbolic interaction, is connected with language. Language initiates all forms of communication, verbal and nonverbal. Bloomer defines the source of meaning as a connection that arises out of the social interaction that people have with each other. Critical perspective. According to social theorist Patricia Burbank, the concepts of synergistic and diverging properties are what shape the viewpoints of humans as social beings. These two concepts are different in a sense because their views of human freedom and their level of focus. According to Burbank, actions are based on the effects of situations that occur during the process of social interaction. Another important factor in meaningful situations is the environment in which the social interaction occurs. The environment influences interaction, which leads to a reference group and connects with perspective, and then concludes to a definition of the situation. This illustrates the proper steps to define a situation, and approval of the action occurs once the situation is defined. Interpretation is then made upon that action, which ultimately influences the perspective, action, and definition. Stryker emphasizes that the sociology world at large is the most viable and vibrant intellectual framework by being made up of our thoughts and self-belief. The social interactionist theory is the purpose of all human interaction and is what causes society to exist. This fuels criticisms of the symbolic interactionist framework for failing to account for social structure, as well as criticism that interactionist theories cannot be assessed via quantitative methods and cannot be falsified or tested empirically. Framework is important for the symbolic interactionist theory because in order for the social structures to form, there are certain bonds of communication that are needed to be established to create the interaction. Much of the symbolic interactionist framework basic tenets can be found in a very wide range of sociological and psychological work without being explicitly cited as interactionist, making the influence of symbolic interactionism difficult to recognize given this general acceptance of its assumptions as common knowledge. Another problem with the model is twofold, that it does not take into account human emotions very much, implying that symbolic interaction is not completely psychological, and is interested in social structure to a limited extent, implying that symbolic interaction is not completely sociological. These incompetencies frame meaning as something that occurs naturally within an interaction under a certain condition, rather than taking into account the basic social context in which interaction is positioned. From this view, meaning has no source and does not perceive a social reality beyond what humans create with their own interpretations. Another criticism of symbolic interactionism is more so on the scholars themselves. They are noted to not take interest in the history of sociological approach. This has the ability to produce shallow understanding. It can make the subject hard to teach based on the lack of organization in its teachings to relate with other theories of study. Limitations. Some symbolic interactions, like Goffman, have pointed out the obvious defects of the pioneering Mead concept upon the contemporary symbolic interactionism is built. It has influenced the modern symbolic interactionism to be more conducive to conceiving social psychological concerns rather than sociological concerns. For instance, during analyzing symbolic interactionism, the participants' emotional fluctuations that are inexorably entailed are often ignored because they are too sophisticated or volatile to measure. When the participants are being selected to participate in certain activities that are not part of their normal daily activities, it will inevitably disrupt the participants psychologically, causing spontaneous thoughts to flow that are very likely to make the participants veer away from their normal behaviors. These psychological changes could result in the participants' emotional fluctuations that manifest themselves in the participants' reactions, therefore manufacturing biases that were previously mentioned biases. This critique unveiled the lack of scrutiny on participants' internal subjective processing of their environment, which initiates the reasoning and negotiating facilities, which the contemporary symbolic interactionism also reflects. Henceforth, prejudice is not purely psychological phenomenon. Instead, it can be interpreted from a symbolic interactionist standpoint, taking individuals' construction of the social reality into account. Society for the Study of Symbolic Interactionism. The Society for the Study of Symbolic Interactionism is an international professional organization for scholars who are interested in the study of symbolic interactionism. The society holds a conference in conjunction with the meeting of the American Sociological Association and for the Society of the Social Study of Social Problems. This conference typically occurs in August and sponsor the society holds the Couchstone Symposium each spring. The society provides travel scholarship for student members interested in attending the annual conference. At the annual conference, the society sponsors yearly awards in different categories of symbolic interaction. Additionally, some of the awards are open to student members of the society. The Ellis Bachner Audio Ethnography and Personal Narrative Research Award is given annually at the Society affiliate of the National Communication Association for the best article, essay, book, or chapter on autoethnography and personal narrative research. This award is named after the renowned autoethnographers Carolyn Ellis and Art Bachner. The Society also sponsors a quarterly journal, Symbolic Interaction, and releases a newsletter, SSI Notes. SSI also has a European branch which organizes an annual conference that integrates European symbolic interactionists. Okay, so there you have it. The beginning of my sociological research. I covered up a lot of things. We're turning kind of the corner on the sociological studies, and I'm going to finish up on conspiracy theories today. So I have this long article, and then we're going to do one on religion, and we'll see if I have strength. I'll do some more definitions, but I kind of hemorrhaged my whole audience. So, what can you do? The research has to continue. So let me pour myself a drink. I'm going to nibble down on a little treat. Okay, sorry about the wait. Get some food in me. Try to do at least these two articles and maybe more. Okay, let me pour a drink. Okay, just sorry, 1 second. Okay, so I got these two articles. This one I've been meaning to read for a few weeks, but other things came up. People came on and we talked. This one's also Karen Douglas, one of the main researchers in conspiracy theory. So hopefully, all this background in sociology will add a little bit of insight into conspiracy theory. And we'll look at individual, intergroup, and nation level influences on belief in conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories are part of the mainstream public life with the potential to undermine governments, promote racism, ignite extremism, and threaten public health efforts. Psychological research on conspiracy theories is booming, with more than half of the academic articles on the topic published since 2019. In this review, we synthesize the literature with an eye to understanding the psychological factors that shape willingness to believe conspiracy theories. We begin at the individual level, examining the cognitive, clinical, motivational, personality, and developmental factors that predispose people to believe in conspiracy theories, drawing on insights from social and evolutionary psychology. We then review research examining conspiracy theories as an intergroup phenomenon that reflects and reinforces societal fault lines. Finally, we examine how conspiracy theories are shaped by the economic, political, cultural, and social historical context at the national level. This multi-level approach offers a deep and broad insight into the conspiracist thinking that increases understanding of the problem and offers potential solutions. Conspiracy theories have the potential to undermine governments, promote racism, ignite extremism, threaten public health efforts. In this review, Hornsey synthesizes the literature on factors that shape conspiracy beliefs at the individual, intergroup, and national level. Introduction. In laying out a case for revolution, the authors of the U.S. Declaration of Independence relied heavily on conspiracy theories. Policies such as taxes on tea were not, as Parliament claimed, merely a way of having colonies pay for their share for the cost of keeping them in the British Empire. Rather, they were part of a hidden agenda to exert an oppressive dictatorship over what later became the United States of America. The Declaration of Independence example illustrates that conspiracy theories do not just reside in the mind and hearts of individuals. Frequently, they're positioned within intergroup contests and are shaped also by social, political, economic, and cultural factors. Examples like this are also a reminder that conspiracy theories are not a new phenomenon. Although it is common wisdom that society is increasingly prone to conspiracy theories, or that society is entering a golden age of conspiracy theories, historical analysis finds no support for this notion. Rather, there's been a steady drumbeat of conspiracy theories for centuries, and some have argued that the propensity to engage with them has an evolutionary basis. Although belief in conspiracy theories is not a new phenomenon, what is relatively new is to treat conspiracy theories as an issue worthy of psychological inquiry. More than half of academic publications on conspiracy theories in psychology have been published since 2019. The growth in research interest is partly grounded in the position that conspiracy theories have serious negative effects that need to be managed. For example, conspiracy beliefs are implicated in a number of anti-science attitudes, which slow society's ability to respond to challenges associated with climate change and public health crises. Conspiracy theories also trigger political aggression. They're used as tools to derogate political opponents, encourage political violence, promote prejudice, and recruit terrorists. More generally, conspiracy beliefs help to accelerate and consolidate mistrust of and anxiety about established institutions, including government. Although a degree of healthy skepticism about official accounts of events should be encouraged, chronic skepticism becomes a problem as people ignore established facts and resist solutions to societal problems. As such, the conspiracy theorist has become emblematic of what some have called the anti-enlightenment movement and others have called the post-truth society. In this review, we provide a narrative synthesis of the literature on belief in conspiracy theories organized by level of analysis. First, we describe the individual level factors that might predispose individuals to believe conspiracy theories. The micro-level analysis. Next, we review the research examining conspiracy theories as an intergroup phenomenon. The meso level of analysis, which recognizes that conspiracy theories are reinforced and negotiated among collectives, reflecting and creating societal fault lines. We then examine how belief in conspiracy theories is shaped by economic, political, cultural, and social historical context, the macro level of analysis. We conclude by considering how insight at these very different levels can be integrated and offer suggestion for the future. The micro individual level factors, cognitive, clinical, motivational, personality, developmental. The meso intergroup factors, group allegiance, threats from other groups, vulnerable identities. And the macro international differences, culture, economic variables, corruption, democracy versus authoritarianism. Before beginning, some definitional housekeeping is required. There is a debate in both psychological and philosophical literature about what beliefs warrant the label conspiracy theory. Here we rely on the definitions typically used in the psychological literature, according to which a conspiracy theory is an explanation for important events and circumstances that involve secret plots by groups with malevolent agendas. For the sake of conciseness, we use the term conspiracy belief to refer to both belief in specific conspiracy theories and the more general worldview that conspiracies are common. We also note that conspiracy theories are conceptually distinct from the broader term misinformation. For example, the belief that 5G causes COVID-19 is not a conspiracy theory, but the belief that telecommunication companies know that 5G causes COVID-19 and have suppressed the evidence that the installation of 5G technology is part of a broader plot to depopulate the Earth are conspiracy theories. Finally, in line with the most academic accounts, we use the term conspiracy theory in a way that is agnostic about whether the theory is true. The notion of what constitutes evidence for a theory is subjective, so it would be unsustainable as a definitional practice to draw clear lines separating plausible from implausible conspiracy theories. However, such distinctions are frequently invoked in the literature. Indeed, researchers often wish to investigate conspiracy theories precisely because they can be fanciful and so discrepant from conceptual accounts of reality that they cause problems. We therefore write this review sympathetic to the notion that the motives of powerful elites should be interrogated and fully aware that conspiracy theories might one day prove to be true, but also guided by the principle that not all subjective truths are equally valid proxies for reality. Individual level factors. The vast majority of psychological literature on conspiracy theories has focused on the factors that predispose individuals to endorse conspiracy theories. These are five broad subdomains of investigation: cognitive, clinical, motivational, personality, and developmental. Figure 2 presents a summary of meta analytical evidence for relationships between conspiracy belief and individual level variables from each of these domains. Where available, owing to the sheer quantity of studies on individual level factors, it is not possible to provide an exhaustive review of all the relevant variables. We have attempted to cast the nomological net wide, but we were particularly likely to include variables in the field as a whole deemed it to be important, as evidenced by a large number of studies using the variable, and or we judged that the variable is illuminating or generative in terms of understanding the psychology of conspiracy theories. We note that we do not cover research on demographic differences in conspiracy belief because many of these differences are potentially better explained by the psychological variables that underpin them. For example, effects of education might be explained by other variables such as powerlessness. Okay, so here we have the effect size. Estimated effect sizes and 95% confidence intervals for the correlations between individual level and intergroup factors and conspiracy beliefs as reported by 5 meta-analyses. Market size, line, and the thickness presented the number of primary studies included in the meta-analysis. Larger markets and thicker lines denote 30 primary studies. Smaller markets and thinner lines denote 20 primary studies. So cognitive ability looks like a negative correlation. The higher the cognitive ability, the less likely to believe in conspiracy theories. Individual clinical factors, a huge correlation between paranoia and schizotypy and believing in conspiracy beliefs. Self-esteem and control, slightly negative correlation. Narcissism, also a huge correlation between narcissism and conspiracy belief. Slight positive for neuroticism or openness or extroversion, and a slight negative correlation for conscientiousness and agreeableness. The largest negative correlation for agreeableness. In-group factors, the greatest for collective narcissism. The cognitive approach. The cognitive perspective focuses on the logical fallacies displayed by those who believe conspiracy theories. Examples of logical fallacies include confirmation biases, focusing only on evidence that confirms the theory and disregarding inconsistent evidence, identification of illusory patterns in random events, flawed heuristics such as nothing happens by accident, or big events must have big causes, and willingness to hold conspiracy beliefs that appear to be mutually incompatible. For example, simultaneously believing that Princess Diana is still alive and that she was murdered. This body of research implies that conspiracy beliefs are based on faulty logic rooted in styles of thinking. One well established pattern is that conspiracy belief is associated with relatively low levels of analytical thinking and high levels of intuitive thinking. In other words, people who self report as preferring slow, deliberative, emotional, neutral thinking are less likely to believe conspiracy theories. People who prefer fast, heuristic thinking grounded in gut feeling and emotion are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories. This relationship has been reported consistently across multiple contexts and measures. It has also been demonstrated experimentally compared with control conditions. Conspiracy beliefs were reduced when participants were given tasks that elicited analytical thinking and critical thinking. Although analytical thinking is highly correlated with cognitive general cognitive ability, for example, numerical and verbal skill, the two constructs are conceptually separable. Interestingly, when both are measured simultaneously, there's evidence that cognitive ability is somewhat more robust, negative predictor of conspiracy belief than analytical thinking. This suggests that cognitive ability might be a protective factor in terms of believing conspiracy theories, perhaps because it helps people make realistic judgments in the face of high quality quantities of information. Meta analysis indicate a modest but reliable tendency for people to have a stronger conspiracy beliefs when they have lower cognitive ability. It is notable that this is the only cognitive construct represented in published meta analysis to date. As the quantity of studies, future meta analysis can lend greater nuance to the question of how cognitive style is associated with conspiracy beliefs. An example of this nuanced approach is research examining whether conspiracy belief is linked to a biased tendency to attribute intent. Conspiracy beliefs have been associated with anthropomorphism, assumptions that inanimate objects are animate, and willingness to attribute purpose and consciousness to the movement of geometric shape. These variables might reflect a hypersensitivity to detecting agency and intent, which could in turn lead to an intuitive worldview that someone is pulling strings behind random events. Another line of research has examined whether those who believe conspiracy theories display a dispositional propensity to misunderstand the nature of randomness. Data on this issue are mixed. On one hand, conspiracy belief is unrelated to people's ability to judge the randomness of binary strings of O's and X's. On the other hand, studies have found correlational and experimental relations between conspiracy beliefs and bias towards overestimating the likelihood of co-occurring and spatial adjacent events and drawing causal links between them, such as co-occurrence of COVID-19 cases with 5G infrastructures, the conjunction fallacy. This suggests that those who believe in conspiracy theories have a tendency to base judgments on subjective perceptions of coincidences rather than objective assessments of probabilities. Finally, a small body of research has examined the tendency to reach conclusions impulsively and based on limited information. This jumping to conclusion bias is typically measured through variations of the bead task. Participants are shown two containers holding two types of bead in reversed ratios. For example, one contains 60% orange beads, the other 40% blue beads. Beads are then drawn out one by one, and participants declare which container they came from once they feel ready to decide. People are more likely to believe conspiracy theories tend to make their decisions earlier. This bias is also a reliable measure of psychosis proneness, consistent with links between psychosis and conspiracy belief, as discussed in the next section. The clinical approach. The cognitive approach focuses on how everyday thinking styles and biases predispose people to believe in conspiracy theories. Scholars taking a clinical approach have taken this notion a step further, documenting how conspiracy beliefs can reflect more pervasive disorders of thought. For example, there are links between conspiracy beliefs and almost all personality disorders, which are characterized by disruptive patterns of thinking. Furthermore, paranoid delusions associated with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and some forms of dementia frequently incorporate conspiracy beliefs. Schizotypia, a continuum of characteristics ranging from normal levels of unusual thinking to psychosis, is the most frequently examined clinical construct, probably because it can be meaningfully measured in both clinical and subclinical populations. Several studies have found that people who are higher in conspiracy beliefs also score higher in self-reported measures of schizotypy. A meta-analytical synthesis of this research found a medium-sized correlation overall. Some researchers have suggested that paranoid ideation, thinking that is dominated by suspicious or persecutory content and a symptom of several clinical disorders, might link clinical issues to conspiracy beliefs. Indeed, at least 20 studies have documented a relationship between paranoid ideation and conspiracy beliefs, and a meta-analysis demonstrated a medium-sized relationship. However, there are important empirical and conceptual differences between conspiracy beliefs and paranoid ideation. Whereas paranoia implicates a broad range of sinister actors, conspiracy beliefs tends to specifically implicate powerful elites. Furthermore, people experiencing paranoid ideation tend to see the self as a target of persecution, whereas those who believe in conspiracy theories tend to see society more generally as a target. Overall, the research indicates that there might be a pathological underpinning to some conspiracy beliefs, but there's no evidence that conspiracy beliefs are reducible to paranoia. A second stream of clinical literature examined the relationship between conspiracy beliefs and affective states. People who are predisposed to believe conspiracy theories tend to feel high levels of self-related threat and are more prone to than the rest of the population to report emotional distress such as anxiety and depression. However, the causal relationship between conspiracy beliefs and emotional distress is unclear. One possibility is that belief in conspiracy theories is a consequence of distress. For example, a conspiracy theory could be a palliative response to rejection, a consequence of avoidance coping, or a projection of feelings of threat onto an outgroup. Another possibility is that the conspiracy theories are a cause of distress, that the notion of elites conducting malevolent hoaxes on the public is inherently depressing and anxiety provoking. Of course, both causal directions could be true. Indeed, longitudinal researchers suggest that negative feelings and conspiracy belief mutually reinforce each other, creating a negative feedback loop of anxiety and mistrust. The motivational approach. A broader line of reasoning, mostly in the social psychological literature, proposes that conspiracy theories are motivated beliefs endorsed in an attempt to satisfy unmet psychological needs and desires. For example, in one study, participants that were asked to recall a threatening experience in which they did not have control endorsed conspiracy theories more often than those asked to recall a threatening experience in which they did have control. This result was interpreted to reflect a broader phenomenon whereby thwarted control motivates people to see illusory patterns in random events as a way of introducing order and predictability to life. Subsequent correlation research confirmed the relationship between control and conspiracy beliefs. However, not all literature is sympathetic to the control argument. Some studies highlight a paradox. Although people display stronger conspiracy belief when denied control, exposure to conspiracy theories typically reduces people's sense of control and autonomy. In addition, there has been mixed success in replicating the experimental effects of control. Some studies have shown similar effects to those reported above, but others have reported null effects. And one even reported the reverse effect. Overall, meta-analysis revealed a non-significant relationship between control and conspiracy beliefs. The mixed experimental evidence calls into question the notion that lack of control has a causal effect on conspiracy beliefs. Others have found effects of the parallel construct of power. Correlational research shows that conspiracy beliefs are associated with perceived powerlessness, and powerlessness might explain why conspiracy belief is somewhat higher among those with less education. However, there is no experimental evidence that causally links power to conspiracy beliefs. Like the need for control and power, the need for belonging is a well-established human drive. It might seem paradoxical that a need for belonging could be implicated in people's willingness to believe conspiracy theories, given that conspiracy theorists are frequently targets for stigma and ridicule. However, the internet has realigned traditional notions of inclusion and exclusion. In the face of stigma, people turn to supportive subcommunities to provide emotion and social ballast, and these subcommunities are easy to find on social media. People might choose to engage with reinforcing online conspiracist communities for social nourishment when they feel isolated or lonely. Evidence that conspiracy beliefs are high or among those experience isolation, loneliness, and rejection reinforces the notion that people might be drawn to conspiracy theories to nourish the need for belonging. Related to the need for belonging is the need for self esteem. Despite the risk of stigma, subscribing to conspiracy theories might help people feel clever or special. At the heart of many conspiracy theories are several presumptions that are potentially self enhancing, that those who believe these theories have access to secret knowledge that the mainstream is not sophisticated enough to access, the do your research argument, that those who believe conspiracy theories are flexible free thinkers compared to the blinkered or sheep like minority, the wake up argument, and that those who believe conspiracy theories are on a critical mission and represent a brave minority working to revolutionize how societies operate, the speaking truth to power argument. Although there is no empirical evidence to these self enhancing benefits, research shows that conspiracy beliefs increase when one's personal image is threatened and are somewhat higher among those who have a strong need for uniqueness. Finally, there is emerging evidence that conspiracy beliefs satisfy a desire for entertainment. Certainly, there is a large viewership for online conspiracy channels, many which seem explicitly geared towards fun and entertainment, and many thrillers and dramas use conspiracies as a plot device owing to the sense of mystery and puzzle solving that they evoke. Indeed, there is empirical evidence that conspiracy theories satisfied desire for entertainment. Conspiracist narratives were rated as more entertaining than non conspiracy texts, and people were more likely to believe conspiracy theories than they found entertaining. The personality approach. Consistent with the entertainment argument, conspiracy beliefs are positively associated with a trait like disposition towards sensation seeking. This finding reinforces the notion that personality might play a part in understanding who believes in conspiracy theories and why. Indeed, theoretical arguments have been advanced for how the big five personality variables could be used to create a profile of those who believe conspiracy theories. These arguments include that openness to experience should have a role in conspiracy belief via the tendency to seek novel and unusual ideas, that those low in agreeableness will harbor levels of suspicion and antagonism that characterize many conspiracy beliefs, and that people high in neuroticism and more likely to experience uncertainty and anxiety, both of which characterize those who believe in conspiracy theories. However, two meta-analysis found mostly non-significant relationships between conspiracy beliefs and the big five variables. The largest correlation between conspiracy beliefs and agreeableness was only 0.07. Most fruitful have been the efforts to link conspiracy belief with the dark triad narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. All three dark triad traits are associated with conspiracy belief, which suggests that those who believe in conspiracy theories have relative disregard for the interest of others. The selfish actor model of those who believe in conspiracy theories has been reinforced by research during the COVID-19 pandemic. People who endorse COVID-19 conspiracy theories were more likely to stockpile and less likely to engage in actions than protected others, such as social distancing. Furthermore, endorsement of COVID-19 conspiracy theories was positively associated with anxiety about one's own health and negatively associated with anxiety about the health of others. The developmental approach. Finally, although there has been progress in creating measures of conspiracy beliefs suitable for children and adolescents, there has been little research on how conspiracy beliefs develop across the lifespan. Some have suggested that the developmental experiences can affect willingness to believe conspiracy theories owing to their role in shaping attachment styles. For example, one study found that conspiracy beliefs were associated with anxious but not avoidant attachment. However, another study found the opposite pattern. Although these associations with anxious or avoidant attachment styles suggest that the propensity to believe conspiracy theories might be rooted in early childhood experiences, the conflicting results highlight the need for further study of the relationship between attachment and conspiracy belief. More generally, it is clear that research on the developmental aspects of conspiracy belief is in its infancy and should be a priority for research going forward. Summary of individual level factors. Hundreds of studies have investigated conspiracy theories at the individual level, many of which have been published in the last 3 years. Perhaps unsurprisingly, there is still a tendency for the research streams to be siloed with disciplinary boundaries. In the early days of understanding a phenomenon, this is not always a problem. After all, diverse disciplinary norms bring diverse perspectives, methodologies, and theoretical approaches. Having said that, it is time for greater cross-disciplinary interaction in the study of conspiracy beliefs, and signs are positive in this regard. Reference from the 2020s suggest an increase in interdisciplinary collaboration, particularly between cognitive and social perspectives. Inspection of Figure 2 suggests some dead ends. There has been disproportionate interest in Big Five personality explanations, which have amounted to little in terms of explaining conspiracy beliefs. Furthermore, the field has suffered from methodological narrowness. There's been a heavy reliance on cross-sectional correlational studies, and where experiments have been conducted, they often relied on laboratory-based paradigms with questionable generalizability and reproducibility. There's current little in the way of secondary analysis of big data, research that tracks conspiracy beliefs over time, or developmental approaches. In the past 3 years, these methodological choices have been partly dictated by the need for quick answers to the pressing problems associated with COVID-19 public health crisis. But as the urgency fades and as individual researchers coalesce into global research consortia, there will be more capacity for ambitious large-scale longitudinal research. Hey, Tinkle, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you as always. Intergroup dynamics. An implication of the individual level approach is that there are some people who are prone to believing conspiracy theories and others who are not. By contrast, an intergroup approach highlights the extent to which everybody is prone to conspiracy theories, depending on the social historical context. Indeed, according to the adaptive conspiracism hypothesis, the predisposition to believe in conspiracy theories evolves as an adaptive tendency to be alert to and to protect against hostile coalitions or outgroups. Although these evolutionary underpinnings are difficult to prove or falsify, the adaptive conspiracism hypothesis reinforces a uncontroversial point. By definition, conspiracy theories involve belief about the actions and agendas of coalitions of individuals, and they frequently have an intergroup element that crosses ideological, national, ethnic, religious, and political fault lines. Conspiracy theories alert group members to potential threats and can be used to rationalize in-group aggression towards others. This feedback loop, whereby feelings of victimhood simultaneously reinforced and are used to weaponize conspiracy theories, can be extremely dangerous. According to the social identity theory, intergroup context shapes appraisals of information. Salient intergroup context leads to a perceived enhancement of in-group similarities and out-group differences, which biases perceptions of whether a message is truthful and well-intentioned. In line with this perspective, an individual's conspiracy belief is partially influenced by the extent to which other group members also believe that conspiracy theory. Furthermore, social identity theory is based on the simple observation that there is a general bias towards wanting to think the best of groups to which one belongs. A simple extrapolation from this notion is that people might be more likely to believe outgroups are capable of sinister acts of collusion compared with in-groups. Examples of this phenomenon abound. In the 2000, numerous polls revealed massive international differences in subscription to 9/11 conspiracy theories, where 22% of Canadians endorsed the notion that 9/11 was an inside job orchestrated by the government of the USA. 75% of individuals in 7 Muslim countries supported this view. Similarly, Chinese participants were more likely to endorse the statement the American government is secretly conspiring to harm China than the Chinese government is secretly conspiring to harm America, but the reverse is true for American participants. Finally, followers of the New Age spiritual practices are more likely than Christian people to believe the conspiracy that the Catholic Church kept secret Jesus' marriages to Mary Magdalene, and that there is a secret organization protecting the holy lineage that flowed from that union. Clearly, group loyalties powerfully affect which conspiracy theories people are willing to believe, to the point that one's choice of conspiracy theories can signal group loyalties. Furthermore, there is evidence that people's choices of which coalitions to accuse of secret malicious activity are motivated by system justification. People might blame negative events on outgroups or malevolent actors within the group to preserve the notion that their own social system is fair and legitimate. The adaptive conspiracism hypothesis suggests that conspiracy theories evolved to help manage outgroup threats. Evidence that some conspiracy theories are triggered by feelings of intergroup threat and powerlessness aligns with this argument. For example, in Indonesia, anti-Western conspiracy theorists are correlated with self-reported perceptions of threat and the perception that Western influences have fundamentally changed Muslim identity. Similarly, intergroup conspiracy theories are associated with victimhood-based social identities, prescriptions of relative deprivation, heightened rumination about historical trauma. Importantly, the role of threat has also been demonstrated experimentally. When participants in Indonesia read an article designed to increase intergroup threat, their endorsement of anti-Western conspiracy theories was higher relative to low threat condition. This notion that identity vulnerability is a precursor of conspiracy belief is also reinforced by work on the collective narcissism. Collective narcissism reflects fragile group self-esteem, endorsement of the in-group's greatness, combined with a sense that the group is not valued enough by others, For example, not many people seem to fully understand the importance of the Polish nation. Measures of collective narcissism, but not national identification, are associated with a range of defensive responses, including endorsement of intergroup conspiracy theories in which the in-group is a target of out-group aggression. From a social identity perspective, collective perceptions should predict endorsement of explicitly intergroup conspiracy theories more strongly than individual processes. For example, research in the Middle East and Africa suggests that endorsement of anti-Western, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories were associated with self-reported collective political consciousness, much more so than individual feelings of personal control. Accordingly, some theorists caution against individual level interventions, arguing instead that conspiracy theories are a form of motivated collective cognition. In some, there is a growing awareness that conspiracy theories cannot be examined exclusively as an individual level phenomenon, but the empirical basis for the intergroup level of analysis is still emergent. One strength is that the research reviewed above is its global and temporal reach compared with research on individual level factors. Research at the intergroup level is more likely to be situated within countries outside Western industrialized contexts and more likely to grapple with collective history and collective memory. However, like individual level research, the field is overtly reliant on cross-sectional correlational research. A relative scarcity of experimental evidence limits claims of causality and thereby the potential for interventions that target the intergroup level. Box 1 case study. Anti-Semitic conspiracy theories can be traced to the Middle Ages, when Jewish people were accused of blood libel, host desecration, and well poisoning. Since then, Jewish people have been accused of an astonishing variety of secret plots to spread AIDS, to fabricate the Holocaust, to commit acts of terrorism, to make humans androgynous, and to dominate the world through financial, media, and military control. Three key conclusions can be drawn from the study anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. First, endorsement of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories is particularly high among those who report low political control, strong collective victimhood, and frequent rumination about historical trauma. These findings reinforce the notion that Jewish people have become specific scapegoats for abstract feelings of powerlessness, victimhood, and suffering. Conspiracy theories can also serve to rationalize historical acts of violence. Experimental evidence showed that endorsement of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories increased when people were reminded of their own nation's history of anti-Jewish atrocities. Second, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories are proximal precursor for violence. Historically, stories of secret Jewish plots have been central features of the propaganda campaigns that have precipitated ethnic cleansing. The conspiracy theory that Jewish people are plotting to displace Christian European populations has become a central feature of white supremacist ideology in the West and appears in the manifestos of numerous domestic terrorists. Research in Poland showed that all the varieties of anti-Semitic belief, conspiracy belief, were the strongest predictors of anti-Semitic behavioral intentions. Third, anti-Semitic conspiracy beliefs are not spontaneously formed by individual actors. They are constructed and disseminated by provocateurs as elements of organized campaigns designed to prepare people for violence. This underscores that conspiracy theories are not just factoids discovered by vulnerable minds. They can also be features or infrastructures of misinformation that are authored, cultivated, and designed with specific and malicious intent. International differences. Over the past 5 years, there's been a growth in understanding of how conspiracy beliefs are shaped by macro forces embedded in a nation, such as culture, economic variables, and trust-sensitive political realities. Early attempts to identify international differences in conspiracy beliefs took a conceptual or anecdotal approach rather than a truly comparative approach. For example, one paper drew on observation of child-rearing practices, sexual mores, and norms of secrecy to make the case that the Arab, Iranian, Muslim, Middle East created a culture of conspiracist thinking that could be understood through a psychoanalytical frame. Also influenced by psychoanalytical theory was the case that politics in the USA, and particularly conservative politics, is geared towards suspicious discontent and conspiracy theorizing, a culturally embedded paranoid style. It is only in the past 5 years that scholars have begun collecting and interpreting data across multiple nations with the aim of drawing empirically grounded conclusions about which countries are the most prone to conspiracy beliefs and why. In two cross-national data sets, participants rated their agreements with globally recognized conspiracy theories. 3 other data sets use measures that assess an overall conspiracist mindset or worldview, but do not make reference to any single conspiracy theory. For example, events which superficially seem to lack a connection are often the result of secret activities, or I think that the official version of the events given by the authorities very often hides the truth. Unfortunately, these studies do not provide a strong foundation for conclusions about the effect of macro factors on conspiracy beliefs because the data sets are too small to include relevant controls. Many nation level factors are highly intercorrelated, so it is statistically unreliable to enter more than one group variable level variable in a regression at a time. Consequently, scholars are forced to examine bivariate correlations, which might be an artifact of covariation with latent third variable rather than a real relationship. Less statistically significant effects must be interpreted with caution and should not be overinterpreted. However, confidence in a relationship grows when it replicates across multiple data sets using different measures, replicates at both the group and individual level of analysis, and can plausibly be examined by theory. Moreover, some macro variables have more explanatory power than when measured at the individual level, for example, as perceptions or individual orientations, that when measured using generally group level data, for example, it would make theoretical sense that the cultural variable of uncertainty avoidance would predict conspiracy beliefs, given the demonstrated association between epistemic anxiety and conspiracy beliefs. However, though individuals who report uncertainty avoidance are higher in conspiracy belief, there is limited evidence that cultures with high level of uncertainty avoidance are prone to believe in conspiracies. Similar individual perceptions of economic inequality within a nation are robustly associated with conspiracy beliefs, but the pattern is not reliable observed when objective levels of inequality, such as the Gini coefficient, are used. Finally, people with stronger collectivist versus individualist orientations have higher conspiracy beliefs. This is some evidence that this pattern replicates at the national level. In most, but not all, cross national data set conspiracy beliefs is higher in collectivist versus individualistic countries. However, the mechanisms underlying these results remains unclear. One possibility is that those with a collectivist orientation are more likely to provide a relational explanation for random events and to try to rely on unofficial sources of information as proxies for reality, but this explanation remains to be tested in relation to conspiracy theories. To date, researchers have identified only two nation level variables that consistently predict conspiracy beliefs across multiple data sets: economic vitality and corruption. First, countries with lower GDP per capita are more likely to endorse conspiracy theories. This dovetails with political science research showing that trust in government tends to increase when the economy is strong and decline when the economy struggles. Drawing on institutional theories and democratic theories, scholars have argued that economic vitality is a proxy for government competence and so a valid indicator of whether the government can be trusted. Somewhat consistent with this notion, individual level data shows that people believe conspiracy theories more when the perceptions of current and future economic performance within their nation is relatively poor. Second, conspiracy beliefs are higher in countries that are relatively high on Transparency's International Corruption Perceptions Index. These nation level data dovetail with individual level data on enemy. Conspiracy beliefs are higher when people feel that the social bonds of trust are deteriorating. However, GDP per capita and the Corruption Perception Index are highly correlated. So it is difficult to disentangle whether one or both of the active ingredients shaping conspiracy beliefs. Another macro level factor that could potentially contribute to conspiracy belief is where a nation lies in the spectrum of democracy versus authoritarianism, where electoral processes are distorted, civil liberties restricted, and official media are mouthpieces of propaganda. A conspiracist worldview might be less irrational, more akin to functional cynicism. Indeed, members of countries that score higher on the democracy index as created by the economist intelligence unit tend to be less prone to believe in conspiracy theories than those in more authoritarian regimes. However, interpreting the robustness of the relationship is not easy. On one hand, this association is less consistent than the association with GDP per capita and corruption perceptions. On the other hand, the relationship between the conspiracy belief and the democracy index might be underestimated because participants from authoritarian nations might be wary of revealing true levels of suspicion about the actions and motives of elite institutions within their country. Integrating levels of understanding. A critical mass of research exists on drivers of conspiracy beliefs at a micro, individual, meso, intergroup, and macro national level of analysis, but these typically operate as discrete bodies of literature. Compartmentalization of literature is not necessarily a problem. It is natural and sometimes beneficial for levels of analysis to have their own language, approaches, and theoretical touchstones. However, it is reasonable to ask how the micro, meso, and macro explanations of conspiracy beliefs relate to each other and to consider whether they can be integrated into a cohesive whole. In trying to answer these questions, we recommend lowering expectations that Figure 1 can be turned into a neat and tidy conceptual model. or that relationships between the levels can be captured empirically. Hygienic models where constructs relate in predictable and elegant ways might be do a disservice to the complexity of the phenomenon at hand, particularly given that the psychology of conspiracy beliefs could change dramatically depending on the content of the conspiracy theory. For example, it might not be reasonable to expect that the same model applies to a conspiracy about a new world order, Jeffrey Epstein, and vaccines, rather than envisaging unidirectional arrows between levels. Conspiracy theories might be better understood in terms of a systems model where micro, meso, and macro levels mutually reinforce each other in complex and recursive patterns that shift depending on the conspiracy domain. That said, theory and prior research suggests certain testable propositions about how different levels might relate to each other, which we lay out below. All these pathways involve top down processes where more abstract higher levels contextualize, shape, or moderate lower level factors. This does not rule out bottom up processes. Micro factors could cause meso or macro processes, analogous to the series of dots forming a gestalt whole in a pointillist painting. However, the theories we draw on are more consistent with top down processes, and the flow from macro to micro processes is consistent with the logic of multi level analysis in other literatures. First, although we are not familiar with any research that has explicitly addressed ways in which macro processes such as economic conditions and culture might shape intergroup processes with regard to conspiracy theories, there is theoretical precedent to make the case. According to adaptive conspiracism hypothesis, social ecological factors such as economic crisis can cue evolved readiness to attribute events to the deliberate action of enemy groups. From this perspective, macro level factors might trigger latent predispositions for intergroup conspiracy theories. Other literature could be drawn on to make a similar case that macro factors can shape whether and in what way conspiracy theories manifest at the intergroup level. For example, a key insight in the cross cultural literature is that collectivist Greek cultures are more prone to self organizing by group identity than individualist cultures. By extension, it could be that culture shapes whether conspiracy theories coalesce into communities and intergroup contests, as opposed to conspiracy theories that are nurtured by individuals as loners. It is similarly possible that economic inequality and or populist governments might nudge people towards seeing conspiracy theories through an intergroup lens, such as elite versus the rest or the powerful versus the dispossessed. Second, it is possible to construct theoretically driven predictions about how intergroup context might moderate the relationship between individual level factors and conspiracy beliefs. A fundamental premise of social identity theory is that when an intergroup context is salient, strongly invested group members will converge around a fuzzy prototype of attitudes, behaviors, and emotions defined by the group identity. In other words, strong intergroup context trump individual level variables in terms of shaping attitudes and behavior. A simple testable prediction is that the role of individual level factors in explaining conspiracy beliefs will be weaker when intergroup factors are more intense. For example, in conditions where there is an intergroup threat, strong in-group identification and or collective cognitions around historical victimization. Extrapolating this logic at the macro level, it could also be argued that individual level factors will be less diagnostic when there are strong nation level contexts, for example, in nations with high levels of corruption or economic dysfunction. However, the opposite prediction also seems sustainable. Nation level conditions might provide a backdrop of mistrust or dissatisfaction, which crystallized in conspiracy theories among those who have individual psychologies that predispose them to doing so. From this perspective, both nation level and individual level factors might be mutually reinforcing. In other words, micro factors might be the seeds of conspiracist thinking, whereas macro factors provide the fertile ground from which they grow. Finally, it is plausible to devise a cascade of trickle-down models where conditions established at the macro level, such as cultural, economic, and governance factors, help to shape factors at the meso level, which in turn influence factors at the micro level. For example, it could be that certain groups will feel marginalized within the specific power structures of their society, and then cascades down to create unmet psychological needs such as deficits in feelings of control, power, and epistemic certainty. Although the above predispositions are informed by theory, they're still speculative and lack an empirical basis. This should not be surprising. Operating at a more than one level of analysis simultaneously is not easy, often requiring extensive funding and always requiring methodological and theoretical virtuosity because it is too early to run sense checks on the plausibility of the ideas raised above. We are at a somewhat unsatisfactory stage of presenting multiple pathways, some of which are contradictory. However, This also presents an opportunity by opening new questions on the field of inquiry for future researchers in this space. Box 2, populism and conspiracy theories. Early research on political identity and conspiracy theories focused on traditional liberal conservative dimensions. This research found that those who endorse conspiracy theories occupy both ends of the political spectrum, but conspiracy beliefs are particularly common among people who operate on the ideological extremes. By contrast, populism describes a political worldview defined by distrust that cuts across these traditional left right distinctions. According to populist politicians, the world is dichotomized into elites who are corrupt, malicious, and uncaring, and ordinary people characterized by virtue and common sense. Populist politicians frame themselves as representatives of ordinary people who will work within the secretive and corrupt political system to revolutionize it, effectively destroying conspiracies. It is therefore not surprising that populist attitudes and support for populist politicians are reliably associated with conspiracy beliefs. For example, people who support former populist President Donald Trump are significantly more vaccine hesitant than other Americans because they're more prone to conspiracy beliefs. The success of the populist politicians internationally in the past decade has prompted commentary that the world is entering an area of politics where the usual trust algorithm is inverted. Instead of representing the political system, politicians receive support by affirming suspicions that the political system is untrustworthy and secretive. This phenomenon is a reminder that conspiracy beliefs do not always emerge spontaneously at the individual level. They can also be manufactured at the macro level by political operatives and the media that support them. The interplay between community members and the populist politicians is mutually reinforcing. Populist politicians train individual actors to view issues through a conspiracist lens, and individual actors enable and reward those efforts with political loyalty. Summary and future directions. In this review, we have synthesized the literature on the interpersonal, intergroup, and national level factors that drive conspiracy beliefs. To date, there's far more research documenting the causes of conspiracy beliefs than research that seeks to reduce conspiracy beliefs and their negative effects. This is partly because some of the most research factors lead to an intellectual cul-de-sac if the problem lies in factors that are relatively hard to influence, such as people's pathologies, thinking styles, and personalities, then this limits the extent to which the problem can be overcome. In addition to providing a more complete understanding of conspiracy beliefs, a multi-level approach suggests possible solutions, and the next generation of research in this space should examine interventions more directly. That is, future research should look for ways to reduce conspiracy theorizing, or at least to break the link between conspiracy beliefs and behaviors that are destructive for individuals and society. Further research should also test the cross-national generalizability of individual level predictors that have been established in the existing literature, testing the extent to which established correlates drawn from exclusively Western samples replicate in other parts of the world is important both theoretically and practically. The few attempts to test such generalizability have been revealing. For example, there's evidence that the link between conspiracy belief and climate skepticism, once considered universally, is especially pronounced in the USA. Theoretically, this finding adds nuance to the assumption that climate skepticism is an expression of a conspiracist worldview and has implications for understanding the interplay between individual level and nation level factors in shaping climate skepticism. The practical benefit of cross national research is that it allows practitioners, communicators, and policymakers to understand the psychological correlates of conspiracy theorizing in their own regions so that they are better equipped to devise and implement interventions. Finally, a truly multi level approach to understanding conspiracy theories requires cosmopolitanism not only in theories, methods, and approaches, but also in terms of how academics situate themselves tonally. Migrating between micro, meso, and macro levels factors requires an empathetic shift as much as epistemic shift. When scholars have focused on the individual level, the tone has drifted towards a deficit model defined by what those who believe conspiracy theories lack. They have dark personalities, are prone to clinical disorders, demonstrate illogical ways of thinking, and have unmet psychological needs and selfish orientations. At the meso level, there's an emphasis on the destructive nature of conspiracies as a tool of prejudice and conflict, but analysis at the macro level suggests a more compassionate orientation. Communities sometimes learn to mistrust elites because those elites cannot be trusted and are people who are doing their best in difficult circumstances to make sense of ambiguous events. This emphasizes the importance of being reflective about our academic stance rather than seeing ourselves as calm and dispassionate arbiters of reasonableness. We must remember that the inherent apparent reasonableness of official accounts of events might shift depending on the social political culture within which one is situated. This creates a kaleidoscopic moral universe. Conspiracy theories are both logical and logical. Trust Truth is both sacred and relative. Conspiracy beliefs do harm and they have the potential to meet important psychological needs. Scholars might find themselves toggling between the need to fight against destructive mistruths and sensitivity to the notion that the best long term solution to a systematic mistrust is to demonstrate authentic trustworthiness in political, economic, and institutional systems. Interventions. Few studies have tested interventions to reduce negative effects of conspiracy beliefs, which either indicate low hanging fruit for future research or a file drawer problem. Rebutting a specific conspiracy theory with corrective information reduces support for that specific theory, but these are typically blunt manipulations and pre-test, post-test designs that are vulnerable to demand characteristics. Furthermore, there is no evidence that debunking a specific conspiracy theory reduces the broader conspiracy worldview, or that it is effective for people who have already strongly aligned themselves with a conspiracy theory. Interestingly, there is evidence that counterarguments are relatively ineffective when they are presented after conspiracist arguments, suggesting that pre-bunking might be more effective than debunking. A related approach is to inoculate people against conspiracy theories by warning them about manipulative persuasive techniques to which they will be exposed. These strategies have proved to be somewhat effective, but the effects are again possibly inflated with the demand characteristics. Similar critiques apply to studies that report positive effects of priming resistance to persuasion or analytical thinking. A study designed to manipulate analytical thinking in a way that reduced demand effects produced inconsistent results. It should not be surprising that cognitive interventions have only modest success. After all, conspiracy theories are notoriously difficult to falsify, and conspiracy beliefs are shaped in part by non rational processes. But alternative approaches designed to indulge the psychological needs that predispose people to conspiracy theories have also had mixed success. For example, early suggestions that self affirmations or control inductions could be used to reduce conspiracy beliefs subsequently waned owing to mixed evidence for causal effects on conspiracy beliefs. However, in one of the few studies that took an intergroup approach, inducing empathy towards Chinese people reduced endorsement of the Wuhan laboratory COVID-19 conspiracy. Other studies have focused instead of the power of social norms to disrupt the relationship between conspiracy beliefs and problematic behaviors. For example, believing that important people in your life are pro vaccination eliminates the well documented relationship between a conspiracy worldview and vaccine hesitancy. There's also evidence that people overestimate the social prevalence of conspiracy beliefs, suggesting that there might be benefits to interventions that challenge these misperceived norms. In the face of these underwhelming outcomes for interventions, many argue that it's easier to prevent conspiracy theories from developing rather than to stop them once formed. It is perhaps unrealistic to expect psychological studies to examine the macro factors outlined in this review, but there is general agreement on the need to play the long game, fortifying the integrity of governments and other institutions to remove the fertile ground in which conspiracy theories grow. Okay, so that's the last of the major papers I had on conspiracy theories. We'll still talk about conspiracy theories, but I think I had to give a pretty good basis covering of the state of research, psychology, sociology into conspiracy theories. And there's more studies. I read mostly overviews that talked about the main studies. So I want to do one more paper, and I might call it a night after this. We'll do a shorter program, still get over 5 hours. I mean, I have more things on sociology, but I was going to do a little on history, trends in history, like historic recurrence, and say that, like we saw, the conspiracy theories are just um, patterns of causation, of cause and effect, and trying to understand just history in general and historical patterns. But let's pivot to religion, the sociology, group formation, identity in relation to religiosity. And this will be a direction I'll be pivoting to for the next few weeks. So let me just get another quick drink. Okay. Religiosity as identity toward an understanding of religion from a social identity perspective. And, we talked about social identity theory, and we saw that the conspiracy article mentioned that in the religiosity. So, see all this readings I've been doing on theories of sociology are, important for understanding the further research, and some of them are somewhat assumed in these academic articles. Religiosity as identity toward an understanding religion from a social identity perspective, from the Personality and Social Psychology Review in 2010. As a social identity anchored in a system of guiding beliefs and symbols, religion ought to serve a uniquely powerful function in shaping psychological and social processes. Religious identification offers a distinctive sacred worldview and eternal group membership unmatched by identification with other social groups. Thus, religiosity might be explained, at least partially, by the marked cognitive and emotional value that religious group membership provides. The uniqueness of a positive social group grounded in a belief system that offers epistemological and ontological certainty lends religious identity a twofold advantage from the promotion of well being. However, that uniqueness might have equally negative impacts when religious identity itself is threatened through intergroup conflict. Such consequences are illustrated by the examination of identities ranging from religious fundamentalism to atheism. Consideration of religion's dual function as a social identity and a belief system may facilitate greater understanding of the variability and its importance across individuals and groups. From race to religion, people belong to particular groups that inevitably shape their responses to a range of circumstances. In this regard, social identity theory has been most influential in providing insight into the relationship between the self concept and the social groups to which one belongs. Identification with groups often affords us the benefit to well being by offering enhanced support and a sense of belonging. Furthermore, groups may be able to accomplish goals, social change through political action that would otherwise be unobtainable at the individual level. As a social identity anchored in a system of guiding beliefs, religious affiliation should serve a uniquely powerful function in shaping psychological and social processes. An examination of religiosity that considers the synergy of its dual function as a social identity and as a unfalsifiable belief system may facilitate an understanding why religion is important to so many people and might even elucidate why it is not important to others. Although considerable research has focused on social identity based on race, gender, and nationality, fewer studies have evaluated the psychosocial implications of social identity stemming from religion. Yet it has been suggested that the content of identity is important and that social identities are meaningful self definitions precisely because of their content. Given the importance of religiosity in many individuals' self conception, coupled with a culture where individuals and groups are regularly targeted on the basis of their religious belief and affiliation, a review in the ways in which religious identity shapes psychosocial functioning seems timely. Grounded within a social identity framework, we propose that the unique characteristics of group membership inextricably linked to religious belief system, even compared with other ideological belief systems, might be essential to explain why religiosity is often embraced with such tenacity. We subsequently present empirical findings regarding the view that religious identification can be fundamental to the promotion of individual well being while simultaneously serving as a basis for seemingly intractable intergroup conflicts. Finally, we suggest several avenues for research with consideration of the role of religious leaders and symbols, variation in religious ideologies, multiple social group membership, and the potential preeminence of religious identification over other social identities in the lives of many individuals. Social identity approach, a brief overview. The concept of identity has been the subject of considerable theorizing and research. From a social identity perspective, threats to one's self esteem or well being might be alleviated by increasing identification with a group that offers high level of status and support. A social group is a collective of individuals who perceive themselves as members of the same social category. The self categorization subsequently promotes perceptions of one's social environment as consisting of an in-group in which the individual holds membership in various outgroups of which individuals is not a member. The knowledge of and emotional value of membership in a group is integral to the individual's sense of self. Thus, social identification appears to have cognitive, affective, and evaluative dimensions, frequently interpreted through the importance of group membership and the self concept. The social identity perspective posits that identification with one social group motivates individuals to distinguish their group from others to perceive positive self esteem and attain self enhancement. Building on this notion, it was suggested that the positive identification is best achieved through finding the optimal balance between the motivations for individual uniqueness and group belonging, or through reducing uncertainty by more closely aligning oneself with an entitative, purely or clearly defined group. Some group memberships are especially central to the self concept and might be particularly salient under distressing circumstances. In this regard, religious identity may be especially important when an individual's sense of safety or security has been undermined. Essentially, identification with one's religious group may provide a sense of unwavering stability and solid ground, more so than would be gained from other social identities, perhaps stemming from highly organized supportive networks or shared reliance on faith in a higher power. Belief systems as identity. Why religion? Religion exists as a set of diverse yet commonly held belief systems from which individuals may gain benefits like health and well being. Those who are highly identified with their religious group not only share common beliefs, but also, by definition, perceive their group membership as central to their self concept, thereby gaining a sense of personal or collective self esteem from the membership and a strong bond with other group members. However, the unique characteristics of religion, including compelling affective experiences and moral authority that cannot be empirically disputed, may lend to this particular social identity a personal significance exceeding that of membership in other groups. The belief system inherent in any religion may be central to explain why many individuals strongly associate themselves with their religious group. Ordinarily, people have beliefs about the self and the world around them that emanate from a variety of psychological or social foundations. For example, gender belief systems encompass attitudes towards sex roles, representations of men and women, and gender stereotypes. Personality traits might also function as belief systems to promote understanding of oneself and one's emotion. More broadly, considerable research efforts have been devoted to examining the role of belief systems reflecting political ideology in shaping and being shaped by psychological and social processes. And of course, religiosity offers a system of guiding beliefs through which to interpret one's experiences and give them meaning. These belief systems often function as social identities through the increasing importance of the relevant group membership to the self concept. However, religion differs substantially from the constructs in that it may also invoke epistemological beliefs regarding what can or cannot be known, as well as ontological beliefs regarding what can or cannot exist. They are shared among group members. Moreover, historical and cultural continuity grounds these core beliefs founded in rites, symbols, and physical spaces created over millennia, but adapted to fit with shifting social norms and ways of living in a given era. One of these tenets that may empower religious identity is the steadfast belief that one's own religion is the truth. Previous research demonstrated that beliefs yield to evidence in situations where an alternative identity has been affirmed. However, given that religious belief systems can be neither proven nor disproven, the faith inherent in religious identification is able to thrive regardless. Although a unitary perception of the truth has been conceptualized as fundamentalist in nature by some, it may be far more widespread as an individual loyalty to a particular set of religious beliefs rests on the premise that his religion is the correct one to follow. The positive intergroup comparison is likely to foster perceived superiority in group glorification relative to other religious groups and thus reinforce the certainty of that group membership to the self concept. Although such feelings of superiority are likely to have deleterious effects on religious in group relations, paradoxically, the ability to fully embrace the identity is apt to provide comfort in times of uncertainty and robust coping resources in the midst of distress. Despite the philosophical divergence between religious and other worldviews, some similarities should be noted. For example, religiosity and political conservatism often overlap, perhaps as a result of desiredness to minimize uncertainty of the threat, and that may be fulfilled by both types of ideologies. It has also been suggested that support for religious and social political systems might be linked by individuals' perceived lack of control, and that notwithstanding obvious differences, beliefs in these systems might even substitute for one another based on the supposed external control that each conveys. The question remains, if religious and political or other belief systems coincide to a great extent, then why have both? Why religion? It could be that religious identification offers something that identification with a political or other group lacks, even if that other group membership also serves to shape one's worldview in some fashion. In answers to the questions of what makes religion distinctive, Pargament has offered two perspectives. First, religion is about the substantive notion of the sacred, and second, religion serves a unique function in explicating the ultimate issues in life. Thus, the shared beliefs in the existence of God or gods and an afterlife, as well as the less explicitly religious concepts such as control and life purpose, ought to culminate in powerful worldview. That worldview not only directs individual and group processes, but also might reduce existential anxiety by fostering the prospect of eternal group membership. Although advocates of some religious ideology may perceive acts of suicide or martyrdom to inherently bestow eternal spiritual rewards, which of course cannot be empirically challenged, the termination of one's life obviously conflicts with more immediate earthly benefits for psychological or physical outcomes. Paradoxically, psychological benefits proceeding from such an act may be great in highly identified religious individuals providing life purposes. Thus, a social identity empowered by a community of members holding such strong convictions will likely bring about benefits to personal well-being, equaling or exceeding those associated with other group memberships. Moreover, such advantages need not be restricted to social identities or fundamentalist proportions, but should also be evidenced as a consequence of the daily attitudes and actions of highly identified religious individuals who are guided by their systems of belief and bolstered by their own perceptions of truth. The social identity of religion, empirical findings. Religious identity and individual well-being. A strong social identity stemming from any number of group memberships has been associated with positive psychological health. As alluded to earlier, social identity approach posits that individuals are motivated to differentiate the in-group from out-group using dimensions through which the in-group acquires a positive distinctiveness. Establishing a positive social identity subsequently fosters a sense of individual well-being, including reduced depressive symptomatology and enhanced self-esteem. Even when an individual's identity is threatened through stigma, discrimination, or political violence, which ought to result in numerous negative psychological and physiological stress responses, highly identified individuals often experience the least stress. Several researchers have investigated the relationship between religious identification and health behaviors, noting associations with reduced smoking and increased intentions to follow mammography recommendations. Such findings are consistent with research regarding the religion health link in general and may be indicative of highly religious individuals' tendency to avoid risk behaviors, comply with authority, or conform to social norms. Likewise, the few studies that have empirically examined relations between religious identity and psychological health suggest that high levels of identification are related to lower levels of psychological distress. For example, religious high identifiers demonstrate reduced depressive symptomatology and enhanced self-esteem, higher levels of subjective well-being, lower negative affect, higher positive affect, and life satisfaction have similarly been reported among highly identified religious individuals in representative national samples in the United States. Such findings appear to be consistent across religious groups, including Christian, Muslim, and Jewish individuals. Several mechanisms might account for the association between religious identification and positive psychological health. Certainly, religious people often receive considerable social support from members of their religious community, and this support may foster more positive outcomes. Supportive communities of fellow believers might also fulfill a highly identified individual's need for belongingness, which Baumeister and Leary 1995 have called a fundamental human motivation. Yet, given that membership in a variety of social groups may offer similar benefits to the individual, social support, belongingness, what makes religious identification different? A large-scale American study revealed that the influence of religious versus secular social networks on life satisfaction were distinct only when the former were accompanied by a strong sense of religious import. Likewise, the importance of religion to one's self concept and hence life satisfaction only when reinforced by their religious community. Thus, in contrast with the suggestion that the benefits of religion, religious and secular social networks might be indistinguishable, this research demonstrates that praying together is better than bowling together and better than praying alone. Another possibility rests in the finding that religious coping behaviors, they increase prayer as well as the tendency for religious high identifiers to use a variety of non-religious coping strategies effectively, reduced avoidance, accounted for positive psychological health, followed by recollections of trauma and threats to religious identity itself. Thus, additional coping resources, including spiritual support seeking, perhaps reflecting inclinations to resist passive tactics in effort to resolve stressful experiences, may account for the positive outcomes enjoyed by highly identified religious individuals. Others suggest that religiousness in general offers a global meaning system, the benefits of which are apt to be marked among individuals whose religious group memberships and the benefits therein are central to their self-concept. In effect, the advantages of of religious identification may be twofold. Individuals not only gain from the sense of belonging offered by social group membership in general, but should also benefit when they accept religion as a set of guiding beliefs that offers a worldview entailing life purpose and meaning. Moreover, those two factors appear to interact such that neither faith alone nor communities alone, but rather communities of faith foster the greatest well-being. Religious identity and intergroup conflict. Uh, religious identity and intergroup conflict. Despite the benefits of religious identification for individual well-being, as with other social identities, religion often engenders conflict between groups. Although intergroup strife is not unique to disputes among religious groups, religion is often the defining marker of a cohesive and compelling collective identity. It has also been argued that some social identities, such as nationalism or ethnic group membership, may serve a function equal to or greater than that achieved by religious identification. For example, the assertion that ethnicity is the bedrock of social identity is based on the notion that ethnic group membership is impermeable. Once born occurred, always occurred. Consequently, when ethnic conflicts erupt, the unchanging nature of ethnicity often results in actions aimed at eliminating the outgroup, God forbid, genocide. Clearly, however, such atrocities do little to win outgroup members over to the in-group side. Conversely, the power of religion is often determined by the number of people who have adopted and adhere to a set of beliefs, a conversion that is not possible where ethnicity is concerned. Indeed, one of the valued outcomes of holy war is the number of infidels who can be converted to the victor's religion, that the goal of religious conflict is often to capture the mind rather than the body, might lend religious identity particularly powerful social and psychological underpinnings, particularly within Christian and Islamic traditions, especially when that identity is under attack. In this regard, it has been argued that some ostensibly political and ethnic conflicts were and are essentially the result of religious group differences. In the former Yugoslavia, for example, the three primary ethnic groups that inhabit Bosnia-Herzegovina differ mainly in their religious ideologies. Most Serbs are Orthodox Christian, Croats are primarily Catholic, and Bosnians are almost all Muslim. Stemming from the link between ethnic and religious identities in this context, the Bosnian context has been likened to the political disputes among Protestants and Catholics in Northern Ireland. Likewise, religion in India has engulfed the politics of identity more than any other force, including caste, tribe, gender, and class, a sentiment illustrated by Gandhi's 1949 assertion that politics divorced from religion has absolutely no meaning. This religious political discord has been propelled in part by members of the Hindutva movement who advocate Hindu nationalism, thereby fostering religious in-group bias and out-group derogation, anti-Muslim, anti-Christian sentiments. Similarly, the religious basis for Islamic terrorism has taken on political connotations in an effort to enhance Islamic identity and unity. Unfortunately, this mission often exists alongside extreme interpretations of religious doctrine that sanctions the use of violence to protect geopolitical interests. Religious identity has been directly examined within several intergroup contexts, including the Protestant Catholic divide in Northern Ireland, the array of conflicts in the Middle East, and the 9/11 terrorist attacks in the United States. Although this is certainly not an exhaustive list of the research regarding conflicts wherein religious identity might be an important factor, these studies nonetheless serve as an illustrated example of the role religious identification might have in promoting intergroup violence. The above-mentioned conflicts could be attributed in part to divergent cultural or political belief systems. However, there is also reason to believe that they are related to religious group identity. Although the conflict in Northern Ireland has always been highly political in nature, disagreements between Unionists and Nationalists regarding the most appropriate constitutional status for the region, there is also considerable evidence that intergroup tensions are largely based on religious group membership. Indeed, self-identification as a Protestant or Catholic often tends to be the most general and most salient basis for inhabitants of the area, promoting in-group favorability and out-group bias. In Israel, efforts have been made to integrate Arab, predominantly Muslim, and Jewish citizens into peaceful social coexistence while averting the threat of religious identity erosion that serves as a powerful group partition. Specifically, an intervention designed to encourage the expression of multiple social identities, including religion, among Arab Israeli adolescents of various faiths, resulted in increased empathy and decreased aggression towards Jews among Christians, reduced anxiety and religious identity among Muslims, and increased Israeli identity shared with Jews among both the Druze and Christian groups. The salience of the multiple identities may have served to diminish the divisions emanating from religious differences, thereby providing opportunity for greater intergroup cooperation. However, the abating of religious identity under conditions wherein religion underlies the conflict may unfortunately undermine the psychological benefits of that identification for the individual as well. Finally, although some have contested the religious underpinnings of the 9/11 terrorist attack, there's overwhelming evidence in the fundamentalist religious ideology held by the attackers, which was inextricably linked to their personal and collective identity. Interesting levels of religious identity salience, primarily Catholic, Protestant, and Jewish, were significantly higher among American university students 4 days following those attacks than they were 6 months afterwards, suggesting that the relation between identification and social political events may be reciprocal. This finding coincides with Branscom's 1999 rejection identification model, which posits that outgroup threat strengthens identification with the devalued in-group. However, such identity strengthening may be adaptive for coping with intergroup stressors, particularly when the identity is relevant to the conflict experience. Indeed, the context of religious intergroup strife, religious identification may be a source of both threat and comfort. Religious extremes as identity. Fundamentalism. The idea of religious identity as a driving force behind intergroup conflict raises the flag of fundamentalism, perhaps evoking notions of authoritarian aggression or conjuring images of terrorist violence. Although a complete discussion of religious fundamentalism is beyond the scope of the present article, some insights are noteworthy, particularly when this complex phenomenon is viewed through the lens of social identification. Several factors are thought to feed into Abrahamic fundamentalist ideology, including dualism, absolute evaluations of good versus evil, authority of a sacred book or leader, selectivity, choosing certain beliefs or practices over others, and millennialism, confidence in eschatology as God's will. However, one facet is thought to be vital reactivity, that is, hostility towards the secular modern world. In effect, hostility directed towards the outgroup, which comprises anybody who is not part of the religious in-group, along with mainstream members of one's own religious group who are not viewed as true believers or religious enough. This process of relegating to the margins in-group members who diminish the group's distinctiveness, and blur group boundaries is particularly likely to occur in times of threat or uncertainty. Yet paradoxically, the expanding outgroup increasingly threatens the fundamentalist in-group, thereby exaggerating the enhancement of positive group distinctiveness, esteem, and moral certainty. Despite several theoretical and empirical advances, the struggle to understand how or why religious identification becomes extreme in nature continues. It has been suggested that religious zeal buffers the negative effects of personal uncertainty and self-threats. However, several factors thought to ground fundamentalism are also held to some extent by anyone who follows a particular set of religious beliefs. One true religion, authority of a sacred book. Yet mainstream religious individuals who hold such beliefs do not consistently demonstrate the hostility and confrontation of their fundamentalist counterparts, instead frequently promoting pro-social attitudes and behaviors. Thus, it may be more likely that intergroup tension rather than individual psychology fuels fundamentalist attitudes, whereby the perception of both Earthly and eternal threats serve to magnify in-group identification and aggression towards the outgroup. Moreover, under conditions of heightened intergroup strain, highly identified individuals appear to be especially intolerant of intergroup dimensions of on issues relevant to group status in an intergroup or as opposed to an intragroup context. Thus, tensions both across and within groups might promote conditions wherein fundamentalist attitudes flourish. Finally, it is noteworthy that fundamentalism is not unique to religion, often driven instead by or alongside nationalist or ethnic markers. Certainly, the posited central component of fundamentalism reactivity could be demonstrated through heightened levels of hostility towards threatening outgroup by any number of groups or subgroups within a broader category. In this way, even highly identified atheists might share the same very characteristic of fundamentalism they rail against. Indeed, just as religious fundamentalism would not exist without hostility towards threatening secular outgroup, atheism would not exist without the presence and rejection of religion. Irreligion, perhaps in response to religious fundamentalism, violence, perceived threats to civil liberties governed by religious ideals, anger towards God for events of a more personal nature, or disillusionment with the perceived incompatibility of religion and science. Some individuals reject or abandon any notion of religious faith. Thus, in a discussion of why individuals embrace and identify with their religious group, it is worth considering why others do not. Considerable variability exists regarding the extent to which religious identification is valued or present at all, conceivably as a result of individuals' perceptions that their needs are being sufficiently met by identification with other groups of or relative indifference to questions of an existential nature. Nonetheless, there are those who actively promulgate their rejection of religion, sometimes referred to as the new atheist, or more colorfully evangelical heathens. Some atheists are devout unbelievers, although the ideological gap between religious traditionalists and secular humanists have been widening for decades. A few researchers have examined the social identification of atheists, yet some individuals identify highly with other members of their irreligious group, or might be evidenced by membership in organizations such as the Freedom from Religion Foundation. Moreover, it could be argued that atheism, like religion, coincides with an epistemological and ontological framework through which to understand and interpret the world, namely naturalistic materialism. Certainly, such a belief also offers potential explanations regarding what can be known and what can exist, and is likely to be of great import to those whose self-identification as atheist is central. Although the reactions of religious individuals to an atheist outgroup has been assessed, there is relative paucity of research empirically addressing the responses of highly identified atheists. However, we have observed that on experiencing an identity threat that targets the religious affiliation or lack thereof, atheist appraisal, coping, effective, and action-taking responses were similar to those of religious individuals, albeit the breadth of atheist responses were narrow and the magnitude of the responses was lower. However, atheists were also less likely to appraise the identity threat as central to their well-being compared to those who were religious. The lack of sacred element or the relative shortage of defining symbols and the structures of the buttress identification in the former belief system might account for the atheists' more temperate responses. Nonetheless, given the differences in the response between highly identified atheists and believers were not striking when their respective groups were threatened, it may be that philosophical belief systems that are held in high regard, religious or otherwise, anchor both self and group identity, such that an attack on our cherished ideas become an attack on us. Clearly, more research is needed to disentangle the complexities in the making and maintenance of atheist versus religious belief systems and identity. Implications for future empirical pursuits. To further clarify the role of religious identification in understanding and hopefully managing intergroup conflict, enhancing individual well-being, and gaining a greater appreciation of religious belief systems as identity, including when held with zeal and when rejected entirely, several empirical research pursuits are worth considering. First, examination of the unique characteristics associated with religious leadership, as well as the physical structures and practices that reinforce religious identification, may be fruitful in determining how it is shaped and maintained. Second, rather than approaching religious identity as a constant across groups, consideration of various religious ideologies could reveal important differences concerning both individual and intergroup processes. Third, social identities do not exist in isolation, and religious identification might interact with other identities in unique ways to influence psychosocial functioning. And finally, given the sacred belief system linked to conceptions of religious identity, discrimination on the basis of religious affiliation is likely to be particularly harmful to individual well being and may result in magnified in group responses when religion itself is targeted. An examination of differential strategies for dealing with such threats may therefore be constructive. Religious identity leaders and landmarks. The leadership structure associated with religion stands apart from other social groups. Specifically, within each religious tradition, there's typically an individual or entity who holds the primary authority over group members. And yet, because they are not tangibly living on earth, no personal identity exists to cloud the pure archetype of the social identity itself. Indeed, it has been suggested that the most influential and effective leaders are perceived as prototypical of the group identity. As such, the unchanging nature of religious figureheads fulfills this purpose without compromise. Further to these ideal prototypes, there exists a secondary layer of religious leadership that actively promotes the faith and traditions of the group. These leaders operate within the relevant social political context and embed the activities that define the group within dominant physical landmarks across community landscapes. For example, the Apostle Paul led by example to establish a series of Christian churches in which he promoted several key practices that allowed followers to live out their shared identity. Indeed, Paul's words, "For to me to live is Christ, and to die is gain." In effect, the dual layer of religious leadership binds prototypical stability with contextual flexibility to promote the group's collective cause with contemporary relevance. This leadership structure, coupled with enduring practices and landmarks that embody the system of beliefs, may be vital to understanding the identity and intensity often associated with religious identification. Religious identity across ideologies. Although most religious groups share some commonalities, there are, of course, important differences across ideologies. Religiosity is normally defined in terms of an individual's religious orientation, namely intrinsic, looking to the religion for spiritual development, guiding, and meaning, or extrinsic, using religion primarily for personal or social gain. However, it has been argued that the intrinsic extrinsic understanding of religiosity was developed in the midst of a culture heavily influenced by individualism and American Protestantism, and thus the good intrinsic versus the bad extrinsic distinction might not be accurate across all religious affiliations. Religious identification may be motivated by one or more of these orientations differently depending on the religious group to which one belongs. Among members of dissent religion, groups into which one is born more often than converted, religions originating within collectivist cultures like Judaism or Hinduism, or those in which ritual traditions are highly valued, the external aspects of religiosity may be equally or more important than the internalized or religious beliefs. Conversely, among individuals of assent religions like Protestantism, group membership may be of value to the individual primarily because of the internalized belief system that members share. As such, identification may be motivated, interpreted, and valued differently across religions. In a study wherein religious identification was assessed based on the importance of faith to the individual's sense of identity rather than group ties per se, Protestants reported higher levels of religious identification than the Catholics or Jews, and Catholics higher levels still than Jewish individuals. More social understanding of religious identification have demonstrated that Muslims identified with their religious group more so than did Christians in both Germany and Canada. High levels of religious identification among Muslims, individuals, and countries should not be particularly surprising given that they represent a minority religion, along with relatively persistent insinuations that even mainstream Muslims may be connected to Islamic terrorism. Of course, such group differences might also stem from various levels of dogmatism versus freedom of thought across religions. In addition, the historical or theological roots of various religious affiliations may shape identification and the coping strategies religious individuals employ, and has been suggested to explain the tendency for Muslims to engage in a collectivist interpersonal coping strategies, social support, as opposed to more individualistic intrapersonal strategies, cognitive restructuring, more often used by Christians. Given these important distinctions, an examination of religious identity without consideration of religious affiliation is likely to be insufficient, if not misleading. Religious identities among multiple group memberships. In addition to variations across group, the importance of several social identities may vary within individuals. Any number of social groups may shape the self-concept ranging from personal relationships, nation, and ethnicity to the superordinate identity of the human species. However, competition between social identities might be resolved by one identity asserting dominance over the others. For example, although an individual could define himself as a male, Asian, and Buddhist, gender, ethnicity, and religion, one of these identities might be the most prominent within the individual's self concept. Indeed, the importance of identification with any given group in shaping an individual's self conception, as well as the lens through which they view the world, is rarely uniform across identity domains. Several studies have incorporated dual identities, most often examining religious identification alongside national identity. This pursuit has offered valuable insight into the differential influences of those identities on psychosocial functioning. However, comparisons involving a broader array of identities may further clarify the complexity of social identity, including the hierarchical organizations of multiple identities or the synergies involved when identities intersect. Empirical analysis of multiple identities that include religion are rare. However, one study focusing on the Sinhala Buddhist population in Sri Lanka found that religious identity was rated as more salient to individual self concept than any of 10 other identities, including race, nation, caste, political affiliation, town, age, gender, occupation, education, and class. Nevertheless, having been observed in the midst of Sri Lanka's ongoing civil war, religious identity salience was likely influenced by the conflict conditions. Certainly, an identity is more likely to come to the forefront of an individual's self concept when the identity is socially embedded or under threat. Religious identity threat and discrimination. The perceived implications of an identity threat may evoke varying degrees of distress depending on the group's membership that is targeted. Specifically, threats to some identities, discrimination on the basis of religion, nationality, or ethnicity might be perceived as having greater ramifications than threat to identities associated with other groups, like sports teams, universities, occupations. However, religious identity threat could be perceived as paramount given the eternal significance of this group membership and the highly revered belief system to which it is attached. Clearly, as demonstrated throughout history and by our current social political climate, threats to religious identification are common, yet efforts to disentangle the consequences for individual well being and intergroup processes of religion versus other forms of discrimination are few. As previously mentioned, several studies have advanced our understanding of the influences of dual identification, primarily religious with national or ethnic, for example, in terms of outgroup effective ratings and political activity. Given that these identities often overlap, it might be difficult to separate their differential effects. We observe that although levels of religious and ethnic identification were comparable within individuals, religious discrimination evoked negative, affective, and emotional charge coping responses to a greater degree than did ethnic discrimination among high identifiers, respectively. These results suggested that although threats to the group, other group identities are by no means benign, individuals might be better equipped to deal with threats than do not directly target their religious belief system itself. Conclusion. Religious identification offers a distinctive sacred worldview and eternal group membership unmatched by identification with other social groups, and hence religiosity might be explained at least partially by the immense cognitive and emotional value that religious group membership provides. The uniqueness of a positive social group grounded in a system of absolute guiding beliefs lends religious identity a twofold advantage for the promotion of well being. However, that uniqueness may have equally negative impacts when religious identity itself is threatened through intergroup conflict. Despite the social identity perspective's efficacy in explaining why religiosity is often held in high regard, there are, of course, other theoretical perspectives that might also inform our understanding. As alluded to earlier, religiosity could be driven by the need for a life purpose and meaning, the desire for control in an unpredictable world, or the longing for self enhancement. Nonetheless, the stability of religious identification, given the stability of religious groups themselves across history and culture, might build on or go beyond those explanations. For example, by satisfying the need for belongingness, by offering confidence in the midst of uncertainty, and by increasing self esteem. In effect, religious identification can offer a robust social support system, a comforting and compelling worldview, and a unique psychological enrichment to which many people hold fast. Nevertheless, collections of individuals sharing such strongly held beliefs may also risk taking their attitudes and actions to the extremes to protect their worldview, thereby propagating seemingly untamable conflict. Thus, even in the case that a comprehensive explanation for religiosity is untenable, a social identity framework appears to be unequivocally useful towards our understanding of this complex phenomenon. Okay, so there you have it. Thanks to anyone who tuned in. Not much happening in the chat, so I hope this was useful. We'll save these for next week, so I think I'm going to end it here. So we're going to look at deviance, which is pretty interesting, related to social norms, and what happens when people go against social norms. We looked at social strain theory, but theories of deviance, and we covered a little of that in some of the other theories. But this one's pretty interesting, and we'll also look at intergroup relations. Also very interesting. Has like a history and an overview of some of the theories. Some of them we've covered, and look at some more important names. Some of them we've covered in other areas, some that we haven't seen yet. And we'll look at construal level theory about psychological distance in group formation. We're also going to eventually look at the actor-agent theory in sociology. We're going to look at historical recurrence, the repetition of similar events in history, and the decline of the West, Oswald Spengler. We'll do an overview of that. I have a lot more articles on sociology and religion and more Wikipedia stuff. So the research will continue to go on. So hopefully this Wednesday, if it fits my schedule, I will continue my Portraits in Metaphysics series with Descartes and the Mersenne Circle. And then afterwards, we will go back to a deep dive into Descartes and his philosophy. And from there, after that, I'm going to do portraits probably of the founders of modern physics, astronomy, Galileo, Copernicus, and then we're going to look at Leibniz, and then we're going to look at Kant. So slowly, I'll try to reflect here and there. I at the beginning of the week in review, I do a little. That's when I do the most reflection. So really, I just have so much research. So I'm just kind of like putting it out there, and but I would like to, especially like, I mean, you're in my Discord if you want to talk about it or questions or conversation. So, for me to just ramble, if I had someone to talk with, or especially someone who's an expert in, following the topics also, that would make it more likely than, me just rambling. And because the research is endless, I may never finish my research to, where all of a sudden I'm going to, just start, making shorter videos trying to explain certain topics, but it's possible. Yeah, so if my reading, it's like a book on tape. If you're finding my useful, I'm glad to be of service. If you want to hop on and talk one time, or you in the Discord, if you could DM me if you don't want to make it public. But I mean, usually I have a harder time just like rambling. I need like an audience or some sort of interaction with the chat or someone to speak with. So if I don't have that, I'm more likely to just read, give a little bit of explanation. And usually I do that at the very beginning of the video, sometimes in between or interspersed or at the end. But we'll see what happens in the future. But thanks for the recommendation. So I guess with that, God bless. I'm going to call it a week. Pray for better things. And hopefully we'll see you in the middle of the week for another Portraits in Metaphysics series, and not next week for Week in Review. So God bless. Have a great week.